After returning home, Song Shuhang will have to face old Lu. And a drunk old Lu is at least 3 times more annoying than a normal one. Papa Song patted his poor liver. But, Shuhang is hopeless too. If he was coming home, he could have called a bit earlier. With that, he would have had time to prepare himself mentally. But now that he was only 10 minutes away from home, Papa Song was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Be careful on the road, and when you're home, remember to greet your Uncle Lu properly. Anyway, what is that rumbling noise I'm hearing? Papa Song used his head and shoulder to hold the phone and spoke loudly. He also said the keyword Uncle Lu to let Song Shuhang prepare for the worst. Aha, it's nothing. This time, I'm coming back with a somewhat special vehicle. Song Shuhang laughed and said, see you later then. I'll be there soon. After finishing his sentence, Song Shuhang hung up. Papa Song put away his phone, somewhat confused. He is coming here with a special vehicle? What kind of vehicle has such a noisy engine? A sports car? No, that's not it. That sound was somewhat similar to those cargo ships they used to use on rivers or those tractors that are rarely seen in the village nowadays. A tractor? F***ck, it can't really be a tractor, right? Papa Song felt a chill in the air that made him shiver all over. No, it shouldn't be. I even regularly sent money to Shuhang. He shouldn't be poor to the point of having to sit on a tractor to return home. I must have misheard, maybe that tractor-like sound belonged to an SUV? While thinking, Papa Song secretly shot a look at the BMW 7 Series parked in front of his house. Son, you better not return home with a tractor, otherwise, your father will lose all face. Old Song, was that Shuhang? Old Lu asked while drinking wine at that moment, his sound clear and a smile on his face. Is he returning home? Yes. Shuhang decided to give us a surprise. He said he'll be here in a while. Wife, Shuhang said he'll be home in 10 minutes. Remember to prepare something for him. Papa Song said to his wife in the kitchen. He is returning home? Geez, that boy. He could have called sooner. Mama Song said with a smile. Luckily, she had already prepared a lot of dishes since old Lu was coming. Old Song, where is Shuhang now? Should I ask Tianyu to go pick him up with the car? Aha! Old Lu laughed and continued, speaking of which, I haven't seen Shuhang in a year. I wonder how much he has grown. No need to trouble Tianyu. Shuhang said he's coming here with some vehicle. He should be here soon. Papa Song said with a laugh. Then, he started a fierce drinking battle with old Lu. He had 10 minutes, if he could get old Lu completely drunk, then it wouldn't matter what kind of vehicle Shuhang was using to come here, because old Lu wouldn't remember. After mulling over it, he was more and more convinced that that was the sound of a tractor, and this was causing him to panic. Unfortunately, it wasn't so easy to get old Lu drunk. 10 minutes quickly passed by. Next, the strange rumbling sound of a vehicle echoed in the surrounding area. Song Shuhang had finally arrived. Just as he was approaching home, Song Shuhang found a corner and tore off the paper that had the invisible formation engraved on it, making the tractor visible. He didn't tear off the other formations because having the tractor go at 20 to 30 kilometers per hour would be exasperating. Anyway, as long as the tractor was visible, it wouldn't scare anyone. As for its speed, he would reduce it once he was close to home. Actually, Song Shuhang was originally thinking of stopping the tractor at some deserted place near his house, because returning home with this gadget was rather embarrassing. Moreover, his Uncle Lu was a guest today, and he knew about his harmful friendship with his father. Unless they compared and ridiculed each other, they wouldn't be happy. Therefore, the sight of him returning home with a tractor was unthinkable. But after picking up the Meteorite and Taoist priest Cloudy Mist along the way, Song Shuhang had no alternatives but to cancel this plan. He couldn't possibly carry Senior White and Taoist priest Cloudy Mist and bring them home while conveniently dragging along a meteorite, right? As a result, Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and discarded his sense of shame and moral integrity, deciding to go home with the rumbling tractor. And on a second thought, he found that a hand-guided tractor was rather cool. Is Shuhang finally here? After hearing the rumbling sound, old Lu got up from the chair and went toward the window laughing. He wanted to see how much old Song's son had changed after a year. As soon as he heard that strange rumbling sound, Papa Song had a very bad premonition. He stiffened a bit and went toward the window like old Lu. The two of them simultaneously looked downstairs. And when they looked below, both their complexions changed. Song Shuhang was grabbing the steering wheel of the tractor, continuously shaking along with it. He had a very happy look on his face. In the open container on the rear was a big rock. However, it was unexpectedly a tractor and a hand-guided one at that. Were they shooting the scene of a movie? After an instant, Song Shuhang skillfully parked the tractor. Pwahaha. Old Song, this hand-guided tractor your son is driving is really beautiful. I too drove this gadget, but it was 20 years ago. Where did he unearth this ancient thing? Nowadays, it's almost impossible to see these things on the road, right? Old Lu pointed downstairs and loudly laughed. When he saw his son's BMW 7 Series and old Song's son's hand-guided tractor, old Lu was delighted. This was enough to make him feel happy for a whole year. On the other side, Papa Song's face had become green with anger. He clenched his teeth and wished he could run downstairs and ruthlessly beat Shuhang. This brat actually used a tractor to return home. Moreover, he wasn't even a passenger, he was personally driving it. As if that wasn't enough, it was even a hand-guided one. At this time, Papa Song felt that his liver was so painful that it was about to explode. Downstairs, after stopping the tractor, Song Shuhang picked up another person that was curled up in the corner of the driving seat. There is someone else too? Papa Song's expression became a little better. However, why was Shuhang carrying this guest on his shoulders? Just as he was thinking, Song Shuhang went to the rear of the tractor and started to fiddle with something. Besides that big rock, there was another person in the rear of the tractor, and this person seemed to be in bad shape. Papa Song noticed that this person didn't have many clothes on. Wasn't it a bit improper to go around like this in broad daylight? Then, they only saw Song Shuhang stretch his hand and put this person on his other shoulder. Afterward, with one person on his right shoulder and one on his left, he wobblingly headed upstairs. What's happening? Old Lu was somewhat confused. Papa Song shook his head. He had no idea of what was happening either. Soon, Song Shuhang arrived upstairs and knocked on the door. Mama Song ran over and opened the door. After seeing him, Mama Song asked somewhat worried, Shuhang, who are there two people on your shoulders? Ahaha. You don't need to worry. Song Shuhang hinted at the person on his left shoulder, the still in meditation Venerable White. This one is my good friend, I asked him to come over to our place. On the way here, he got sleepy and decided to take a nap. However, he's the type of person that won't easily wake up once he's sleeping. No matter how much you shake him, he won't react at all. Mama Song looked at Venerable White. Was he sleeping or in a coma? Wasn't his sleep a little too deep? Venerable White was hanging upside down from Shuhang's shoulder, his long hair scattered downwards. His hands were weakly dangling, and his legs would sway whenever Song Shuhang took a step. To be able to sleep in these conditions, this girl must be a really heavy sleeper. Mama Song heaved a sigh and said, Fine, leave this girl to me. You're also hopeless. Do you think it's proper to carry a girl like this? Mama Song mistook Venerable White for a girl after seeing his long hair and slender figure. What girl? Cough, cough. Ma, say, Song Bai is a man. If you're wondering about his long hair, he studies art. It's pretty common for art students to have long hair. Shuhang quickly made up a story. Luckily, Yaya wasn't here. Otherwise, she would need only a look to tell that Shuhang was lying. What? It's a boy? Mama Song was a bit disappointed. She thought that Shuhang had finally opened his eyes and brought a girl home. She didn't expect it that after 1 year in university, he would still bring a boy back, that idiot. And the one on the right? Mama Song shot a look at Taoist priest Cloudy Mist. After a quick look, she was scared to death. This person seemed to be in awful condition, with blood all over the face. Moreover, it appeared that his body had been roasted. All his clothes were burnt to the point of becoming rags, and he was emitting burnt smell. But, strangely enough, the skin that was showing from under the clothes was intact and undamaged. This is a wounded person I picked up on the roadside. After examining him, I discovered that he had some superficial wounds and fainted. I thought it wasn't a good thing to leave him lying outside. Therefore, I brought him back with me. Shuhang said with a kind smile. Oh, you. Mama Song touched her forehead. She was really helpless about her kind-hearted son. Shouldn't you have called the hospital first? What would you do if you worsened his state by carelessly moving him? And there was another point that Mama Song didn't say out loud. What would you do if the wounded person were to blackmail you? At the time, a big dispute will await you. You don't have to worry. Shuhang said with a smile, I know this person a little. In a while, I'll call his relatives and have them pick him up from here. It won't cause me any trouble. You know him a little? Then it's fine. Mama Song heaved a sigh. Okay, don't dawdle at the entrance, quickly move them inside. Put the wounded one in the guest room. As for your good friend, how about taking him to your room for now? Sure, no problem. Shuhang carried Venerable White and Taoist priest Cloudy Mist on his shoulders. When he passed through the hall, he even greeted Papa Song and Uncle Lu who were standing beside the window. Then, he brought Venerable White and Taoist priest Cloudy Mist to his bedroom. Even after carrying 2 people, his face wasn't red, and he wasn't gasping for breath either. Shuhang seems to be quite strong, right? Old Lu leaned against the window and said to Papa Song, his face completely red. After carrying 2 people on his shoulders upstairs, he wasn't even gasping for breath. That boy is indeed quite strong. Papa Song smiled. Moreover, did Shuhang grow since the last time I saw him? He seemed taller now. Come. Let's go downstairs and try out your son's tractor. Old Lu poked Papa Song's sore spot. It's been years since I've touched a hand-guided tractor. Driving the tractor was only an excuse. Old Lu's real objective was to provoke Papa Song. Old fool, stop causing trouble. You drank so much, aren't you afraid of causing a traffic accident? Papa Song coldly snorted. Humph, what are you afraid of? 20 years ago, I was holding liquor with my left hand and driving the tractor with the right one. And guess what, did I ever cause an accident? My capacity for alcohol speaks for itself. Moreover, I'm only gonna drive on Beijing Street. What is there to be afraid of? Old Lu said self-satisfied. Then, he waved at Lu Tianyu who was sitting in the living room. Tianyu, come over here and help me crank the engine of the tractor. We're going for a ride. I have to crank the engine of the tractor? Lu Tianyu wanted to cry. Papa Song heaved a sigh and decided to accompany Old Lu. He had no choice but to tag along. Old Lu was dead drunk. What if he were to run up to some faraway place? Then, the 3 of them went downstairs. Old Lu excitedly climbed up onto the tractor and stroked the familiar and yet unfamiliar steering wheel with his hands. Time was unforgiving. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years were gone, and their sons were now adults. Although he wanted to drive the hand-guided tractor to poke at Papa Song's sore spot, he also missed the feeling of driving a tractor. Tianyu, stop daydreaming. Go to the front and crank the engine. Old Lu shouted at this son. Lu Tianyu made a hollow laugh and grabbed the handle in front of the tractor. Then, he exerted some effort to rotate it. When he was little, he had seen old Lu cranking the engine of the tractor many times. Therefore, he was familiar with this task. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The hand-guided tractor's engine started once again. Come on, get on the tractor. It's time for a ride. Old Lu excitedly shouted. Papa Song helplessly climbed onto the rear of the tractor. Lu Tianyo's corner of the mouth twitched. There is no need for me to come, right? TSK. If you don't tag along, who is gonna crank the engine if the tractor were to suddenly stop? Old Lu angrily said. Lu Tianyu bitterly smiled and climbed on the tractor, sitting beside Papa Song. Speaking of which, why did Shuhang bring this big rock along? Lu Tianyu looked at the rock and asked. Papa Song shook his head, he didn't know. Upstairs, after settling Taoist priest Cloudy Mist, Song Shuhang put Venerable White on his bed. But, at this time, he heard the engine of the tractor roaring. Song Shuhang ran to the window and shot a look downstairs. He saw Uncle Lu sitting in the driver's seat of the tractor, his face excited. On the other hand, Papa Song and Tianyu were sitting in the open container in the back. The tractor slowly started to speed up. Heavens! Song Shuhang immediately broke in cold sweat. Venerable White had attached several formations to that tractor. The only one he had torn off was the one that granted invisibility. He didn't remove the ones that decreased the weight and air resistance and increased the speed. Therefore, this tractor could reach up to 100 km per hour. Chapter 242. There is something wrong with this speed. What's happening outside? After seeing Shuhang's strange expression, Mama Song also looked out the window. Then, she saw old Lu and Papa Song getting on the tractor. Lu Tianyu also got into the open container on the rear with a bitter expression. Those two fools, after drinking all that wine, they have decided to cause trouble outside? They need a good beating. Mama Song said angrily. Afterward, she took the phone and dialed Papa Song's number. But when Papa Song's phone rang, they discovered that it was still on the table. When he answered Shuhang's call before, he casually left it on the table and forgot to put it in his pocket. Mama Song's anger level sharply increased. She angrily howled at the three people downstairs. Old Song, immediately stop that tractor. Maybe it was due to the tractor making too much noise, but none of them heard Mama Song's angry howl. The tractor set out, slowly accelerating. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The tractor set out amidst thundering roars and black smoke. Very soon, it left Shuhang's main gate, disappearing on the road. Mama Song. Song Shuhang. After thinking a bit, Mama Song said, Shuhang, go to the living room and see if Tianyo's keys are still there. That BMW downstairs belongs to him. If he left the keys there, go take the car and overtake them. I can't overtake them. Song Shuhang bitterly smiled. What? Mama Song was confused. That tractor of mine is a bit out of the ordinary. Song Shuhang looked at the sky. By accelerating a little, it could reach 100 km per hour. If you were to accelerate again, it could reach 150 km per hour without much trouble, and it could go even faster if you were to push it to the limit. How could he overtake it? Oh! This feeling can't be described with mere words. Driving this tractor is awesome. Old Lu laughed. His whole person was shaking up and down along with the tractor. He seemed very happy. It had been ages since he drove a tractor. Right now, he felt as though he had returned back in time to when he was still young. Back then, he used to drive the tractor the same way. During winter, he would drink a little bit of liquor to warm the body and drive his beloved hand-guided tractor, rushing amidst Wenzhou city streets. At the time, he had just got married, and although making a living was difficult, he was still very happy, and if Papa Song weren't there, constantly poking at his sore spots, he would have been even happier. He pressed on the accelerator and pulled the transmission, changing gear. The speed of the tractor was getting faster and faster, and the black smoke it was emitting was also getting thicker. "Old Song, where should we go?" "If I remember correctly, there should be an old route with no traffic in the direction of the mountain. If we go there, we won't meet the police," Old Lu said to Papa Song. Times had changed. When they were young, even if they were to drive drunk, no one would say anything. But now, you would get caught, and that was somewhat troublesome. "That should be fine. Just go toward the mountain, but remember not to get on the main road and only use small roads." Moreover, someone paid out of their pocket and had the main road on the big mountain fixed. "I'm not sure what's the purpose though. You can go there and take a stroll if you want." Papa Song was sitting in the open container behind the tractor, and he felt that something was not right. The speed of the tractor was getting faster and faster, and the surrounding scenery was changing at a constantly faster pace. "Old Lu, what's our current speed?" Papa Song loudly asked. The engine of the tractor was too noisy, and you had to shout to hear each other. "We're not going too fast. I have yet to put the highest gear. So, you don't have to worry." "Ahaha." Old Lu, who was sitting in the front, was extremely excited. Lu Tianyu felt that there was something wrong. He didn't put the tractor in the highest gear yet? That's impossible. By comparing it to the speed of his car, Lu Tianyu guessed that the tractor should be going at 60 km per hour right now. Moreover, its speed was continuously increasing. What joke was that? A tractor that was going at 60 km per hour wasn't in highest gear yet? Did that mean that the tractor was modified? Wenzhou City, not too far away from Beijing Street, Mountain Nyoding. Here, there was a circular mountain road. Actually, Mountain Nyoding was the abbreviation used by local people to refer to several mountains that were linked together, and if you were to search for this term on a map, you wouldn't find anything. A long time ago, there was a bent mountain road that linked the people on Mountain Nyoding to the outside world. But later, all the residents moved toward the foot of the mountain. And since the number of families living up there was continually decreasing, the mountain road was also abandoned. But, 2 years ago, an unknown nouveau riche got approval from the authorities and paid out of their pocket to fix and enlarge the mountain road. Right now, the mountain road was rather spacious. At this time, 3 very cool cars, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 white, stopped at the start of the mountain road. "What do you think of this road?" "It's beautiful, isn't it?" A young but lively girl with a ponytail came out of the white car. She made a hugging motion with her arms, her face very satisfied. A girl with slender and long legs, phoenix eyes, and white clothes came out of the blue car. She looked at the mountain road and said with a gentle smile on her face, "This time, little Maisui chose a very good place." A girl with trendy sunglasses was driving the red car. She raised her head and pressed the horn, saying, "Enough chit-chat. My car can't wait anymore. Let's race." He he he. "Alice, I was just waiting for these words." Little Maisui laughed, "This time, I must surpass 120 km per hour. You too, just look. On this road, I'll reach even 130 km per hour. 120 km per hour? Wait, was this number wrong? Were they using this kind of speed to race? Couldn't you reach this sort of speed on public highways too if you were to press the accelerator firmly? He he. You're not the only one that has practiced in secret. I practiced for a long time, and even on a mountain road, I can maintain a speed of 100 km per hour. I can say for sure that you two aren't my match." Alice, the girl with sunglasses, said self-satisfied. 100 km per hour? And she was even happy about it. You guessed it right, these three girls really liked racing, but they were just too weak-hearted. They liked driving at high speed, but when they were racing against someone else, they would be left in the dust because they were too slow. Even if they liked racing, they didn't like being left in the dust and ridiculed every time. Therefore, the girl named Little Mice Way got permission from the authorities and decided to build a private road in this remote area. This way, these three girls that liked racing, but did not have guts, could come over and have fun. Although the speed wasn't too fast, they would at least enjoy themselves. Zhao Yaya, get in the car. It's time for a race. After getting into her white car, Little Mice Way shouted to the girl with long legs standing beside the blue car. The girl that was gazing over the road was none other than Shuhang's cousin from his mother's side, Zhao Yaya. I didn't expect Little Mice Way to choose Wenzhou City's Beijing Street for the meeting. Shuhang's home is very close to this place. After the race, I might as well go to his house and see if he has returned or not. Zhao Yaya muttered to herself. Yep, Zhao Yaya really liked racing, however, no one at home knew about this hobby of hers, it was deeply hidden. Then, the three girls got into their cars. I'll count to 3. After 3 seconds, we'll set out. Little Mice Way said, self-satisfied. It wasn't a regular car race, and the three girls didn't really care about rules either, they just wanted to have fun. 1, 2, 3. Little Mice Way loudly shouted as she pressed the horn of the car. Afterward, the three beautiful sports cars dashed forward with a whiz sound, starting to sprint on the runway. At the start, the three girls had very earnest expressions, and their speed wasn't low while sprinting in a straight line. But, whenever they had to make a turn, they would immediately apply the brakes, decreasing their speed. The instructor had always told them to slow down when making turns. After all, you needed to put safety first when driving. Yo, check it out, while driving the tractor, old Lou was humming an old song. He had a very happy appearance as he was speeding on the small road, heading toward the road behind the big mountain. Papa Song, who was sitting in the open container in the rear, frowned and said, "Isn't this speed too fast? I think we've surpassed several cars while coming here. You're overthinking it. Maybe their speed was just too low, and we overtook them. Anyway, it feels good to overtake cars with a tractor." Waha! Old Lou laughed. "That's not the problem, father. There is really something wrong with this speed." Lu Tianyu thought to himself. Then, he stretched out his hand and touched his hair. He was uncertain as to why there was no wind. The tractor didn't have a windshield, and even if the speed wasn't too fast, wind should still blow in their faces, right? But after sitting in the open container for a while, he hadn't felt any wind. Ahaha! Old Song, we've arrived at that place. Tisk, it's indeed a good location. The road is very spacious, and there is no one. If we had a good car, it would be pretty cool to race here. But now, let's have some fun on this road. I'll show you my overbearing driving style from 20 years ago. Old Lou was delighted. Then, he changed the gears and increased the speed of the tractor to the limit. Rumble, 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 the roar of the tractor's engine echoed throughout the entire mountain. At the same time, its speed sharply increased. Papa Song said, somewhat worried, "Be careful, this is a mountain road. There are many turns." Old Lou laughed, "What turns?" At the time, I drove the tractor and made 18 turns on a mountain road at full speed. Now, this expert will teach you how you make turns. Wahaha! Old Lou twisted his waist and grabbed the gearshift of the tractor, slowly moving it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The hand-guided tractor was still emitting black smoke. Afterward, it beautifully turned, and its speed didn't even decrease while turning the corner. Did you see that beautiful turn? Even those guys drifting in movies aren't my match, this is true skill. Old Lu shamelessly praised himself, however, his palms had started to sweat. Why? Because just as he was talking, the front of the tractor started to sway more fiercely, and the speed also seemed to have increased. In the open container, Lu Tianyu secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing how their bodies had tilted while making the turn, their current speed should be around 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. No, even faster. This hand-guided tractor has undergone some modification. But, why would Shuhang crazily modify a hand-guided tractor? Is the new trend to modify tractors instead of luxury cars? This idea wasn't too far-fetched. Somewhere in China, some rich men got tired of luxury cars and started to hold competitions between horse-drawn carriages. Old Lu, be careful. There are cars ahead. Papa Song had a keen vision. He saw some cars ahead after they turned the corner. Once they got closer, Papa Song saw 3 sports cars. One white, one blue, and one red. Unexpectedly, there were sports cars here. These cars weren't going slow. One could notice it from their rumbling engines. This section of the road was completely straight, and the speed of these sports cars should be above 100 kilometers per hour, right? But, strangely enough, they were slowly but steadily catching up to those cars with the tractor, pulling the distance closer bit by bit. Lu Tianyu couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Are we going at 100 kilometers per hour? Nonsense. Have you ever seen a tractor going at 100 kilometers per hour?" Old Lu heavily reprimanded his son. How could a tractor reach 100 kilometers per hour? But as he was speaking, his voice started to lower. Because, while he was saying those words, the tractor caught up with the last of the 3 cars, the white one. And then, rumble, rumble, rumble. The tractor was emitting black smoke, and its big tires were madly spinning. And just in this fashion, it casually overtook the white car. Old Lu opened his mouth wide. In the white car, little Mice Wei, the girl with ponytails, also had her mouth wide open. She blinked a few times and looked at the tachometer. She was going at 120 kilometers per hour. She blinked again and looked at the vehicle that had overtaken her. This vehicle had 4 huge tires and was making strange rumbling sounds while sprinting. It was a tractor, a hand-guided tractor with an open container attached behind it. Moreover, she saw a rock about the size of a small table in the open container plus 2 men. One had a bear-like build, the other was a scholarly middle-aged man with glasses. What the? Little Mice Wei was dumbfounded. Just what's happening? A tractor carrying a huge rock surpassed her car, and she was going at 120 kilometers per hour. Was she hallucinating? Alice, Yaya, am I going crazy? I think I'm having hallucinations. I just saw a hand-guided tractor surpass my car. Little Mice Wei shouted into the microphone of the headset. While racing, the 3 girls wore headsets to easily communicate and avoid being unprepared if something were to happen. Her 2 friends didn't reply. She only heard a buzzing sound. After a long time, the girl with sunglasses driving the red car, Alice, said in a grave tone, "I thought I was the only one seeing things, but it seems you also saw it. A moment ago, I saw a hand-guided tractor emitting black smoke through the rear-view mirror, and a bear-like uncle was driving it. I was overtaken." Just as she was speaking, the rumbling tractor overtook her. At this time, Alice was going at 125 kilometers per hour. We've surpassed 2 sports cars. Papa Song swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this time, only an idiot would believe that the tractor was going at 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. If I'm not mistaken, Shuhang should have modified this tractor, right? Lu Tianyu said in a deep voice. Nonsense. Old Lu, who was sitting in the front, shouted, "Don't you know how an engine works? A hand-guided tractor such as this can go at most at 60 kilometers per hour. Only if you change its engine with that of a Ferrari can it go faster. But as you saw, the engine of this tractor wasn't modified, you need to start it manually. What father said isn't wrong. No matter how much you modify the tractor, the engine will limit its speed. Lu Tianyu remained silent. But if this was the case, how could this tractor go at more than 100 km per hour, easily surpassing two sports cars? At this time, the tractor they were sitting in was slowly approaching the blue car in the front. Given the current speed of the tractor, it was only a question of time before it overtook the car. Was this tractor like one of those transformers in movies that could change their appearance with all spark? At this time, Zhao Yaya looked at the weird tractor through the rear-view mirror. As the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter, she blinked a few times. Then, she called out in alarm, "What? Yaya, were you also overtaken?" Little Mice Wei asked. "No, there is still some distance left." Zhao Yaya replied, however, this wasn't the problem. The problem was the uncle driving the tractor. Zhao Yaya was very familiar with this uncle. This was the same Uncle Lu that would frequently visit Shuhang's house when they were little. She had met him many times in her childhood. Even if she had grown up and wasn't going to Shuhang's place a lot these days, she would still frequently meet him while she was there. She remembered that Uncle Lu and Uncle Song were really harmful friends. There was no limit to how much they would make the other party suffer. If it were someone else, they would have already stopped being friends after all that arguing. But Uncle Song and Uncle Lu were different. They would try to annoy the other party in every possible way, but their friendship was still unbreakable. Just what type of tractor is Uncle Lu driving? This speed is just. Zhao Yaya quietly looked at the speed of the car, 140 km per hour. This was the highest speed her heart could withstand. She didn't dare to go faster. But, Uncle Lu's tractor was slowly getting closer, and to catch up to her, its speed should be above 150 km per hour, right? Rumble, rumble, rumble. I was overtaken by Uncle Lu's hand-guided tractor. Just what in the world is happening? Next, Zhao Yaya saw a familiar person in the open container attached to the tractor. It was a scholarly man with eyeglasses. He had an elegant bearing and seemed younger than his actual age. "You? Uncle Song?" Zhao Yaya called out in alarm. What?" the surprised voice of her two friends echoed from the headset. "I know that man with eyeglasses sitting in the open container attached to the tractor." Zhao Yaya's corner of the mouth twitched, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "That's my uncle. He's the father of my younger cousin Song Shuhang, the one I mentioned before. I also know the driver, he's Uncle Song's good friend, Uncle Lu." "Oh, that's Song Shuhang? The cousin you wanted to introduce to Little Mice Wei?" Alice smiled evilly. Little Mice Wei also laughed. "The one I like is Sister Alice. How about doing some girl-to-girl stuff?" "Bah, get lost. I want to have a harem of 3,000 men." "I don't have time for your girl-to-girl stuff," the trendy Alice said, disgusted. "Hee, alright. Let's accelerate a bit and catch up with that tractor. I'm very interested in it." Little Mice Wei giggled. "Moreover, there is a U-turn ahead, and the tractor will have to slow down. Yaya, later you must introduce us to those two uncles." The trendy Alice also said, "It's the first time in my life that I've seen a hand-guided tractor reach 150 km per hour." Zhao Yaya nodded, for now she would follow Uncle Song's vehicle and see how things went. At this time, a shadow was dashing on the small road connecting Beijing Street to Mountain Yoding. This shadow was none other than Song Shuhang. That tractor could reach up to 150 km per hour. He was worried that Papa Song and Uncle Lu would do something reckless after getting drunk. Although Venerable White had attached a strengthening formation to the tractor, Song Shuhang was unsure whether that formation would work only on the tractor or on the passengers too. Therefore, he quickly followed behind them. Unfortunately, Lu Tianyu didn't leave the keys of the BMW behind. Otherwise, he could have used the car to reduce the distance between them. But, strangely enough, he didn't even encounter a taxi on the road. What kind of joke was that? In the end, Song Shuhang had no choice but to follow on foot. At this time, he wished he could ride a flying sword. With its speed, he would have caught up to the tractor in an instant. Right now, he was using the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk at full power, and his speed was getting faster and faster. The more and longer you ran, the deeper would become your understanding of the technique. Your speed would also increase in the process. The virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk was such a technique. He resembled a black bolt of lightning while running. After the first 5 seconds, he had traveled 100 meters, and his speed was continuously increasing. After a while, his speed wasn't much slower than cars. In the meantime, he also used the brand induction technique. There was a black suitcase in the open container of the tractor, and that suitcase contained money, medicine pills, and his treasure sword Broken Tyrant. Song Shuhang had used the spirit brand technique given to him by senior brother Three Realms to leave a brand mark on Broken Tyrant. With the brand induction technique, he locked the position of the sword, finding Papa Song and the others as a consequence. They went toward Mountain Yoding's runway. If I'm not mistaken, that mountain road isn't the best road to drive on. Song Shuhang bitterly smiled. That mountain road had a lot of U-turns. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that the road had become quite secure after the maintenance works. It was very wide whenever there were turns. The mountain road on Mountain Yoding was rather spacious after the reconstruction. It had been built for only one purpose: to race safely. Therefore, even if you were driving a tractor at 150 kilometers per hour, as long as you weren't courting death, you wouldn't get into an accident. Now, let's hope that Uncle Lu won't court death while driving. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Since Uncle Lu had drunk a lot, he was very worried about their safety. Just think about it, a drunkard driving a tractor at 150 km/h, that was rather fearful. On the road on Mountain Yoding, the tractor had left behind the 3 sports cars. At this time, Old Lu's loud voice echoed from the driver's seat, "Old Song, did we just surpass those 3 sports cars?" He didn't dare to believe his own words. I think so. Papa Song replied while stuttering. Right now, he had only one question in mind: just where did Song get this tractor? A tractor that could exceed 150 km/h. Was this a joke? Wasn't it even better than sports cars? We even overtook 3 sports cars. Our speed should be surely above 100 kilometers per hour. Ahaha. Old Lu nervously laughed. After hearing this laughter, Lu Tianyu, who was sitting in the open container, had an awful premonition. Whenever he heard his father laughing like that, there were 2 reasons. Reason 1, Uncle Song came to visit them and poked at his father's sore spots. Once Uncle Song was gone, his father would nervously laugh for a while. In this case, he was extremely angry. Reason 2, his father was the one visiting Uncle Song and poking at his sore spots. After completing his mission and returning home, he would also nervously laugh for a while. In this case, he was extremely happy. But, no matter what the reason was, once he started laughing like that, his father wasn't clear-headed anymore. As expected, Old Lu deeply sighed after the strange laughter and said, "It seems I've really gotten drunk." Under what circumstances would a tractor reach 100 kilometers per hour? Under what circumstances would a tractor overtake 3 sports cars? It could only happen in a dream. Or, when you were dead drunk and would start having hallucinations. At this time, Old Lu had started to wonder whether he was drunk or not. After hearing his father's words, Lu Tianyu got anxious. "Father, return to your senses. Keep the tractor in check, Uncle Song and I are also in the back. Don't worry, even if I'm drunk, I'm still an expert at operating tractors. Old Lu laughed strangely. His whole body started to shake back and forth along the tractor. Old song, let's have fun. Then, Old Lu started to sing loudly, the great river flows east. The stars in the sky pay their respects to the Big Dipper. Old song, you go next. Let's have some fun. To hell with your fun. Papa Song roared, properly drive the tractor and look ahead. Don't get distracted. Tisk, Old Song, you're too uncooperative. At this time, you should act like a good brother and sing the next line. You sing one line, and I sing the other, that's how it should be. Old Lu put on a self-important look. Just as he was shaking back and forth, he really started to feel drunk. Although his mind was still clear, his hands weren't as agile as before. His whole body was a tad slower than his brain. Old Lu shook his head forcefully to stay sober. Old Song, you're really a party pooper. If you won't sing, I'll do it alone. If you want to go, we'll go. You have a share, I'll have a share, we'll all have a share. If we see injustice on the road, we roar an. It wasn't that Old Lu had forgotten the next line, he had sung this song for half of his life. He was very familiar with it, and even without thinking, he could easily sing it. The problem was the turn that lay ahead. It was a very tight U-turn. This was what caused Old Lu's song to turn into a scream halfway. Papa Song also saw the U-turn. Get a hold of yourself and quickly decrease the speed of the tractor. I already applied the brakes. But, we are going too fast, we won't slow down fast enough. Old Lu roared. Then, he gave his all as he turned the tractor to the right, trying his best to let it smoothly turn the corner. Since he was too anxious, he inadvertently turned his waist too. The tractor entered the curve and steadily kept going, smoothly entering the U-turn curve. Papa Song heaved a sigh of relief. But, at the same time, Old Lu screamed in pain, F***, I sprained my poor waist. Although he still had a bear-like build, he wasn't as tough as in his prime. When they turned the corner, he instinctively turned his waist too. Since he twisted it too much, he sprained it. His waist was very painful, to the point that he had difficulties controlling the tractor. As a result, the angle of the tractor slightly changed while making the turn. It was a very small change, but the tractor was still going at 150 km per hour. When going that fast, even something as insignificant as that could endanger one's life. In the open container, Papa Song howled, be careful. Keep the vehicle under control, we're going to bump into the guardrail. F***, if it weren't for my sprained waist, I could have easily made this U-turn. Old Lu howled. Then, he resisted the pain and braked, keeping the tractor under control. He hadn't been driving for 20 years for nothing. By hook or by crook, he made the tractor enter the U-turn curve. When the tractor entered the curve, the two wheels of the open container behind rose into the sky. The container flung itself into the U-turn. If it weren't for the strengthening formation applied by Venerable White on the vehicle, the open container behind would have twisted and broken apart from the tractor after this drift, directly flying away. But, thanks to the formation, the open container only emitted a grating sound and sustained no damage. Even the huge rock, the suitcase, Papa Song, and Lu Tianyu were protected by the formation. They fiercely swayed, but nothing else happened to them. They smoothly made the first U-turn. All the people on the tractor heaved a sigh of relief. In the rear, the three girls were still following the tractor from far behind. The three girls all saw the tractor beautifully drifting and entering the U-turn. How could they describe it? Maybe only with the word awesome. These driving skills could only belong to a god. Yaya, the driving skills of that Uncle Lu are unparalleled under the heavens. Just now, even if he reduced the speed a bit, he was still going around 120 km per hour. The way he drifted into the curve was just too cool. Literally a god. Little Miceway said to Zhao Yaya. A tractor drifting. The open container even rose into the sky and directly flung itself into the U-turn. Was your camera turned on? Did you record that beautiful drift? The trendy Alice was also very excited. It was turned on, but the tractor was pretty far. I'm not sure if it clearly recorded it. Zhao Yaya clicked her tongue. Is this what they call an expert? Uncle Lu is driving a modified tractor at 150 kilometers per hour. As if that wasn't enough, he can even make it beautifully drift. He is a real expert. Later, should I ask him for advice? From what she remembered, Uncle Lu had been a car instructor in the past. At this time, the god in the eyes of the three girls had a pale face, and his waist was hurting to the point he wished he could die. After seeing old Lu's pale face, Papa Song quickly said, "Old Lu, quickly stop the tractor. Let's change the driver." The nearby Lu Tianyu bitterly smiled. Uncle Song, I don't know how to drive a tractor. He thought that Uncle Song wanted him to drive the tractor. It doesn't matter, I can drive it. Old Lu, quickly stop the tractor. Papa Song shouted. Even if he seemed weak and frail, Papa Song had also suffered his share of hardships back in the days. His driving skills weren't inferior to those of old Lu. I've already applied the brakes, but the speed was just too fast. It's taking a while to slow down. Ouch, 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 this pain. I'll try to slowly stop, Shiite. Old Lu stopped midway and screamed. Another U-turn had suddenly appeared in their front. Moreover, it was even worse than the one they had just cleared. On one side of this U-turn was the mountain, on the other side was a 5-meter-deep steep slope. This small steep slope had the shape of a terraced field and was formed by many layers, which were either 4 or 5 meters deep and linked together. Moreover, it extended till the foot of the mountain. Both sides were very dangerous. No matter if it was the hard mountain rock or the steep slope, both could claim one's life. As if that wasn't enough, the speed of the tractor had yet to decrease. Old Lu felt his liver tremble. Papa Song calmly said, "Old Lu, try it to endure it. Once we've turned the corner, stop the vehicle and change driver." Ouch, ouch, ouch. Fine. It's just a turn. Let alone one, I can make even two. Look how fierce I am. Old Lu roared. He once again endured the piercing pain and made the tractor turn, trying his best to enter the U-turn. He only needed to make this turn successfully. Afterward, they would be safe. He had to hold on, a small turn couldn't stop him. Ah, time is heartless and will make one turn old. It's impossible not to give in to old age, said the painful old waist. At this time, the three girls were trying their best to keep up with the tractor. Oh! The one in front is an S-shaped curve, and both curves are very tight. Let's quickly catch up. I really want to see how God is going to make this turn. I'm really looking forward to seeing him make 2 consecutive drifts. Little Miceway looked at the navigator and said excitedly. Little Miceway, don't accelerate too much. You don't have his godly skills. Slow down and let's make the turn slowly, the trendy Alice quickly said. Don't worry. I'll be careful, Little Miceway laughed. This S-shaped curve was formed by 2 tight U-turns linked together. It was a very difficult turn to make. Could old Lu's strained waist hold on? In tragedy movies, there was a technique frequently employed in setting up the background of movie characters to increase the sense of tragedy. For example, when a few characters in the movie experienced all kinds of hardships and overcame layers and layers of obstacles before finally escaping death and climbing out from places like underground areas, traps, site of catastrophe, etc. What welcomed them right after was an abrupt rain of bullets or a mysterious axe slashing toward them out of nowhere, a sharp sword, a meteorite falling from the sky, exterminating everything, and other various kinds of methods, giving the pitiful movie characters a one-way ticket straight to heaven. Thereafter, the audience would feel betrayed, and couldn't help but feel that these characters were very miserable. At this moment, old Lu really resembled one of those tragic characters. He clenched his teeth and gathered his willpower and his manly dignity, stubbornly drifting again, sending the hand-guided tractor into the U-turn. At that moment, old Lu's entire body was very exhausted, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, after that, what appeared before their eyes wasn't the wide and straight main road, but an even more dreadful and tighter U-turn. My poor waist! It's over! Old Lu shrieked in fear. This time, he no longer had the ability to make the tractor enter the second U-shaped curve in the opposite direction. Even if his waist had been in perfect condition, he still would not have been able to do it. Did he really think that a tractor was like a sports car? Even if a tractor could reach up to the speed of 150 km per hour, it would still be a mere tractor. Control, torque, braking, nimbleness, and other various kinds of performance aspects of a tractor could never be matched up to that of a sports car. Don't give up, old Lu. Papa Song called out. He wished to climb to the front and take old Lu's position, but in reality, even if he took over, it would be of no use. No matter how good his skills were, he wouldn't be able to change the fact that the tractor was already charging out of the mountain road. Although old Lu had entered the U-turn with much difficulty, it was all for naught. Behind them, the sports cars driven by the three ladies reduced their speed steadily and turned the corner, successfully passing the first winding road. Little Miceway looked at the tractor in the second winding road and said disappointingly, "Ah damn, what a pity. The tractor already passed the first winding road." "It doesn't matter, being able to capture him passing the second winding road is also pretty good," the trendy Alice said. Thereafter, the three sports cars decreased their speed once again in preparation for passing the second winding road. At the same time, they switched on the dash cam of their cars in order to capture the historical moment of the god clearing the S-shaped curve at the speed of over 100 km per hour on a tractor from three different angles. But at this time, the god's tractor before their eyes only moved slightly from side to side in the direction of the second winding road, and then, the tractor crashed into the guardrail without any hesitation. Bang! The guardrail, that was originally solid and hard, got easily broken upon impact with the tractor that was going at a speed of over 100 km per hour as though it was made from a weak plastic material. The tractor flew and charged towards the sloped terrace, and tumbled down. Upon seeing that scene, the three ladies subconsciously stepped on their brakes. The tires of the sports cars and the ground made a piercing burnout sound. The three sports cars steadily stopped at the roadside. Little Miceway was dumbfounded. The trendy Alice was also dumbfounded. Zhao Yaya was even more dumbfounded for a long time, and soon after, she hurriedly got out of her sports car and panically ran in the direction of the area where the tractor tumbled down. After all, Papa Song was on it. Little Miceway and Alice also ran over from their cars, following closely behind Zhao Yaya. The three ladies ran to the damaged guardrail and looked down. At this moment, the tractor was like a turtle that was flipped on its back, fallen onto the third layer of the terraced field-like slope. Its forewheel were still spinning, making rumbling noises. The three people within the tractor were underneath the vehicle. It was not known if they were alive or dead. "Uncle, uncle!" Zhao Yaya shouted, at the same time tensely grasping for her cell phone, preparing to call Mama Song. At this time, in the rear of the open-topped container came Papa Song's voice, cough, cough. "Old Lu, you bastard, I'm not done with you. Say something, are you still alive?" Thereafter, two figures could be seen getting up from underneath the overturned open-topped container of the tractor. One belonged to Papa Song, a bespectacled man with the manners and air of a scholar. The other one belonged to the tough and stocky Lu Tianyu. Apart from being dirty and messy, both of them looked like they had no injuries at all. Dad, are you all right? Lu Tianyu shouted loudly, almost tearing his windpipe. How can I be all right? Oh my goodness. Quick, get me out. My lower back is hurting so much. Old Lu's cry came from the front of the tractor. Papa Song and Lu Tianyu rushed over to the front seat area. The front of the tractor was sticking up in the air, there was a gap between it and the body of the tractor. Old Lu was right in the middle of the gap. Apart from the hurt waist from before, Old Lu was also fine and had no injuries. Next to Old Lu were items that were originally placed in the small compartment next to the driver's seat, but were now sprawled all over on the ground. Additionally, the tank of fuel within the open-topped container behind, together with Song Shuhang's suitcase, tumbled over to one side. And, cracks started forming on the huge meteorite that was crushed by the vehicle. Papa Song and Lu Tianyu combined their strength and dragged Old Lu out from underneath the tractor. Luckily, no one was injured. Thank God the three of us are fine. After Old Lu saw how everyone was safe, he smiled embarrassingly. Count yourself lucky that you're not dead, if not for you insisting on taking the tractor, none of this mess would have happened. Papa Song stared hard at Old Lu. As they were speaking, Papa Song tried recalling the vague memories of what had happened earlier, when the tractor charged out of the mountain road. He remembered indistinctly that when the tractor was charging out, the body of the tractor lit up, it was very bright. Thereafter, Papa Song felt himself falling onto the ground. But, he was surprised that there wasn't any feeling of any impact. They were clearly flung from the mountain road down to the third layer of the terraced field-like slope. Every level had a height of 5 meters, so that was 15 meters in total. Falling from such a height and being pinned down by a tractor, under normal circumstances, they would die 9 times out of 10. However, apart from getting themselves dirty and messy, the three of them were actually completely unscathed, without a single injury. Uncle, uncle. Are you all right? At this time, a melodic voice of a woman came from the mountain road. Papa Song lifted his head and saw Zhao Yaya, who was decked in white clothes, calling out at him. Zhao Yaya was really scared just now. If these terraces weren't this high, she would have jumped down to give the three of them a full-body checkup. After all, she studied medicine. Yaya, why are you here? Papa Song asked in reply. After that, his eyes shifted to the 3 sports cars stopped at the side of the road, and then he understood what was going on. Earlier, did the cars that Old Lu overtook on the tractor belong to Zhao Yaya and her friends? Hence, he smiled and waved at Zhao Yaya and said, "We are completely fine, without a single problem. You don't have to worry, Yaya." Zhao Yaya asked, "Uncle, do you need me to give Aunt a call?" "Don't panic, don't panic. First, give Shuhang a call and get him to bring a long rope or something and help us out of here," Papa Song shouted in reply. Thereafter, Papa Song looked at the overturned tractor that was akin to a turtle that flipped onto its back, and estimated that only a large crane would be capable of hoisting the tractor up. Speaking of which, this tractor must have undergone modifications. Where did Shuhang get it from? If he borrowed it from someone, what will happen if it's damaged beyond repair? Where is he gonna get another tractor that can go up to 150 kilometers per hour to compensate them? Papa Song was vexed. Shuhang has returned home? Zhao Yaya opened her contacts list and dialed Song Shuhang's number. Very soon, the call connected. Elder sister Yaya, what's up? Song Shuhang's voice came from the other end of the line. Shuhang, quickly prepare a very long rope, at least about 30 meters long, and bring it over to the mountain road on Mountain Yoding. Keep following the mountain road and you'll see me. It's urgent, replied Zhao Yaya. Mountain Yoding's road? Elder sister Yaya, you're there too? Song Shuhang was baffled and asked, what happened? Why do you need such a long rope? Uncle Lu drove out of the mountain road with Uncle on the tractor, and they fell off the mountain road onto the terraces next to it. The terraces are pretty tall and so they can't climb up, answered Zhao Yaya. They overturned the tractor? Are they okay? Song Shuhang panicked. They seem alright, but I haven't examined them yet. We'll know after we get them out, said Zhao Yaya. I will be there immediately, Song Shuhang answered and hung up immediately after. Everything I feared happened. Song Shuhang sighed and soon after, his body once again burst forward. Out of worry for his father's safety, subconsciously, the speed of his virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk stepped up a notch. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the site of the accident. When he looked from afar, he saw 3 sports cars, red, blue, and white, stopped at the roadside. Zhao Yaya was leaning onto the barrier, looking down at the 3 men trying to arrange the articles in the vehicle. 2 other women hid in the car, enjoying the AC. Song Shuhang reduced his speed and ran towards Zhao Yaya at the speed at which normal people run 100 m at. He waved at her from afar and shouted, "Elder sister Yaya, where is Dad and the rest?" "Shuhang, you're finally here." Zhao Yaya pointed in the direction of the damaged barrier and said, "Uncle and the rest are below." "Shuhang, what about the rope? Why did you come empty-handed?" "When you called, I was already nearby, so I ran over. My dad and Uncle Lu had a couple of drinks today before driving the tractor out, so I was worried and continued following them behind." Song Shuhang forced a laugh. In front of Zhao Yaya, it was hard for him to lie. He merely covered up the fact that he used virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk to rush over. "We don't have any other options but to call road assistance to help save them and retrieve the tractor while they're at it," said Zhao Yaya. Song Shuhang hurriedly replied, "You don't have to, elder sister Yaya. I can get someone to help retrieve the tractor. I have a friend that specializes in dealing with such problems. As for Dad and the rest, I will get them up first." Of course, the person Song Shuhang was referring to was Heaven-Shrouding Hook Zhou Li, a subordinate of True Monarch Yellow Mountain that specialized in handling these kinds of problems. Zhou Li was coming to Wenzhou City to deal with Doudou's car accident from yesterday. And since he was at it, Shuhang would ask him to deal with this tractor too. Next, Shuhang arrived at the place where the tractor had crashed into the guard-rail. On the steep slope, Papa Song, Uncle Lu, and Lu Tianyu had moved Song Shuhang's suitcase and the tank of fuel to a side. The 3 of them were sitting in a row. It was unknown what they were chatting about. The tractor behind their bodies sustained no damage. The reason for this was the strengthening formation added by Venerable White. "How are you planning to get down without a rope?" Zhao Yaya looked at the 5-meter-deep steep slope. Jumping down from such a height was difficult. But, even if he were to get down, how was he planning to bring the people below up? At this time, the people below also noticed Shuhang. Papa Song shouted, "Shuhang, you've come so quickly. Come, throw down the rope." "I don't have any rope with me. When elder sister Yaya called me, I was already on my way." Song Shuhang replied. Papa Song was speechless. "Then, why did you come here? To helplessly stare at your father sitting on a mountain slope after overturning the tractor? It's all right. I'll come down and bring you up," Song Shuhang said with a faint smile. Then, he gazed at the terrace field-like mountain slope. "Don't do anything stupid," Papa Song shouted. But, his voice had yet to fade when Shuhang jumped down. When Song Shuhang jumped down, he stretched his foot midair and used the protrusions of the mountain slope wall to slow down his speed. Then, he nimbly arrived at the first layer of the terrace field. Papa Song face-bombed. It was a 5-meter-deep terrace field-like mountain slope. What was he planning to do after coming down here? Did he want to carry them up on his back one by one? Was his dear son becoming more and more stupid after studying? His liver was really in pain right now. At this time, little Maisue's voice echoed in Zhao Yaya's headset. "Yaya, did your cousin jump down?" Yeah. Zhao Yaya replied. When she looked down, Song Shuhang jumped down once more and nimbly arrived at the second layer of the terrace field. Was Shuhang always so agile? Zhao Yaya was confused. The sound of a car door being opened came from behind. Little Maiswei and Alice came out of their cars and arrived next to Zhao Yaya. Yaya, your cousin is quite handsome, Alice leaned against the guardrail and said. She looked at the nimble Song Shuhang and smiled. Zhao Yaya smiled, do you find him pleasing to the eye? As long as something is handsome, it's bound to be pleasing to the eye. I'm one of those people that only care about looks. Alice narrowed her eyes. Then, she also added, unfortunately, he's too young. I don't date younger people. I also find him pleasing to the eye. Little Maiswei shouted, but unfortunately, he is a man. If it were a girl, I would have dated her. You two are hopeless. Zhao Yaya gave them a supercilious look. He. Little Maiswei strangely laughed. While Zhao Yaya and the others were chatting, Song Shuhang had already arrived at the place where the tractor had crashed. Papa Song and the others were looking at him and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Song Shuhang looked at them and said with a smile, come. Once you're ready, I'll bring you up. You want to bring us up? Lu Tianyu said somewhat confused. Brother Tianyu, come. I'll bring you up first. Don't struggle, please, Song Shuhang said. Fine. Lu Tianyu replied. Next, Shuhang stretched his hand and grabbed Lu Tianyu. The latter didn't even have time to react as he was lifted and put on Shuhang's shoulder. What do you want to do? Lu Tianyu felt awkward, he had a bear-like build, and yet, Shuhang had casually lifted him and put him on his shoulders. How can Shuhang be so strong? Is he an ant-man? Moreover, what is he planning to do? Carry me on his shoulder till the mountain road? Sheet, he really wants to do that. In the next instant, he saw Shuhang lightly jump while carrying him on his shoulders. Yeah, lightly jump. Have you ever seen someone lightly jump while carrying a 190 cm tall bear-like man on their shoulders? It's not like everyone was like Shaquille O'Neal who could dunk even with several people grabbing on his body. However, Song Shuhang carried him on his shoulders and started to quickly climb the terraced field-like mountain slope. Lu Tianyu only felt that he was going higher and higher. After a short amount of time, he was already on the mountain road. Song Shuhang let him go and put him on the ground. They arrived? Lu Tianyu was at a loss and could only stutter. He wasn't even able to form a coherent sentence. He wasn't the only one surprised. Zhao Yaya and her two friends had also their mouths wide open. From their viewpoint, they could see things even more clearly. Song Shuhang carried Lu Tianyu on his shoulders, and then whiz, they were already on the mountain road. It was just like those martial arts movies where powerful masters would run on walls while carrying someone on their back. Shuhang, are you part of the cliff climbing club or something? Lu Tianyu said, stupefied. The cliff climbing club? Nope. Just wait a moment, I'm going down and pick up Uncle Lu and my father too. Song Shuhang laughed. Afterward, he jumped down once again. The trendy Alice blinked a few times and said to Zhao Yaya, Yaya, give me your cousin's phone number. Zhao Yaya. When Shuhang jumped down, old Lu and Papa Song were squatting near the tractor's driver's seat, trying to gather some documents. After seeing that Shuhang could really carry Lu Tianyu till the mountain road, Papa Song and old Lu relaxed. Therefore, they started to carefully look around the tractor as not to miss anything important. It was then that they saw this pile of documents. Old Lu, who had his waist sprained, was standing on a side. Papa Song was squatting down and picking up all the documents, giving them to old Lu. These are certificates of roadworthiness, but how come there are so many? Old Lu shot a look at the pile of documents. That was bad news. There was a lot of vehicles listed on these certificates. Sports cars such as Ferrari, Maserati, and Porsche. There were also BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and even Volkswagen and Buick. Oh, of course, there was the certificate of the tractor too. These were the certificates of more than 30 vehicles. But that wasn't the problem was that the owner of these cars was a certain Song Shuhang. Old Song, are you planning to open a car-related business? Old Lu asked curiously. Papa Song shook his head. Then, what's this stuff? Old Lu carefully looked at these certificates of roadworthiness. They seemed real. Even the license plates of the vehicles were listed. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, revealing a worried look. Are these documents forged? Papa Song asked in a low voice. It couldn't be helped. There was no way for Papa Song to believe that all these documents were real. There were more than 30 cars listed. And some of them were luxury cars worth tens of millions of RMB. Even if Song Shuhang was super lucky and were to win a lottery of 100 million RMB, he still wouldn't be able to buy all these cars. And if someone were to say that maybe Song Shuhang opened a business and bought those cars, Papa Song would surely slap them in the face. What business was that? Banknote printing machine business? Yeah, that might be the case, Old Lu replied. However, he didn't dare say that for sure, because a tractor that could reach up to 150 kilometers per hour was lying upside down next to him. Maybe Old Song's son really had some tricks up his sleeve. Father, Uncle Lu, what are you doing? Get ready, I'll bring you up. At this time, Song Shuhang arrived at their position. Then, he saw the documents that Papa Song and Uncle Lu were holding. That's bad. I actually forgot to take care of those certificates. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. How should he explain things to Papa Song now? Explanation 1, Pa, these cars belong to my friend. However, he didn't have his identification card with him at the time. Therefore, he decided to put them under my name. This story was almost the truth, but if you were in Papa Song's shoes, would you believe it? Explanation 2, Pa, your son suddenly struck it rich. Therefore, I decided to buy a luxury car. But since one didn't seem enough, I decided to buy an entire batch. This way, I can drive a different one every day. This was a lie, but Papa Song wouldn't believe this story either. And even if he were to believe it, he would give Shuhang a good beating. You struck it rich and spent all the money on cars? Have you gone crazy? Just as Song Shuhang was in a dilemma, Papa Song opened his mouth and said earnestly, Shuhang, listen to me. It's illegal to go around with forged documents. You might even end up in jail. Song Shuhang. Forged documents. This is actually a pretty good excuse. His eyes suddenly lit up as he laughed. Ahaha. Father, these aren't forged documents. These are stage props. The stage props for a movie. Since the courses weren't too difficult this semester, I decided to join a movie-related club. During this summer vacation, we were planning to write a story and shoot a small movie like those comedies you see on the net. I have to play the role of a nouveau riche. Therefore, the members of the club gave me these documents. These are stage props? I see. Papa Song and Old Lu were suddenly enlightened. Although it seemed a bit forced, it made a lot of sense. Ahaha. Shuhang, once you're done shooting the movie, you must let me watch it first. Papa Song happily patted Shuhang's shoulders. Sure, sure. Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. However, even if you're using stage props, you shouldn't use ones that look so real. It's easy to get misunderstood, ending up in trouble. Papa Song added. I understand. I'll talk about it to the other members. Song Shuhang tried to maintain his smiling face. Papa Song nodded, satisfied. Then, as though he had remembered something, his eyes suddenly lit up. Right. Shuhang, will you be able to shoot the movie before the end of the year? If you can, it would be very interesting to play it when all our relatives are gathered for the festivities of the new year. Papa Song's inborn disease to show off had started to manifest. Song Shuhang opened his mouth wide. If I can, shoot it before the end of the year? *CK, I was just lying. I'm not even part of a movie-related club, how can I even shoot a movie to begin with? Seeing Shuhang's surprised face, Papa Song asked, somewhat confused, you won't be able to shoot it before the year's end? Then, how much do you need? And what kind of movie is it? Is it similar to those funny clips you find on the net? Cough, no. Song Shuhang patted his chest and said, don't worry. It'll be out before the year's end. No matter what, he now had to produce a small movie before the year's end. As if that wasn't enough, he had to play the role of a nouveau riche, the type that rewards his subordinates with hundreds of thousands of RMB and goes around with several hundreds of different kinds of luxury cars. If you weren't good at telling lies, you had to pay the price for it. Later, he would have to go to the 9 provinces #1 group and see if there was any senior with a business related to movies and television. According to Song Shuhang's understanding, the seniors had stretched their tentacles to every corner of the world. Some of them had even invested money in Mars exploration. Therefore, there might be a senior that had opened a movie company. If so, he could shamelessly ask this senior to help him shoot a small movie. At the time, he would be able to play the role of a flashy nouveau riche for free and wouldn't have to pay anything out of his pocket. On the mountain road, Zhao Yaya was leaning against the guard rail. Maybe it was thanks to the direction of the wind, but she could clearly hear Song Shuhang, Papa Song, and Uncle Lu's conversation. He's lying. Zhao Yaya said in a soft voice. Even if they were pretty far away, she could see that Shuhang was lying based on his body language. What he said about the driving license and the movie were both lies. Song Shuhang made 2 trips and brought Papa Song and Uncle Lu back on the mountain road. Afterward, he also brought his suitcase up. Zhao Yaya gave Papa Song, Old Lu, and Lu Tianyu a quick check. Aside from Uncle Lu's sprained waist, they had sustained no other injuries. Afterward, she said to Papa Song, Uncle, my friends and I will deliver you back home. However, we'll need to make more than one trip. The 3 girls were driving sports cars that had only 2 seats. Therefore, they could only bring one person with them. Elder sister Yaya, you can deliver them back first and pick me up later, Song Shuhang said with a smile. I need to call a friend and ask him to help me bring the tractor up. Fine. Wait here, I'll be back very quickly. Zhao Yaya nodded. Papa Song and the others boarded the sports cars and went back. Song Shuhang's big suitcase was also sent back home with them. Once they were far away, Song Shuhang heaved a huge sigh of relief. Then, he jumped down once again and arrived next to the tractor. The tractor still had Venerable White's formations glued to it. Aside from the one that strengthened the vehicle, it was better to remove all the others. Moreover, there was still that meteorite lying in the open container of the tractor. Since he was alone, Song Shuhang used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk and quickly arrived near the tractor. First, let's turn the tractor over. Song Shuhang muttered. Then, he stretched his hands and grabbed the body of the tractor. Ah! As he shouted, the power of qi and blood in his heart and eye apertures exploded. The supplementary technique immovable body of the Buddha activated on its own, covering his body with a pale golden light. In the next instant, Song Shuhang put all his strength in his arms, lifting the tractor up. The tractor, which was originally turned over like a tortoise, was lifted up. Venerable White's weight-reducing formation also played a crucial role here. Soon after, he secretly operated the basic Buddhist fist technique and made an effort to turn the tractor over. The heavy tractor was finally flipped over, hitting the ground with a loud bang. Except for some fuel leaking out, the tractor suffered no damage. On the other hand, the meteorite had a lot of small cracks on its surface. It was unknown if it was because it fell from a high place or because the heavy tractor pressed on it. Shuhang curiously squatted down on a side and said, "Strange, was this meteorite so frail?" Because, the first time he saw this meteorite, it had just pounded penniless thief Sek's cloudy mist, making him fall from the sky. Afterward, it had crashed to the ground and created a big hole. If this meteorite were really that frail, wouldn't it have broken into many tiny pieces when it fell to the ground along with Taoist priest cloudy mist? In addition, the first time he picked this meteorite up, Shuhang felt Venerable White's aura coming from it. What was the truth behind this meteorite? Shuhang started to examine the meteorite carefully. After a careful look, the top and bottom of this meteorite seem a little too smooth, just like sword cuts, Shuhang muttered. He could faintly feel Taoist priest cloudy mist's aura coming from the bottom. When Taoist priest cloudy mist met this meteorite, he should have tried to chop it down with his sword, leaving behind that cut. On the other hand, he could faintly feel Venerable White's aura coming from the top. But why would this meteorite have Senior White's aura on it? Shuhang thought to himself, is this the doing of those disposable flying swords that Senior White sent into space? Lately, Senior White had sent a lot of disposable flying swords into space. If one of those disposable flying swords hit the meteorite, it was possible that it would leave such a cut behind. Shuhang pressed his finger on the cracks of the meteorite. Afterward, he used his mental energy to examine the auras within. So that's how it was. Shuhang understood everything. After examining the cracks on the meteorite, he discovered that these were the aftermath of the clash between Senior White and Taoist priest Cloudy Mist's sword chi. The two sword chi fiercely fought inside the meteorite, destroying a large part of its internal structure. That was the reason for the lightness of the meteorite when Shuhang lifted it. This meteorite was what you would call a rotten interior beneath a fine exterior. In other words, it was nothing but an empty shell. After the tractor turned over, the cracks on the inside spread till the surface. I wonder how the meteorite looks on the inside after the clash of those two kinds of sword chi, Shuhang suddenly thought, becoming curious. This meteorite is already full of cracks. Should I just break it and take a look? Let's do it then. The chi and blood in his heart and eye apertures exploded, concentrating in his fist. Basic fist number 1. After a loud shout, he ruthlessly smashed his right fist against the meteorite. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks spread on the surface of the meteorite like a spiderweb, and more of its surface was crumbling. Just when he was about to see the interiors of the meteorite, a bad feeling welled up in Shuhang's heart. He put a hand in his pocket and squeezed between his fingers the last armor talisman in his possession. This was to prepare against all eventualities. Boom! When it had crumbled till reaching a third of its original size, the meteorite suddenly exploded. F***ck, why did it explode? Why the hell would it explode? So unlucky. Shuhang sighed with emotion and quickly activated the armor talisman in his hand. He felt very sad at this moment. This was the last armor talisman in his possession. After it was used up, he would have to wait a long time before getting his hands on other life-saving treasures. After it was activated, the energy inside the talisman changed into an omnidirectional barrier with no blind spots, covering Shuhang's body. Boom! The core of the meteorite exploded, releasing high-temperature flames that engulfed Shuhang. At the same time, the meteorite broke into many small fragments that dashed toward Shuhang like bullets. Ding, ding, ding. The defensive barrier of the armor talisman shook again and again, and many ripples started to appear on its surface. Shuhang's complexion changed. He put all his strength in his feet and quickly fled from the sight. the defensive barrier of the armor talisman could block an all-out attack from a cultivator of the third stage, and now, it had trouble warding this attack off. In other words, these fragments of the meteorite propelled by the explosion had an attack power that approached the third stage. Shuhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Luckily, the meteorite had exploded on this inhabited mountain slope. If it had exploded in his house, Papa Song would have cried to sleep and would have to buy a new house. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Flames were still coming out of the meteorite. Moreover, many of the fragments rushed toward the nearby tractor. After all that tossing about, the strengthening formation applied by Venerable White upon the tractor had almost exhausted its spiritual energy. Therefore, the tractor was turned into a beehive by the fragments of the meteorite. As if that wasn't enough, the high-temperature flames covering these pieces lit the fuel inside the tractor. Boom! This flashy tractor that could run up to 150 km per hour and had experienced things that other tractors wouldn't experience in their entire lifetime finally exploded. However, it had lived its short life to the fullest and had no regrets. But, even in its last moments, it gave its all and used the last bit of its strength to release fire and fury upon the world. A chain of explosions followed. Does it really have to be so flashy? Shuhang bitterly smiled. Afterward, he operated the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk at full power and quickly fled from the dual explosion of the tractor and the meteorite while his armor talisman was still working. After a long time, the explosions died out. Shuhang examined the armor talisman. Only a small part of its power was left. That was rather fearful. If I didn't have this armor talisman, even if I weren't dead, would have been severely injured. Shuhang thought to himself. After making sure that the explosions had completely ceased, he lightly jumped and returned to the scene. A deep hole was left in the original position of the meteorite. The tractor was already changed beyond recognition, and only a blackened mass of steel and iron was left. Those A4 paper sheets that Venerable White had engraved formations upon had all exhausted their spiritual energy, turning into regular paper. Afterward, they were burned by the flames. It seems I won't need to trouble senior brother Zhou this time. After the explosion, the tractor was thoroughly ruined. They only needed to spend some money and ask someone to come here and deal with the scrap. Shuhang went toward the hole left behind by the meteorite. Why did this meteorite suddenly explode? Even if the remnants of Venerable White's sword chi clashed against Taoist priest Cloudy Mist's sword chi, it shouldn't be enough to turn the meteorite into a bomb, right? Unless there was also something else inside the meteorite that got activated by the sword chi, causing the explosion just now? Shuhang carefully looked in the hole, and as expected, he saw something. It was a fist-sized black stone, sparkling like a diamond. Unexpectedly, it wasn't sent flying by that fearful explosion from before, it was still in the exact center of the hole. Just as I expected, there was something here. Shuhang lightly jumped, entering the hole. Afterward, he cautiously stretched his fingers and touched the stone. An ice-cold feeling transmitted from his fingers. That powerful explosion from before hadn't increased the temperature of the stone at all. If I'm not mistaken, the meteorite was still burning when it hit Taoist priest Cloudy Mist, but when I went there and tried to move it, the flame had already died out. Moreover, it had become ice-cold, and the reason behind this change should be this stone, Shuhang muttered. He was sure that this thing was a precious treasure. Perhaps it was exactly that weird enlightenment stone mentioned by Venerable White. At this time, around 1,000 meters away from where the explosion took place, a fine and slender figure stopped walking and looked toward the site of the explosion. This figure had long green hair and 2 lovable ponytails. She was wearing a green cheongsam that served as a contrast for her fine and slender body. Her name was Lady Onion, and she was an onion spirit that had cultivated for 300 years. She had cultivated for a whole 300 years. That was quite fearful, wasn't it? But whenever someone mentioned those 300 years, Lady Onion felt like crying. 300 years ago, she was just a little wild onion that was lucky enough to take root upon a natural spiritual spring. Time passed, and one day, she suddenly turned into an onion spirit. To tell the truth, she too had no idea why she had turned into an onion spirit. Anyway, since she had become an onion spirit, then so be it. She would happily live as one from then on. And just in this fashion, she lived alone for a dozen or so years on a remote mountain, her lifestyle very carefree. Until, an organization of monsters called All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family looked for her and gave her the name Lady Onion. Then, the monster organization taught Lady Onion the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive. These 200 skills were of many different types and left one stupefied. Amongst them were the divine stealing technique, how to smoothly form a team and rob a human cultivator, 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to beat, and ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster. There were also the, how a female monster should become the male master's mistress, 13 moves to fight the male master's harem, how a male monster should win his female master's heart, 72 ways to successfully usurp the position of the female master's husband, and so on. When recalling these 200 must-have skills, Lady Onion felt like crying. At the time, she was fooled and even thought that these were peerless skills and ended up earnestly studying them. One day, Lady Onion felt that she was finally ready and descended from the mountain, starting to search for a human cultivator to try these skills out on. 300 years ago, China's world of cultivators was in a strange state. Most of the human cultivators were in hiding and it was difficult to find them in the mortal world. It seemed that the world of human cultivators underwent a big change back then. But, Lady Onion didn't give up, she kept looking. At last, her perseverance was rewarded. One day, she found a Buddhist human cultivator. It was a very handsome Buddhist monk, and their Dharma name was 9 Lanterns. They had thick eyebrows and big eyes, their forehead was shining, and they had a thin and slender stature, as well as huge chest muscles. Since it took her a long time to find this human cultivator, Lady Onion was very happy. Therefore, she started to use all the techniques she had learned against the Buddhist monk 9 Lanterns. Now, let's briefly describe what happened. Lady Onion made the first move and used the divine stealing technique. This move was a success, and she stole the Buddhist roaring lion's technique from 9 Lanterns. After suffering this move, 9 Lanterns counterattacked, displaying all sorts of profound Buddhist techniques. Lady Onion had never heard of these techniques, but their power was incredible. Lady Onion got a huge scare. Therefore, she used the how to smoothly form a team and rob a human cultivator technique. However, the skill failed because she didn't have a teammate. Lady Onion was terrified and immediately used another technique, the 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to beat technique. And this skill was 50% effective. Why not 100%? Because 9 Lanterns indeed accepted her surrender. However, they decided to bring her back to a Buddhist temple and lock her up for 500 years. 500 years. She was only a small onion spirit, and after being closed up for 500 years, wouldn't she turn into a withered onion? At the time, how could she happily have fun? She didn't want that. Therefore, Lady Onion rebelled and displayed another skill, the ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster. And this skill was an unprecedented success. But just how successful it was, even now, Lady Onion wasn't sure as to which words to use to describe the effects of this skill. In short, you can sum it like this: afterward, 9 Lanterns and Lady Onion partook in some tribadism, soon after the skill was displayed. Lady Onion was sitting on the ground with a dumbfounded look on her face. She felt that there was something wrong with the skill she had used, its effects were different from what her master had told her. "Follow me to the temple," 9 Lanterns said only a single sentence. Just in this fashion, the innocent Lady Onion was brought to the temple by the Buddhist monk 9 Lanterns and locked into the independent space of a pagoda. From that moment, she never saw 9 Lanterns again. In the years she was closed up in the pagoda, aside from the lack of freedom, she didn't suffer any other harm. Usually, a few young Buddhist monks would come over and give her things to drink and eat, and they would also frequently read her Buddhist scriptures. Moreover, an old monk would also come over and teach her about Buddhist techniques, general knowledge, and important matters regarding the world of cultivators. After gaining this knowledge, Lady Onion discovered that she had been scammed while she learned those 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive. Lady Onion began to cultivate those Buddhist techniques earnestly. Her dream was to master the ultimate technique one day. And then, she would look again for 9 Lanterns and defeat her in the art of tribadism. It was regrettable that Lady Onion seemed to have no talent whatsoever for Buddhist techniques, and her practicing speed was just awful. In almost 300 years, she wasn't even able to break through the first stage. She was only able to open her heart, eye, and nose apertures. On an average, it took her 100 years for one aperture. Lady Onion almost went insane when she was closing up. But, 1 year ago, the old monk finally released her from the pagoda. Afterward, she started to wander throughout all China, trying to look for a way to increase her strength. She had a very big goal: she wanted to master the ultimate technique. There is the aura of a treasure coming from where the explosion took place. Lady Onion muttered. In the capacity of a 300 years old onion spirit, she had the innate ability to detect natural resources. Her senses were even keener than humans. Then, she rushed toward the place of the explosion. Although her cultivation wasn't high, she was after all a 300 years old nimble onion spirit. Her speed wasn't slow. Very soon, she arrived near the place of the explosion. At that point, she saw a very young human cultivator holding a blackish stone in his hand. The young man had a pale defensive barrier protecting his body. A human cultivator? Lady Onion immediately stopped and cautiously hid. After that incident with 9 Lanterns, she was terrified of human cultivators. As soon as Shuhang grabbed the black stone, he felt something change in his body. In the instant his fingers came in contact with the black stone, he felt a burst of strange energy pouring into his body from the stone. It wasn't qi and blood energy, true qi, or spiritual energy. It was something that didn't belong to the world of cultivators. However, this power could still affect cultivators. During this month, Shuhang had freeloaded a lot of Venerable White's luck and had many fortuitous encounters. His third aperture, the nose aperture, was almost full of qi and blood and only needed the right opportunity to be opened. When this strange energy poured inside his body, it directly started to influence his apertures. Soon after, the bottleneck of his nose aperture started to loosen up. You could regard the bottleneck of the nose aperture as a thick iron gate. A cultivator needed to continuously accumulate qi and blood in the aperture, and once it was full, they could rely on the qi and blood energy to smash the gate open. But, under the effects of the strange energy of this black stone, the thick iron gate started to weaken. From an iron gate, it first changed into a wooden one, then, it became a paper gate. And a paper gate only needed a light push to be broken through. It was a very rare opportunity that shouldn't be wasted. Shuhang ate one of the qi and blood pills he had brought along with him. Afterward, he started to run about in the terraced field-like mountain slope. He used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, basic Buddhist fist technique, and the supplementary technique immovable body of the Buddha to adjust the quantity of qi and blood inside his body. Then, he poured all the extra qi and blood into his third aperture, the nose aperture. The ghost spirit inside the heart aperture also reacted and decided to help Shuhang on its own initiative, sending a stream of pure qi and blood inside his nose aperture. This increased his overall energy of 10%. After 3 rounds of the basic Buddhist fist technique, the quantity qi and blood in the nose aperture had reached the maximum level and was about to overflow. And, just in this fashion, the fearsome bottleneck was breached as though it was nothing. The third aperture, the nose aperture, was open. Song Shuhang inhaled some fresh air. When cultivators opened their first aperture, the heart aperture, they would complete their foundation and start walking on the path of a cultivator. When they opened their second aperture, the eye aperture, their eyesight would be strengthened. And when they opened the nose aperture, their sense of smell would be enhanced. However, after having your eyesight strengthened, you had many advantages. But after having your sense of smell enhanced, you had many things to worry about. Before reaching the third stage realm, cultivators were unable to control their sense of smell freely. This time, if a stinking pill were to fall next to Song Shuhang, that foul smell would be enhanced by 100,000, or even tens of thousands of times. It would suffice to make Song Shuhang directly faint. Of course, it also had many advantages. Aside from enhancing your sense of smell, once you had opened your nose aperture, after every breath, you would inhale the wandering spiritual qi in the surrounding area into your body. Part of it would be stored inside your nose aperture, another part would integrate with your body, strengthening it. In other words, after opening the nose aperture, taking a breath was the same as cultivating. It was truly a wonderful feeling. The only problem was that Song Shuhang didn't unlock the innate skill of the nose aperture. But, there was no rush. After all, he could unlock one while opening his mouth and ear apertures. After opening his eyes, Song Shuhang greedily breathed, wanting to inhale as much spiritual qi as possible inside his body. In the next instant. Ugh, this smell. Song Shuhang threw up. While inhaling the spiritual qi, he also inhaled the burnt smell coming from the remains of the tractor. At this time, he felt as though his face was glued to the place where this burnt smell was coming from. Opening the nose aperture had many advantages, and many disadvantages. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. Afterward, he weighed the black stone in his hand. At this time, he was almost certain that this was the same enlightenment stone that Senior White and True Monarch Yellow Mountain were talking about. Just by standing next to the stone, he could feel the bottlenecks of his apertures weakening. Moreover, when he gazed at the stone, Song Shuhang felt an endless stream of disordered information enter his brain. He was unable to describe this information with words, but it was as though he had been suddenly enlightened. After this enlightenment, he discovered that his comprehension in regards to the basic Buddhist fist technique, true self-meditation scripture, virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, and immovable body of the Buddha had become much deeper. He believed that if he were to use these techniques again, there would be even more changes. The key to wealth lies in taking risks, right? Song Shuhang muttered as he looked at the area where the terrifying explosion had taken place. The calamity of the meteorite falling from the sky was directed against Taoist priest Cloudy Mist. And, this sudden explosion should have been his calamity, right? And the reward should precisely be this enlightenment stone. Did he break through? He broke through just by holding that stone. The eyes of the onion spirit lit up. If she were to get a hold of that stone, she too would be able to quickly increase her strength. She had to obtain that stone at all costs. At this time, she was making various calculations in her mind. It seems that human cultivator just opened his nose aperture. On the other hand, I opened my nose aperture decades ago. Moreover, I cultivated for 300 years. I should be able to win. After thinking a bit, the onion spirit concluded that it would be no problem to take care of this small human cultivator. And right at this moment, Song Shuhang's armor talisman exhausted its energy, and the protective barrier vanished. This was the perfect opportunity. The onion spirit slowly approached Song Shuhang. After decreasing the distance between them, she suddenly got up and pointed her 10 fingers at Song Shuhang, releasing the Heavenly Dragon Temple's basic finger technique. Her fingers were like swords and would create several holes in Song Shuhang's back. After taking this attack, Song Shuhang wouldn't be able to move anymore. At that point, she would be able to easily snatch the black stone. "You've finally come." But things didn't go according to the script. Song Shuhang loudly shouted and turned his head as he mercilessly released his cannon-like basic fist number 1 toward the incoming person. To tell the truth, Song Shuhang had long ago realized that someone was sneaking up on him. After opening the nose aperture, his sense of smell was keener. Also, the figure that was approaching, although very cautious, didn't know how to restrain its aura. Therefore, Song Shuhang could smell the smell of onion emanating from its body from very far away. The onion spirit hadn't expected that Song Shuhang would react this quickly, and, to be honest, she didn't have any fighting-related experience. When she descended from the mountain 300 years ago, she immediately met 9 lanterns. Afterward, she was imprisoned and released only 1 year ago. She was a complete rookie when it came to fights, and she had even less experience than Shuhang. After seeing Song Shuhang's explosive fist, she clenched her teeth and used the Heavenly Dragon Temple's basic finger technique to ward it off. The strong points of a finger technique were its speed, flexibility, and ability to pierce through mere touch. The strong point of a fist technique were its fierceness and raging power. Therefore, the onion spirit was at a significant disadvantage here. The finger and the fist clashed. Song Shuhang felt the power of this heart, eye, and nose apertures combine and explode toward the outside. As a result, the onion spirit was sent flying, and fell to the ground. Song Shuhang gazed at the onion spirit and blurted out, "Quite weak. Quite weak, quite weak, quite weak." These words echoed inside the onion spirit's mind. At this time, she was furious. "Little cultivator, you're courting death." A glint of cold light flashed through the eyes of the onion spirit. A terrifying strength gushed out of her body. That strength even influenced the surrounding area, and a cold wind started to blow against Song Shuhang's face. Song Shuhang shivered. He had felt a similar strength coming from Doudou once. It was monster energy. "Little cultivator, are you afraid?" The onion spirit coldly snorted. "I'm a powerful monster that has cultivated for 300 years. You're simply courting death if you dare to oppose me." A powerful monster that has cultivated for 300 years? To be honest, Song Shuhang was really scared. The monster energy emanating from the opponent's body wasn't false, and such a huge quantity was indeed scary. "If you don't want to die, hand over that stone. Today, I'm in a good mood. If you surrender, I'll spare your small life," the onion spirit said as she clenched her teeth. Song Shuhang didn't reply and took a deep breath. At one time, he had wondered if there was something wrong with his head. When Altar Master's underlings tried to kill him, although he was very scared, he was also very excited. And now, that disease had struck once again. "If you want to take this rock away, you'll have to fight for it." Song Shuhang stretched his hand and quickly drew the character on his palm with the chi and blood energy. Then, he shouted, "Lightning palm." Crack, crack, crack. Lighting exploded from the center of his palm. When the onion spirit saw Song Shuhang using the lightning palm, she was scared to death. Sheet. Since when could first-stage cultivators use something like the lightning palm? This time, she had been very careless. From start to end, she was only bluffing. Although she had accumulated a lot of monster energy in these 300 years, she had only practiced Buddhist techniques in the end. Therefore, she could only use it to intimidate her foes. It didn't have any other use. Ah, yes. She did cultivate a long time with that monster organization, right? At the time, she learned a small technique to accumulate monster energy, and those useless 200 must have skills for a monster spirit to survive. But aside from this, they didn't even teach her the foundations of monster techniques. After several hundred years, I was unexpectedly forced to use this move once again, the onion spirit said coldly, gazing at Song Shuhang's lightning palm. In the next instant, she made up her mind and decided to use the 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to beat. After finishing her sentence, Lady Onion jumped high in the sky and fiercely knelt on the ground, almost hugging the ground. Immortal, please forgive this small monster. Just now, this small monster was only joking. The small monster surrenders. Song Shuhang had lightning crackling on his hand as he gazed at the onion spirit kneeling on the ground, his expression stiff. Are you surrendering? I'm telling the truth, I'm surrendering, the onion spirit replied. Song Shuhang recovered from his stiffness and recalled scenes from movies. For example, after being defeated by the main character, the villain would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. But in truth, he was preparing a big move. The soft-hearted main character would think of accepting the villain's surrender, but just at that time, the villain would evilly smile and launch his big move. After carefully thinking about it, Song Shuhang decided to reduce the female monster into a half-dead status with his lightning palm before proceeding any further. After all, she had cultivated for 300 years and couldn't be taken lightly. Underestimating the enemy was akin to committing suicide. He wouldn't dare to forget the words of his seniors. Therefore, Song Shuhang didn't stop and kept aiming at the female monster with the lightning palm. Although she was kneeling on the ground, Lady Onion had been secretly looking at Shuhang all along. When she saw that this small human cultivator had a resolute look in eyes and kept aiming at her with the lightning palm, her expression became gloomy. He didn't accept my surrender, so cruel. What a villain. Lady Onion clenched her teeth and magically changed into her original form, a green onion. And then, she slipped into the earth with a whiz and disappeared without a trace. It wasn't a monster technique, but the unique innate skill of an onion spirit. After all, she was a monster born in the earth. At critical times, she could change into her original form and quickly slip into the ground. This skill was similar to the earth escape technique, but the distance it could cover was very short. While she was in her original form, aside from this innate skill, she had other strong methods to preserve her life. As long as her root was intact, she wouldn't die. Even if the part of the onion that had sprouted was cut off, as long as she could absorb nutrients from the soil, she could regrow it. Boom! Song Shuhang's lightning palm hit the ground, leaving behind a big hole. After the dust settled, he didn't see any traces of the onion spirit. As expected, he couldn't take it lightly. Song Shuhang's look became serious as he started to look around for the onion spirit. After a short while, he found her. She was hiding in a thick patch of grass not too far away. That tall and delicate green onion stalk was really eye-catching. Where do you think you're escaping to? Song Shuhang roared and dashed toward the green onion. He couldn't afford to let her escape. She knew that he had the Enlightenment Stone. Having a precious object could arouse the jealousy of others. If she were to leak this matter, he could say goodbye to his peaceful life for a very long time. How did he find me? The green onion called out in alarm. She drilled out of the soil and quickly ran away. You didn't even conceal your aura. I only need my sense of smell to find you. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Human, wait. I was really surrendering, I wasn't trying to deceive you. It was a sincere surrender, the onion spirit shouted while running away. If you stop putting up a fight and follow me, I'll accept your surrender, Song Shuhang said in a grave tone. At the very least, he wanted to bring the onion spirit to Venerable White and have her memories deleted. When Lady Onion heard the sentence "follow me," her complexion changed. She immediately recalled to mind her 300 years long imprisonment in the Heavenly Dragon Temple. Was this human cultivator also planning to catch her and close up somewhere for several hundred years? She wouldn't accept it. She had already been locked up for 300 years, and even if plant-type monsters had a relatively long lifespan, they couldn't go on living forever. If she were to be locked up for a few more centuries, she would really turn into a withered onion and pass away, she could only resort to that move. Lady Onion clenched her teeth. The last time she used that move, the effect had been completely different from what her teacher told her. Moreover, she had understood many things after being locked up in the pagoda. Those 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive were a big scam. However, that technique should still have some effect in this hopeless situation. After all, every man would show tender feelings for the fairer sex. Thereafter, Lady Onion clenched her teeth and displayed her unique skill, ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster. Song Shuhang looked at her speechlessly. Lady Onion was dumbfounded. This young man wasn't affected by her charm? Damn it, I'll go all out now, ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster. Then, she swayed her body in a very sensual way. Song Shuhang. Lady Onion was surprised once again. Was the mental strength of this young man so high? At this time, Song Shuhang finally spoke. What are you trying to do? You're asking me what I'm trying to do? Don't you find my current pose very sexy and enchanting? Lady Onion asked, somewhat confused. Song Shuhang. After a while, Song Shuhang couldn't bear it anymore and said mockingly, I only see an onion buried in the ground, swaying left and right. What should I exactly find sexy and enchanting? Are you making fun of me? Lady Onion had forgotten to change back to her human form. Right now, she had the appearance of an onion that was swaying left and right in front of Shuhang. This scene was quite funny. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. Now, he was certain that this monster in front of his eyes was really dumb. Oh. Forgive me. I was too anxious and forgot to change into my human form. After finishing her sentence, Lady Onion magically changed into a human with 2 green ponytails and a tight-fitting cheongsam. Then, she said, can we start from the beginning? Song Shuhang clenched his teeth. Stop wasting my time. I'll give you 2 choices, follow me on your own, or I'll beat you till you're unable to move and bring you back with me. Somewhat worried, Lady Onion said, no. Give me another opportunity. My ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster is very powerful. If you let me display it once again and you're still unaffected, I'll follow you obediently. Song Shuhang deeply sighed. Did Mother Earth wake up on the wrong side this year? All the people I've met this year are rather eccentric. No matter if it was the silly uncle from the immortal farming sect or the silly onion before his eyes, they were really too out of the ordinary. Couldn't a monster with a normal brain have come here? I would at least have a decent fight and get some experience out of it. After sighing, Song Shuhang stretched out a finger toward the onion spirit and said, then, only this time, I'll give you a chance. If your technique doesn't work, you'll obediently follow me. If you dare to renege on your promise, don't blame for using a heavy hand. As he spoke, he held the last sword talisman in his hand. If the onion spirit were to try to run away, he would use the talisman to take care of it. Watch carefully then. I'll assure you that you won't be able to control yourself after looking at me. Lady Onion swung her long hair. System notification, Lady Onion used the ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster against Song Shuhang. Lady Onion's charm increased to 10,086. Lady Onion's charm was off the charts, and no one could resist her. No matter if it was a man or a woman, they couldn't withstand this charm. Go, young man, mess her up for good. The onion spirit was cheerfully swaying her body while charmingly looking at Song Shuhang. She had a lot of confidence in her charm. If even a woman couldn't resist her, how could a small male cultivator? Then, Lady Onion finished her performance with a hop. Clap, clap, clap. Song Shuhang clapped his hands. That was a good hop. Well done. That's it? Lady Onion didn't dare to believe the reality before her eyes. Didn't I coordinate and even give you an applause? Wasn't that enough? You have to know that I have very high standards. Song Shuhang said while standing up with his waist bent over. But enough chit-chat, do as you promised. Don't struggle and come with me. Otherwise, I'll beat you up until you can't move and still bring you with me. Why you, are you even a man? How can you remain unaffected? Lady Onion pointed at Song Shuhang and screamed. He he he. Song Shuhang kept his waist bent, trying to hide his boner, and made a fist, sneering, hearing your words just now, it seems I'll have to beat you till you're at death's door. I'm sorry. I take those words back, okay? And I'll also obediently follow you, fine? Lady Onion felt like crying. She could solve this problem neither through words nor strength. Song Shuhang nodded satisfied. At this time, Zhao Yaya's sports car came over. Her timing was just perfect. If she were a little early, she would have seen the scene of the explosion. If she were a little late, Song Shuhang would have already headed home with the onion spirit. Change into an onion and follow me. Song Shuhang took out his sword talisman and said to the onion spirit, don't even think about escaping. If you try to escape, you're as good as dead. With Song Shuhang threatening her, she obediently changed into an onion. At the same time, she requested, Immortal, for how long are you planning to lock me up? Can you seal me for not too long? I was just locked up for 300 years. She was locked up for 300 years? Song Shuhang's heart softened. She was really pitiful. Seeing that Song Shuhang didn't reply, Lady Onion got anxious. Otherwise, I can give you a cultivation technique to decrease the time I have to stay locked up. 300 years ago, she stole a set of techniques from 9 lanterns. Afterward, 9 lights never came back to retrieve it. Don't worry. You won't be locked up for too long. Now, we'll go back and see a senior. If we hurry up, you'll be released in a few days, Song Shuhang replied. Really? The onion spirit's eyes lit up. Song Shuhang sighed, yes, I have no reason to deceive you. Good, good. Lady Onion had calmed down. Afterward, Song Shuhang grabbed the onion and lightly jumped, arriving at the edge of the mountain road. Here, he waited for Zhao Yaya's arrival. After stopping her sports car, Zhao Yaya made a beautiful U-turn. Quickly get in the car. Aunt is super mad, and I'm not sure how long Uncle will be able to hold out. He secretly told me to bring you back as soon as possible, Zhao Yaya said with a smile. When she brought Papa Song and others back, Mama Song was somewhat confused. But when she discovered that Papa Song and the others got into an accident, she lost her temper. Right now, Papa Song, Old Lu, and Lu Tianyu were sitting in a row, being brutally scolded by Mama Song. Therefore, Papa Song hoped that Zhao Yaya could bring Song Shuhang back as soon as possible and let him appease Mama Song's anger. Ahaha! Song Shuhang laughed. Afterward, he crawled into the car with his waist still bent. Shuhang, why are you bending over your waist? Zhao Yaya asked, somewhat confused. Chapter 251 Absolutely Prohibited. I accidentally strained my back, it'll be okay after a while. Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh and after sitting properly, he carefully grabbed the monster onion. At the same time, he placed the fist-sized stone, possibly the Enlightenment Stone, into his pocket. Zhao Yaya only casually asked and then she started up her sports car, driving toward Song Shuhang's house. Right, previously you got someone to help you with the tractor. Is it settled? Earlier on, she didn't get off her car and hence, she couldn't see the tractor combusting and turning into scrap iron, as well as the traces of explosion at the site, which was why she asked. The tractor did have a small accident after that. But it's fine, I will call my friend to help settle it in a while. Song Shuhang made another hollow laugh. Oh. Zhao Yaya nodded and asked, Shuhang, you recently changed a lot, huh? When I met you in June you weren't this tall. And also, where did you learn that skill that lets you move so nimbly? She had too many questions she wanted to ask Song Shuhang. Be it about Song Shuhang carrying Papa Song and the others from mountain slope till the mountain road, or that tractor that could race past a sports car. But comparatively, she was more curious about his skills than the tractor. Where did he get it from? When you met me in June, wasn't I working out and training persistently? My physique became a lot better before I noticed. Song Shuhang laughed heartily and said, also, during that period of time, a good friend of mine sent me something good, it is very effective. After we get home, I will let you try it. What he was referring to was the spirit green tea. Since he met Zhao Yaya, he'd take the opportunity to give her a portion. Something good? The corner of Zhao Yaya's mouth rose and she asked, and also, what's the deal with that tractor? Song Shuhang knew that everyone would ask that question and hence he had already prepared an answer. That tractor had undergone modification to strengthen it. The specific details of the process is classified information, because the technology belongs to my friend. Without his approval, it's not very nice of me to spill the method. Zhao Yaya nodded, expressing that she understood. Oh, Aunt mentioned that you brought back a friend who kept sleeping, is that him? That's him. When Song Shuhang thought of Venerable White who was in the midst of secluded meditation, he felt a little depressed. Right now, Song Shuhang was very afraid that Senior White might accidentally use his illusory reality and create that desert while in secluded meditation. If it really happened, what should he do? Hopefully his family members weren't that unlucky. At the same time, he had to quickly look for Doudou and the small monk and get them back. At least he had to firstly get Doudou to set up a defense against the illusory world, in order not to let the desert metamorphosed by Senior White appear once again. Right, since he had already reached Wenzhou City, he'd better give Doudou a call first. Hence, Song Shuhang took out his phone and made a call. This time, Doudou's call got connected very quickly. Hello, is this little friend Shuhang? The voice on the other line did not belong to Doudou but, heaven-shrouding hook, Zhou, the person that helped Doudou settle his problems. Senior brother Zhou, it's you. Where's Doudou? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. He just accompanied the small monk Guogua to look for the hemorrhoid surgeon, so he passed his phone to me temporarily. I am looking at them from the outside. Zhou sighed deeply. In the afternoon today, when he just finished helping Doudou settle the traffic accident, Doudou gave him another call and summoned him. Initially, he'd thought it was something important, but only after he got there did he find out that Doudou actually wanted him to accompany the small monk to the hospital to get the hemorrhoid surgery, reason being that the small monk was too young, so when he went to the hospital, it was mandatory for an adult to accompany him to sign and register. Zhou really did not know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Zhou, thanks for your trouble. Song Shuhang consoled him. Thanks. Zhou sighed deeply once again and said, Doudou said that the small monk's hemorrhoids still require another round of treatment tomorrow. I will send them to you tomorrow in the afternoon, little friend Shuhang. Is that okay? Thanks for your trouble. Song Shuhang replied. If that was the case, he did not have to specially pick up the small monk and Doudou. It's no trouble, it's what I have to do. Zhou laughed and at the end, he lowered his voice and muttered audibly, actually, senior brother also occasionally wants a holiday, just 1 week will do, no problem, brother Zhou. After you send Doudou over to me, this time, I promise I wouldn't let him stir up any trouble for a week, Song Shuhang assured him. Thank you. Shuhang, thank you so much, said senior brother Zhou. You're welcome. Actually. Senior brother, a small accident just happened over at my side. The tractor that Song Bai drove back charged out of the road and fell into the valley. When you come over, I would like you to help settle the site of the accident, you're my only hope, Song Shuhang said embarrassingly, he was giving senior brother Zhao Li more trouble again. Song by? Oh, Senior White. No problem, when I get to your place, I'll help you settle it. Senior brother Zhao Li readily agreed. Okay, so that's settled, see you, senior brother Zhao Li. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After waiting for Shuhang to hang up, Zhao Yaya casually asked, is he the friend that you mentioned before, who will settle the tractor issue? Yeah, that's him. By then, he will make sure that the site of the accident will be returned to normal. I'm troubling him again. Song Shuhang smiled embarrassingly. Meanwhile, Jiangshui's Civil Aviation Training Center. Li Jr. finally woke up. When he was awake, he abruptly jumped from his bed, the muscles in his entire body were tensed up. Why did I anxiously jump out of the bed in such a manner? Instructor Li Jr.'s face was filled with bewilderment. Immediately after, he saw a bunch of people sitting next to his bed. It was Caselli and 5-6 other flying instructors from the Aviation Academy. At this moment, they were all squeezed together in the small lounge, using giant panda-like eyes to stare at Instructor Li Jr. Caselli smiled brightly at Li Jr. and said, Li Jr., you finally woke up. Upon seeing her smile, Instructor Li Jr.'s face was slightly burning. Caselli, a Western beauty, was the goddess in Jiangshui's Civil Aviation Training Center. She was the love interest of many flying instructors there, including Instructor Li Jr. Say something, Li Jr., what happened within the 2 days you spent with the 2 rich guys? They brought you to somewhere fun? One of the flying instructors couldn't wait any longer and asked. Rich guys? Brought me to somewhere fun? Instructor Li Jr.'s had a puzzled expression on his face. He furrowed his brows and tried recalling, but strangely, there was a gap in his memory. The last thing he could recall was going up the helicopter with the 2 rich guys. But after that, he couldn't recall anything else. Upon seeing his colleague's eyes that were filled with anticipation, Instructor Li Jr. sensed something amiss and asked in reply, when I left, was there anything significant that happened? You don't know? A flying instructor looked at Li Jr. with great shock and took out a video that he prepared a long time ago. This is video of an American spacecraft returning from outer space and safely landing onto Earth. He could only see 2 members wearing a spacesuit sitting on the chair. Albeit faintly, the audience's cheers could be heard. Aguero, Aguero. In the video, one of the astronauts opened his helmet, revealing his big bald head before waving his hand at the audience, acknowledging them. Following, the audience cheered, Anthony, Anthony. Anthony? This name seems to ring a bell. Instructor Li Jr. furrowed his brows even harder. Why was it that when he thought of that name, his entire body ached, as though he had undergone all kinds of cruel punishment? The second astronaut in the video couldn't open his helmet. After a moment, under the help of the staff, the helmet was finally taken off. Under the spacesuit was an astonished Eastern man's face. In reality, Instructor Li Jr. was dumbfounded. Isn't this freakin' me? This is me, right? Instructor Li Jr. asked. You're asking us? We wanted to ask you, Caselli and another instructor asked in reply. Why do I not have a single memory of anything? Damn it, I might have lost my memory. Li Jr. used all his strength to rub his temples. Caselli and other flying instructors looked at each other. Li Jr. didn't look like he was acting, he seemed to have really lost his memories. Damn it, Anthony. Anthony. F***ck, who the hell is Anthony? Instructor Li Jr. clenched his teeth. After saying that, he felt the other half of the sentence stuck in his throat, but without thinking, he blurted out, and who the hell is Little White? Little White? Could you be referring to one of the rich guys, that song by one? Caselli immediately grabbed the information passed on to her by True Monarch Yellow Mountain that was describing Senior White and handed it to Instructor Li Jr. Song by? Song by? Instructor Li Jr. used his forefingers to press against his temples really hard, and racked his brains. Anthony, Anthony. Little White, Little White. Song by. In his mind, there seemed to be pieces of Instructor Li Jr.'s memories being dug up, but those pieces were too fragmented, he could not piece them together at all. White horse, and, right, there was also a desert, a young man in green clothes, and there was also a fist technique. Thereafter, it was so painful, he got beaten up. Suddenly, tears welled up in Instructor Li Jr.'s eyes and started flowing down. Weird, why am I crying? Instructor Li Jr. was very baffled and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, but no matter how much he wiped them, he could never finish wiping them off. His tears were like an open tap, they kept flowing continuously and he was unable to stop crying even if he wanted to. Weird, why do I feel so upset? Why do I keep wanting to cry? Li Jr. was very puzzled. Caselli and the other flying instructors surrounding him stared blankly at Li Jr., they had a feeling that Li Jr. might have had a sorrowful experience. Zhao Yaya's sports car stopped at the entrance of Song Shuhang's house. Get going, quickly go up. Uncle is waiting for you to step in and save him. Zhao Yaya laughed. I'm coming immediately. Song Shuhang pinched the little onion in his hand and threatened in a low voice, remember, when you get to my house, you must not reveal your true form. You must not let anybody find out you're a monster. Or else, don't blame me for using a heavy hand. The little onion spirit shuddered, she was frightened. After arriving upstairs, even without entering, Song Shuhang could hear Mama Song angrily scolding his father and the others. Zhao Yaya laughed and knocked on the door. The trendy Alice opened the door. You're finally here. Alice narrowed her eyes into a smile. Afterward, she stretched her hand and quietly pointed to the living room. At this time, in the living room, Papa Song, Old Lu, and Lu Tianyu were sitting side by side on the sofa, shrinking like quails. Mama Song was standing and said from her elevated position, "What do you think you're, kids? Driving while drunk? Do you have a death wish or something? Blah 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 blah." Mama Song was like a machine gun and gave no sign of stopping. "Auntie, have some tea." Little Mice Wei thoughtfully gave Mama Song a cup of tea to let her moisten her throat. This girl really liked to cause trouble. After cursing so much, Mama Song happened to have a dry throat. And after that cup of tea, she felt as though she had recharged. She was ready for another round of scolding. After seeing Song Shuhang, who was standing at the entrance, Papa Song immediately hinted him to enter the scene and save the day. Today, he had lost a lot of face. But there was no way around it. They drove the tractor after getting drunk and even got into an accident. There were no excuses for their behavior. Therefore, Mama Song didn't let them off even if Zhao Yaya and her two friends were here, and they were being scolded since the moment they got home. Given Mama Song's current fighting capacity, she could keep going for at least one more hour. When Zhao Yaya turned her head, she saw Little Mice Wei serving tea, the corner of her mouth twitched, this girl was really incorrigible. She pulled Alice along and entered the living room. She wanted to carry Little Mice Wei off as not to let her cause any more trouble. When Zhao Yaya and Alice entered the living room, Song Shuhang also followed. In the meantime, he put the onion spirit on the cupboard at the entrance of the living room. After all, she had the appearance of an onion now. He couldn't casually put her wherever he wanted. What if Mama Song were to get a hold of her and cook her? Obediently stay here and don't move. Otherwise, the talisman in my hand will show no mercy. Song Shuhang gave her a final warning and showed her the last sword talisman. When Lady Onion felt the terrifying sword chi coming from the sword talisman, she was so scared that she started to shiver. After settling the question of the onion spirit, Song Shuhang entered the living room with quick steps. "Ma, I'm back. Song Shuhang revealed a bright smile and said to Mama Song, Ma, there are guests now. You should attend to elder sister Yaya and her friends first. Moreover, father and the others should have understood that they were in the wrong by now. And once the guests are gone, it won't be too late to scold them again. Little Mice Wei laughed and waved her hand. It doesn't matter, you don't need to mind us. Papa Song coughed and said, cough. Wife, you can't neglect the guests. As for today's matter, old Lu and I drank too much and didn't know what we were doing. However, we deeply regret our actions. Sister-in-law, it's all my fault. It all happened because I couldn't control myself. Old Lu immediately followed suit and admitted his mistakes. I'm also at fault. I should have stopped father and uncle. Lu Tianyu also followed their example. Mama Song glared at the three, but thanks to Song Shuhang's persuasion, she decided to temporarily let them off. Yaya, I'll prepare some tea for you girls. Sit down and take a rest in the meantime. Mama Song said. After Mama Song was gone, Papa Song heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, old Lu said, Shuhang. I'm sorry for what happened to your tractor. Is it still in good condition? It was a tractor that could run up to 150 kilometers per hour. If it were to be damaged, how would he even compensate Shuhang? Even a wealthy person couldn't afford that terrifying thing. It had some problems, but it's nothing too serious. I can take care of it by myself. Uncle Lu, you don't need to worry. After hearing these words, old Lu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still decided to wait a few days and look for an opportunity to compensate Shuhang. He was a true man. Since he had caused an accident and overturned the tractor, he would find a way to compensate for it. But the problem was how to make up for it. He would have to think about it carefully after returning home. Old Lu, don't think too much about it. Tianyu, let us go in the studio and chat a bit, let's leave the youngsters here, Papa Song said as he pulled away old Lu and Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm only 2 years older than Shuhang. Although I have a big build, I'm also young. Song Shuhang chatted a bit with Yaya and the others, and when he saw Mama Song boiling water for the tea, he recalled the spirit green tea. Elder sister Yaya, wait a moment. I'll give you a good thing. Song Shuhang smiled. It's the thing you talked about before? Zhao Yaya asked. Yes, Song Shuhang replied. He was taking his leave not only for the spirit green tea but also to take a look at Venerable White's current state. Moreover, his big suitcase was placed at the entrance of his room after Zhao Yaya brought it back. Inside this suitcase were 1 million RMB, medicine pills, the treasured saber broken tyrant, soul beads, the spirit green tea, and many other things. If Mama Song were to bump into the suitcase and discover the cash and the saber, added to the wounded Taoist priest Cloudy Mist, who knew what she might think. Thereafter, Shuhang wanted to take advantage of this opportunity and bring it inside the room. Inside the room, Senior White was lying on the bed, still in a meditative state. Luckily, he didn't create any illusion this time. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. First, he took out some soul beads from the suitcase and positioned them next to his chest. The ghost spirit came out of the heart aperture and gulped them down at once. Afterward, it returned to the heart aperture, satisfied. Today, when it helped him open the nose aperture, the ghost spirit had consumed a lot of energy. Next, Song Shuhang got a hold of the spirit green tea and the treasured saber broken tyrant. He took the spirit green tea because he wanted to give a small portion of it to Yaya and the others, and he took out the saber as a preventive measure. This saber was the best treasure of the Moon Saber sect and could even cut the body of a 4th-stage cultivator. With the help of this sharp blade, even if the onion spirit were to rebel, he could cut her into 2 pieces with 1 slash. I'll hang it up in the living room for now, saying that it's an ornament. Song Shuhang thought of this plan. Then, he hid the suitcase under the bed. Afterward, he came out of the room carrying the treasured saber broken tyrant in one hand and the small box of spirit green tea in the other. Just as he came out of the room, he met Mama Song. Shuhang, tell Yaya and her friends to stay over for dinner. Since old Lu was coming, I have prepared a lot of dishes. I'll make them eat a lot of delicacies in the evening, Mama Song said. Sure, no problem, Song Shuhang said. Also, can you go to the cooking utensils shop in the neighboring street and buy me a kitchen knife to cut bones? I specially bought some spare ribs this morning, but when I was cooking at noon, the knife in our house suddenly broke, Mama Song said. Afterward, her sight fell on the treasured saber broken tyrant in Song Shuhang's hand. Where does that blade come from? Mama Song asked. A friend gifted it to me. It's a decorative item, Song Shuhang replied. A decorative item? How sharp is it? Mama Song was somewhat confused. Can you let me take a look at it? It's a little heavy. Be careful, Mom. Song Shuhang had no choice but to give her the blade. Mama Song took the saber and said, it's indeed a little heavy, and seems quite solid. How can it not be solid? It can even cut the body of a fourth-stage cultivator, and it's very good at breaking defenses, Song Shuhang thought to himself. You want to hang it in the living room, right? However, it worries me a little since it's a sharp blade. I hope it doesn't injure anyone if it falls. Mama Song returned the saber to Song Shuhang and added, after hanging it in the living room, quickly go to the shop to buy me the bone-cutting knife. Do you need money? Don't worry, I still have some left. Song Shuhang laughed and took the saber, heading toward the living room. In the living room, Zhao Yaya and her friends were discussing something, and from time to time, they would cheerfully laugh. After seeing Shuhang, Zhao Yaya curiously looked at treasured saber in his hand and said, Shuhang, was this the good thing you were talking about? No, this is just a decorative item that a friend gifted me. I'm hanging it in the living room. After finishing his sentence, he waved the small box in his other hand. This is the good thing I wanted to give you. After hanging broken tyrant on the wall, Song Shuhang gave to Zhao Yaya and her friends a cup of boiling water each. Then, he added 2 leaves of the spirit green tea to each cup. So, this was the good thing? Tea leaves? Zhao Yaya curiously looked over. Afterward, she reacted just like Shuhang's roommates at the time and said, Shuhang, aren't you being too stingy? Even if it were the famous oolong tea from Mount Wui, you wouldn't put so little of it in each cup, right? Hee, don't take things for granted. You'll understand after tasting it. Song Shuhang said calmly. Next, he delivered the 3 cups to the girls. Then, just like his roommates at the time, Zhao Yaya and her friends took the cups, somewhat suspicious. Then, after blowing on them, they took a sip of tea. Soon after, the eyes of the girls lit up. It was only boiled tea, and yet, when they drank it, a strange and refreshing feeling spread from their throats and reached their bellies. In this hot summer, it felt as though their body had been cleansed from the inside out. They felt refreshed and very comfortable. Moreover, the fragrance of the tea lingered in their mouth for a very long time. And this was the effect of only 2 leaves. Little Maiswei was breathless. She had drunk a lot of famous teas, but she had never drunk something like this. Won't the taste become even better if you add more leaves? You can't add more, Song Shuhang explained, although this tea tastes very good, you can only put 2 tea leaves in 1 cup. If you put more than 2, it'll be bad for your health. Moreover, you can only drink 1 cup a day, no more than that. Afterward, he gave the small box to Zhao Yaya. These tea leaves were also a gift from someone. Inside this box are 3 packets, it's a gift for you girls. This was to thank them for their help today. For now, he would let them divide the content of this box. And one of these days, he would specially prepare a share for Zhao Yaya. After all, he only had a limited amount of spirit green tea. Therefore, he could only give it away in small amounts. Afterward, Song Shuhang said goodbye to the girls and went to the cooking utensils shop in the neighboring street to buy that kitchen knife to cut bones. However, he didn't forget to carry off the small onion on the cupboard before going out. He didn't dare to leave this onion spirit in his house all alone. When Song Shuhang left to buy the kitchen knife, Mama Song jogged till the entrance and shouted to Song Shuhang, who was downstairs, "Shuhang, buy a bottle of soy sauce while you're at it. The bottle we had at home is almost finished." "Sure, no problem," replied Song Shuhang as he waved his hand. "And be careful on the road," Mama Song added before shutting the door. And once Song Shuhang was far away. On the cupboard, a tender green onion popped out from behind a box. "Humph, foolish human. Did you really think you had me under control? Ridiculous. After all, I'm a powerful monster that has cultivated for 300 years. Unexpectedly, he even dared to threaten me," the onion spirit said proudly. The green onion that Song Shuhang took with him was a very ordinary green onion. No matter how weak it was, this onion spirit was still a monster. Aside from the innate ability to drill into the earth and ran away, she had another ability that all monsters possessed, the ability to make herself invisible. Of course, every cultivator that had completed their foundation establishment could see invisible monsters. But that wasn't a problem in this case because Mama Song and the others were only normal people and couldn't see her. Therefore, when Song Shuhang went in his room to care of his suitcase, Lady Onion quietly went into the kitchen and picked a sprouted green onion of the same size as her. Afterward, she placed it on the cupboard and rubbed her body against it, leaving her smell behind. This way, Song Shuhang wouldn't find anything unusual about the green onion. As for herself, she hid behind a small box on the cupboard. Afterward, she started to wait patiently, wait for Song Shuhang to leave and take that green onion with him. As long as Song Shuhang was gone, she could easily run away. And then, everything went according to the plan. Her luck was really good today, it was as though God was helping her. Song Shuhang also didn't think too much while going out. He casually picked the green onion on the cupboard and left to buy the bone-cutting kitchen knife. However, Lady Onion didn't get impatient and waited till his footsteps and aura completely disappeared. Only at that time did she pop out from behind that box. "Now, it's time to flee. I have to run very far away and not let that Song Shuhang catch me ever again," Lady Onion muttered. She had no intention of harming Song Shuhang's family. It's not like the thought hadn't crossed her mind, however, she didn't dare to. She could faintly feel two powerful presences in the house. These two auras were really too terrifying, and in Lady Onion's mind, they were like the sun and the moon in the sky, something that you absolutely couldn't neglect. Therefore, she didn't dare to cause a ruckus here. As long as she could successfully escape, it was all good. Long live freedom! Lady Onion howled in a low voice. Afterward, she quietly revealed half of her body, preparing to run away. At this time, Mama Song's voice suddenly echoed, "Ah! There is unexpectedly a green onion here." Soon after, Lady Onion felt someone grab her. It was Mama Song. Actually, it wouldn't have been a problem for Lady Onion to avoid Mama Song's hand, but one of the two powerful auras in the house slightly moved and sent out a groan. Lady Onion was scared to death and therefore Mama Song caught her with no difficulty. "I don't remember putting a green onion here though." Mama Song was confused. However, she still brought Lady Onion in the kitchen. Afterward, she put her together with other green onions. "There aren't too many green onions home. Should I make lamb with fried green onions then?" Mama Song muttered. After hearing these words, Lady Onion was alarmed. Damn it. What does she want to do? Is she planning to cut me up and cook me? Just as she was thinking this, Mama Song picked up the knife and started to cut the green onions. Damn it. I'm a powerful monster that has cultivated for 300 years. And you're unexpectedly treating me like a normal green onion? What a joke. Lady Onion was very angry. If this green onion doesn't show her strength, these guys might even confuse me with garlic chives. Therefore, she decided to show her strength and let this human know how scary she was. But right at this time, one of those two powerful auras sent out another groan. After hearing this groan, Lady Onion immediately shrank. It's not so bad after all. If you want to cut me, then do it. A normal knife couldn't hurt her anyway. Once this foolish human discovered that her kitchen knife wasn't able to cut her, she should give up, right? Cut, cut. Mama Song was very quick, and in the blink of an eye, she had already cut all the green onions, except Lady Onion, into tiny pieces. Lady Onion quietly looked at her brethren that had met a cruel end. This was just too horrible. Those were her brothers and sisters. And now, this human had cut them into tiny pieces. Lady Onion felt sad and aggrieved. How come this one is still whole? At this time, Mama Song looked at the undamaged Lady Onion, her face filled with confusion. Does this kitchen knife have problems? She held Lady Onion and tried cut her up again. When the kitchen knife tried to cut Lady Onion's body, it felt as though it was trying to cut an extremely hard oxhide, and it didn't damage it in the slightest. Moreover, when Mama Song put all her strength into the knife, she unexpectedly felt the knife being repelled. Mama Song was at a loss. Are you surprised? Huh. Although my cultivation level is low, I'm still a monster that has cultivated for 300 years. How can a small knife made of iron injure me? Lady Onion said self-satisfied. Of course, Mama Song couldn't hear her voice. Has this knife become too dull? Mama Song looked at the knife in her hand. Therefore, she tried to use it to cut other things such as the lamb and the cabbage. But strangely enough, it cut everything quickly and easily. Thereafter, Mama Song turned her head and tried once again to cut Lady Onion. Needless to say, the outcome was the same as before, and she couldn't cut her no matter how much she tried. Just what was happening? Is it possible that this is not a green onion but something else with a similar shape? Mama Song raised Lady Onion and smelled her. But after smelling the rich fragrance of green onion, it seemed that this was indeed a green onion. Mama Song was dumbfounded. After staring blankly for a while, her eyes suddenly lit up. For some unknown reason, she recalled to mind Song Shuhang's ornamental saber. Maybe I should try to use that saber. Anyway, it's just a green onion, and it's unlikely to dirty Shuhang's ornamental saber. When she thought of something, she would do it. Mama Song had passed this fine tradition to Song Shuhang too. Then, Mama Song ran toward the living room with Lady Onion still in her hands. Afterward, she took down the ornamental saber from the wall and quickly returned to the kitchen, all of this under the confused looks of Zhao Yaya and her friends. After buying the bone-cutting kitchen knife and the bottle of soy sauce, Song Shuhang rushed home at full speed. I was unexpectedly fooled by that onion spirit. The green onion in his hand was a normal one. But since it had the smell of the monster onion on it, it was able to fool him temporarily. While he was buying the bottle of soy sauce, he used his right hand, which was holding the onion spirit, to get a hold of it. However, he carelessly put too much strength in his fingers, and as a consequence, the onion spirit broke into two pieces. It actually broke into two pieces. Song Shuhang wasn't a fool and immediately realized that the onion spirit in his hand was a fake. As for the real one, it should still be in his house, or perhaps it had already run away. Damn it, I was too careless. Up until now, Song Shuhang had been very careful when dealing with matters regarding the world of cultivators. He didn't expect to make such a mistake while dealing with this onion spirit. After getting home, Song Shuhang shot a look around and tried to gauge the situation. Afterward, he heaved a sigh of relief. Everything seemed to be fine. Zhao Yaya and her friends were whispering something in the living room. Papa Song, Old Lu, and Lu Tianyu were chatting in the studio, and Mama Song was still busy in the kitchen. It seemed that the onion spirit hadn't caused any trouble. Then, did she directly run away? Song Shuhang secretly operated the true self-meditation scripture and displayed a small trick based on the manipulation of mental energy, the mental detection. Now that he had opened 3 apertures, Song Shuhang's mental energy was much higher than before. If he were to release all his mental energy, he could cover the entire house. When he used his mental detection, Zhao Yaya and her friends, and also Papa Song and the others, all stopped talking. They felt as though someone was spying on them, making them feel somewhat uncomfortable. At the same time, all the things in the house, even the ants crawling in dark corners, appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. Of course, the picture in his mind was very rough. Although he could feel the presence of these ants, they appeared as small pixels in his mind. As for human beings which were bigger, they appeared such as in old videotape recordings. After searching for a long time, Song Shuhang wasn't able to find the onion spirit. That was rather troublesome. If the fugitive onion spirit were to leak the fact that he had the enlightenment stone, he would be in deep trouble. Wait. What is my mother grasping in her hands? That 1-meter-long thing, isn't that my treasured saber broken tyrant? What is my saber doing there? Just as he was wondering what was happening, he saw Mama Song come out of the kitchen with broken tyrant in her hands. Shuhang, you're finally back. Why are you standing at the entrance with a dumbfounded look on your face? Quickly give me the bone-cutting kitchen knife and the bottle of soy sauce, I just happen to need them, Mama Song said to Song Shuhang as she waved broken tyrant. Cough. Mother, what are you doing with that saber? Song Shuhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked. Aha, this ornamental saber of yours isn't half bad. It's very comfortable to use and even sharper than I thought. If I weren't afraid of dirtying it, I would have used it to cut the spare ribs, Mama Song said with a smile. Then, she added, yes. Earlier, I found a green onion on the cupboard. Perhaps it inadvertently fell there when I came back from the market. Anyway, I decided to bring it in the kitchen and cut it up to prepare the lamb with fried green onions. But strangely enough, no matter how hard I tried, I wasn't able to cut it into pieces. After speaking this much, Mama Song frowned, speaking of which, it is quite strange. I've never seen a green onion that even a knife couldn't cut. In hindsight, I think there was something fishy about it. Sheet, Mom actually brought Lady Onion in the kitchen. Aha, you're right. That green onion was indeed special. It was a gift from a friend and should be a new species of green onion. I brought it home because I wanted to cultivate it, Song Shuhang said some random nonsense with a serious face. It wasn't a good situation. Lately, he had to lie more and more to cover these matters related to the world of cultivators. Oh. So, it was a new species you brought back. No wonder, no wonder. Mama didn't think too much about it and accepted Shuhang's explanation. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. Wait. Mother was holding broken tyrant, did something happen to the onion spirit? Song Shuhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ma, where is that green onion now? Oh, I cut it up. I tried to use the kitchen knife but couldn't damage it. Then, I remembered about this ornamental saber of yours. I took it down from the wall and tried to cut the green onion with it. The process was very smooth, it just took me a few slashes to cut it into tiny pieces. This blade is very good, Mama Song said with a smile. Song Shuhang was immediately dumbfounded, and what about those pieces? Of course, they became part of the lamb with fried green onions. That new species of green onion was really amusing. The kitchen knife wasn't able to cut it, but after I cut it with the saber, it quickly fried in the oil. It smelled very good, and we'll be able to taste it in a while. I have high expectations of that lamb with fried green onions. Mama Song said self-satisfied. Lamb with fried green onions, lamb with fried green onions, lamb with fried green onions. Did that onion spirit die? Moreover, why didn't it try to resist? Why did she allow Mom to cut her up in such a critical situation? What about the root of the green onion? Do you still have it? This was Song Shuhang's last hope. Maybe the green onion could survive even if the sprouted part was cut off. After all, it was a plant-type monster. Perhaps it could survive as long as its root was intact? I threw it on a side in the kitchen. Why are you asking about it? Ah, right. I forgot that you wanted to cultivate this new variety. Mama Song pointed at the kitchen. Go to the kitchen and search amidst the various green onions' roots on the edge of the cutting board. I'll go in the living room and hang this ornamental saber back on the wall. Song Shuhang quickly went into the kitchen and noticed the root of the onion spirit. It was emanating the strong aura that belonged to an onion spirit. Hello, are you still alive? Song Shuhang asked in a soft voice. However, the onion spirit didn't reply and only slightly shook. It seems that it's still alive. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he picked up the root of the green onion and looked at the lamb with fried green onions that Mama Song was so proud of. A lamb with a 300-years-old fried onion spirit. Isn't this dish a bit too over the top? Would people die after eating it? After thinking a bit, Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone and quickly typed in the 9 provinces #1 group. Stressed by a mountain of books, seniors, my 300-years-old onion spirit was cut into pieces by my mother to prepare some lamb with fried green onions. Now, only its root is left. Can it still be saved? Moreover, if someone eats a lamb with a 300-years-old fried onion spirit, will they die? I'm waiting for answers, very worried. His mother was very proud of this dish, and in a while, she would bring it to the table and let everyone taste it. What would he do if everyone ended up poisoned by this food? If their lives were in danger, he would immediately get rid of this dish. Very soon, someone replied. It was Senior Northern River. As long as he was online, he was the first one to reply. A 300-years-old onion spirit? That's pretty uncommon. I'll answer your first question. As long as the root of the onion spirit has not suffered too much damage, it can be saved. Just plant it and pour some water from a spiritual spring on it every day. With that, it should recover. As for the second question, I haven't ever tasted a lamb with a 300-years-old fried onion spirit. Therefore, I can't say for sure. At this time, Scholar Drunken Moon also replied, as for your second question, if your mother is an immortal chef such as Immortal Fairy Bishwe, then eating lamb with a 300-years-old fried onion spirit would be very beneficial. If a mortal were to eat it, even their lifespan would increase. Stressed by a mountain of books, Senior, my mother is just an average person. Scholar Drunken Moon, I see. In this case, a normal person mustn't eat it. A 300-years-old onion spirit would have a lot of monster chi inside, and a normal person would surely enter a confusional state after eating it. Stressed by a mountain of books, what will happen after they enter this confusional state? Scholar Drunken Moon, after they enter this confusional state, they will die in a very amusing way. So many different ways that you can't even count them. However, you better not try it just because you're curious. Song Shuhang. Who the hell would try something like this just because they're curious? Scholar Drunken Moon continued, moreover, I think that even cultivators would have to pay attention to this lamb with a 300-years-old fried onion spirit. It would be troublesome if they were affected by the monster chi inside. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. Even if someone were to serve him such a dish, he wouldn't eat it. How could he bear to eat it after knowing that the onion spirit could turn into a sweet and charming girl? He was a normal man and didn't have weird fetishes. As expected, he had to get rid of this dish. He felt sorry for this mother, but there was no way around it. At this time, thrice reckless Mad Saber popped out and said, "Little friend Shuhang, are you planning to sell this 300 years old onion spirit? I'm collecting ingredients for Immortal Fairy Bi Shui's immortal feast. Perhaps, this onion spirit could come in handy." After a short while, Song Shuhang replied, "Senior, I can't do this. This onion spirit went through a lot of hardships and practiced for 300 years, gaining intellect and learning how to assume a human form. I don't really feel like delivering her to the immortal feast and have someone eat her. After all, she is a living being just like us." When Song Shuhang sent this message, the people in the group turned quiet for a moment. "Wait, what?" Thrice reckless Mad Saber sent a mind-blown emoji. "Did you just say that the onion spirit has intelligence and can assume a human form? A 300 years old onion spirit that can assume human form?" Northern River's loose cultivator also asked. "How were you able to seize her if she can already assume human form? Let alone fry her and put her on the lamb?" Scholar Drunken Moon also questioned. "It should be impossible. Are you sure that you weren't confused by the naturally produced monster chi of the onion spirit? A 300 years old onion spirit should have stored up only a little amount of monster chi and shouldn't have developed any intelligence," Cave Lord Snow Wolf said, surprised. Seeing all the seniors reacting in the same way, Song Shuhang said, somewhat confused, "What's so strange about a monster onion assuming a human form?" At this time, True Monarch Yellow Mountain said, "Shuhang, let me explain things with an example. For instance, Doudou's current strength is comparable to that of a cultivator at the peak of the 4th stage. He only needs a small push to condense a monster core and grasp the ability to change his appearance. A monster core is the equivalent of the golden core of a human cultivator, and without a core, a monster can forget about changing into human form. Even animal-type monsters have to go through so much trouble to assume a human form, let alone a plant-type monster that doesn't even have intellect at first. The onion spirit in your hands is very peculiar," Medicine Master slowly replied. Thrice reckless Mad Saber guessed, "You should plant and cultivate her. Then, try to observe if she has any distinctive features. She might even have some hidden treasure on her body." Northern River's loose cultivator also said, "Perhaps this monster onion has some ancient bloodline?" The seniors in the group started to send all sorts of comments, and after a while, Song Shuhang put away his phone. He took the lamb with fried green onions, and after thinking a bit, he decided to throw it in the dustbin of the kitchen. This time, he had no other choice but to throw away Mama Song's dish and the 300 years old green onion sprout. But just as he was preparing to open the dustbin and throw the lamb inside, he heard Mama Song's footsteps approaching. She was quickly coming toward the kitchen. Song Shuhang immediately stopped what he was doing. The door of the kitchen was made of 2 panels of glass and was therefore transparent. If he were to throw the lamb in the dustbin, Mama Song would see him even from far away. And if couldn't think of a good excuse at the time, Mama Song would certainly lose her temper. What was he supposed to do? Song Shuhang operated his brain at full speed. At this time, Mama Song came over and pushed the glass door open. "Shuhang, did you find the root of the green onion?" Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and opened his mouth, quickly gulping down the lamb with fried green onions. When Mama Song finished her sentence, he had already eaten all the lamb. Mama Song. "Ma, it was really delicious." "Aha, I was careless and ate it all, it was just too delicious. Unfortunately, there is none left for Dad and the others." Song Shuhang held his thumb up in approval. Mama Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry and used her finger to flick Shuhang's forehead. Hee hee. Song Shuhang foolishly laughed and ran away from the kitchen, heading toward his room. Since he hadn't digested it yet, he had to hurry and quickly throw everything up. After running to his room, Song Shuhang closed the door. Afterward, he tried to find a method to throw everything up. But just as he was trying to find a way to spit everything out, he suddenly sat on the ground, his face stupefied. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't spit it out. It was as though his body had no concept whatsoever of throwing up. No matter which method he used, they were all useless. At the same time, he started to feel his stomach turn hot. This feeling was similar to drinking warm soup during winter. A warm feeling spread from his stomach to his underbelly. After thinking of what the seniors in the group had said about the lamb with a 300-years-old fried onion spirit, he felt that he was in trouble. Why do I feel that there is something wrong with my recent life experiences? Shuhang took a deep breath and returned to the bedside. On the bed, Senior White was lying perfectly still, he was still closing up. It would be very good if Senior White were to suddenly wake up. He would need only a finger to solve my current crisis, right? But this time, he could only rely on himself. Shuhang sat cross-legged on the bedside and closed his eyes, starting to operate the true self-meditation scripture. He wanted to see if there was any way to absorb this strange energy that was spreading from his stomach. Aha, you thought you could spit everything out after eating me? Naive. At this time, the self-satisfied laughter of the onion spirit echoed from Shuhang's pocket. When Mama Song suddenly grabbed her, she was indeed taken by surprise. But when Mama Song went into the living room to take the treasured saber-broken tyrant, the onion spirit had a sudden inspiration and thought of an ingenious plan. Lady Onion was after all an onion spirit that had lived for 300 years. She had accumulated a huge amount of monster chi within her body, even though all that monster chi was of no use to her, and could only be used to scare human beings. However, monster chi was still monster chi. After someone other than a specialized immortal chef chopped her up to use in cooking, the monster chi wouldn't be removed due to lacking skills of the cook and enter the body of the person that consumed the food. For ordinary human beings, they would be infected by the monster chi after eating the contaminated food. The lucky ones would become deranged fools and then start killing people, stirring trouble, etc., until they tormented themselves to death. The unlucky ones might end up becoming half human and half monster after being infected with the monster chi. By then, they would eventually die from unknown causes. Even for cultivators, refining monster chi without sufficient cultivation could pose quite a bit of trouble. You guys wanted to use me to make dishes? I've granted your wish. Hence, when Mama Song was stir-frying the onion spirit, it was easily cooked after adding a bit of oil. That was the onion spirit actively cooperating with Mama Song. After eating it, don't even think about vomiting. Get tormented thoroughly by my monster chi, he 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 he. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I am too quick-witted, Lady Onion said complacently. Thereafter, Lady Onion, who was left with nothing but her roots, climbed out of Shuhang's pocket, then slipped into the other pocket that still had the Enlightenment Stone in it. Lady Onion's roots plastered themselves onto the Enlightenment Stone, and then she started to scheme. Next, after I catch my breath and regain some energy, I will escape with this treasured stone, and also take that treasured saber while I'm at it. That saber is indeed sharp, with one slash, it can easily cut my body into slices. TSK, even though I lost my upper body, but in exchange for a treasured stone and saber, it's worth it. The monster chi in Shuhang's abdominal area started to spread to his entire body. Afterward, the frantic monster chi started to slowly attack his consciousness. Shuhang silently worked on the true self meditation scripture. His true self in his sea of consciousness sat stably, maintaining a clear heart and consciousness. He was starting to attempt transforming the heat in his body into chi and blood. If it was possible, he would have hit the jackpot. But at this moment, from Venerable White's body next to him, there was a huge amount of spiritual chi that started churning. It was because Venerable absorbed the spiritual chi of the world into his body while he was practicing. When that spiritual chi gathered towards Venerable White, a small portion of it would also be attracted by Song Shuhang's body. In the world of cultivation, there would always be fights amongst disciples to guard the immortal cave their teacher was undergoing seclusion in for this exact reason. When a formidable cultivator went into secluded meditation to practice, naturally it would attract a large amount of spiritual qi. If the disciples that were guarding seized the opportunity, they would then be able to benefit. It was a very pleasant affair. At the same time, every time that spiritual qi scoured Song Shuhang's body, it would automatically purge a small portion of the monster qi within his body. Song Shuhang continued practicing, but before he knew it, he fell asleep. And then, he had a dream. He dreamt of himself, becoming a green onion. After having strange dreams of altar master and loose cultivator Li Tiansu, he transformed once again and suddenly became a green onion. As the saying goes, the first time was difficult, but the second was easy. Song Shuhang was no longer frightened or flustered when he had strange dreams. He knew that most likely, he was gonna experience another person's life again. The reason why he would dream of altar master's entire life was that prior to his death, his curse transformed into a resentful ghost, attaching itself to his body, causing him to experience altar master's miserable life. And the reason why he dreamt of loose cultivator Li Tiansu's life was that a part of Li Tiansu's memories was fused together with the ghost spirit, and the ghost spirit was forced into a contract with Song Shuhang, hence causing him to experience part of Li Tiansu's life. Now that he dreamt that he was going to be a green onion, it should be because he ate the onion spirit and was going to dream about her life, right? At this moment, Song Shuhang felt himself being grabbed by a wide and huge hand. That huge hand was so warm that it made him feel like he didn't want to leave. Thereafter, the owner of the huge hand brought Shuhang the green onion to an extremely tall mountain peak with a thick forest next to it and a clear stream on its right side. "We're here." The owner of the huge hand broke the silence, his voice akin to the thunder rolls high in the sky. Every sentence he said seemed to cause the great way of the world to follow the sound of his voice. Looking at the scene in the memory, could it be more than 300 years ago, or even longer, when the onion spirit was planted? Song Shuhang conjectured in his heart. From the looks of it, onion spirits aren't monsters that are naturally born on earth, but a breed that required people to specially plant and nurture. The owner of the huge hand personally dug a hole in the ground and carefully planted the green onion in his hand into the ground. At this time, Song Shuhang used the onion's line of sight and saw the owner of the big hand clearly. He was a skinny man, wearing a fire-red Taoist robe, his entire body seemed to be shrouded in mist. Song Shuhang stared blankly, and then yelled in astonishment, "Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven!" The Taoist priest in a fire-red Taoist robe before his eyes was the same Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven who passed on a skill in the memories of loose cultivator Li Tiansu. At that time, within Li Tiansu's dreamland, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's gaze seemed to have pierced through time and space and directly saw the existence of Song Shuhang, passing on the flaming saber to him. Scarlet Heaven said that that was a very ordinary flaming saber, but when Song Shuhang saw him perform it, and the stance of burning the skies, he knew for sure that the flaming saber passed on to him by Scarlet Heaven was definitely not as simple as an ordinary flaming saber. Song Shuhang never thought that this time, within the memories of the onion spirit, he would actually cross paths with that mysterious and formidable Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven again. But this time, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven did not seem to have seen Song Shuhang. Keep going and grow. Even if you're just an ordinary green onion, your future is limitless. I really want to see how much and to what extent you can grow in the future. It is the scene that I want to see most, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven said to the small green onion in a gentle voice. His warm hand gently caressed the leaf of the green onion and said, "Remember where you were born, you must always remember, never ever forget it, because your roots lie here." After ending his speech, Taoist Scarlet Heaven stretched his body and stepped high up into the air, scaling higher with every step before disappearing completely. It was as though planting the little onion was only a whim. The little green onion swung back and forth slowly on the summit of the mountain, lonely but tenaciously, she took root and survived. Next, the sun rose and the sun set, day after day, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed just like that. Seriously, since it was a dream, wasn't it better to just fast-forward those windy and sunny days like in movies? Why did it have to be so realistic, causing me to truly live like a green onion, going through day by day like that? Shuhang felt like flipping a table. Thereafter, for some reason, Shuhang suddenly thought of an essay he wrote himself in elementary school. In elementary school, the essay topics were especially stupid. That time, the topic was If I Were a Blade of Grass. The young Shuhang wrote, "If I were a blade of grass, would do my best to grow, taking root and germinating, growing healthy and strong before undergoing photosynthesis, contributing to the society." As for the concrete details, he could no longer remember clearly. But basically, that was roughly the content. Thinking back, he was rather cute as a child, huh? A blade of grass growing healthy and strong in a bid to contribute to the society? As long as the farmer uncles didn't weed you out with agricultural chemicals, that was already considered good enough. At most, they might cut grass to feed horses, pigs, cattle. And what was foolish was, when Shuhang was younger, he thought that it would be very interesting if he were a blade of grass and led a worry-free life. Who knew that this dream would actually be fulfilled one day? Right now, he became an onion, swaying back and forth in the chilly winds, subjected to the wind and sun. Apart from staring blankly, there was nothing he could do. If I were a green onion, I would choose to break my green onion kidney, commit suicide, because it's freaking boring, Shuhang muttered. If someone were to say to Shuhang right now, perhaps becoming a little blade of grass can be a blissful thing because you'd have no worries. Shuhang definitely would use his saliva to drown that person. Please stick both of your legs into the soil and sway back and forth in the wind for 3 years before discussing with me the feeling of becoming a little blade of grass. Right now, he had already swayed in the wind for a full 3 years. So bored, if only a bunny would come and eat the green onion up, that would be so great. But there were no bunnies, and there was not a single movement in sight. The small onion swayed in the wind as per normal, being subjected to the wind and sun. Hence, Shuhang continued living day after day, year after year. In short, Shuhang couldn't remember how many years had passed. At the start, he could still mumble 2 words, so bored. But at the end, he was too lazy to even mumble. As a green onion, he had to have the consciousness of a green onion, absorbing nutrients from the ground with its roots and germinating, as well as undergoing photosynthesis as a service to the whole human race. Finally, one day, days of suffering ended abruptly. Because that green onion suddenly became a spirit. There wasn't any prior indication or a sign. There were no thunders of tribulation, no condensing of the monster core, no bad weather or violent thunder. Just, overnight, the onion spirit woke up and realized she became an adorable green-haired lady. The onion spirit was very happy. She who had never left the ground before suddenly was equipped with the legs function, just like humanity. As a cute little onion spirit, she started happily living her life within the forest on the summit of the mountain. And living day by day freely without care or worries. Several years have passed. Shuhang couldn't help but sigh. The green onion led a blissful life indeed, without any worries. Thereafter, one day, a monster organization called, All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family, suddenly appeared and took her in, bestowing her with the name, Lady Onion. All the monsters of the world should unite and become a family? What kind of name is this? Hearing this name makes me wanna cuss. But since it's a monster organization, they would probably teach Lady Onion some combat skills, right? Shuhang thought to himself, because according to past experiences, the lost techniques in his dreams, if he could remember them distinctly, could be learned. That flaming saber was a good example of that. If there were any lost techniques, then he would not have swayed about in the wind and snow for so many years in vain. But very soon, he thought about Lady Onion, that useless monster spirit, again. Would that monster organization really have any lost techniques? Maybe this monster organization had no techniques suited for fighting? As a consequence, Lady Onion turned out to be so weak and didn't even know how to use the monster energy she had accumulated in those 300 years. Just as he was fantasizing, the members of the monster organization approached Lady Onion and decided to teach her a lost technique. Whoa, a lost technique? Song Shuhang's interest was piqued. I didn't spend all those years as a green onion in vain. Today, I'm finally being rewarded after suffering so much. Perhaps, Lady Onion was so weak because she didn't properly study this lost technique. Such being the case, I, Song Shuhang, will master this lost technique to perfection and display its full power. Song Shuhang pricked his ears up and started to carefully listen to this elder of the monster organization that was in the middle of passing down a lost technique. The elder took out a thick book and started to explain. The name of this lost technique was 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive, and the book was written in the language of monsters. Therefore, Song Shuhang couldn't understand it. However, the table of contents seemed very long. Still, isn't the name of this lost technique a bit too lame? This doesn't seem to be the name of a peerless technique. Song Shuhang started to worry. Perhaps, although the name is a bit lame, the contents are very good? Song Shuhang tried to comfort himself. At last, the elder started to explain the contents of the lost technique. The contents of this book were very varied. If you wanted to take the initiative and attack, there were the divine stealing technique, how to smoothly form a team and rob a human cultivator, 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to beat, and the ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster. And if you were in a difficult position and wanted to counterattack, you could use the how a female monster should become the male master's mistress, 13 moves to fight the male master's harem, how a male monster should win his female master's heart, and 72 ways to successfully usurp the position of the female master's husband. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. What the f***ck? What kind of dog sheet lost technique is this? No wonder he'd felt that Lady Onion was an idiot when he met her. In particular, that ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster was the perfect technique to shoot yourself in the foot. It was like saying, "Come, enjoy my body as much as you want." It seems that this monster organization was the source of all those cancerous techniques. Song Shuhang had thoroughly lost hope now. He had stayed as a green onion for a long time, suffering every day. In the end, his reward was this set of completely useless lost techniques of the monster race? Bastard! You deserve to burn in hell. Let me wake up already. I don't want to stay here anymore. However, whenever he was dreaming of someone else's experiences, Song Shuhang couldn't casually leave. Therefore, he had no choice but to keep dreaming and seeing things from Lady Onion's perspective, learning about her life experiences. In the dream, the innocent and naive Lady Onion started to earnestly learn every move and style from the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive. She gave her best and trained day and night without taking breaks. If Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven were to see this scene, wouldn't he be heartbroken and aggrieved? He was looking forward to the unlimited future of this small monster onion, but now, it seemed that its future was rather bleak. Moreover, just as Lady Onion was getting more and more skilled in these lost techniques, a not-so-well feeling started to well in Song Shuhang's heart. No matter if it were a monster or a human, once they had fully mastered a skill and finished their practice, they would descend from the mountain, right? And after descending from the mountain, they would try to find an opponent and try these skills out, right? If this monster onion were to find a human cultivator, and display that set of self-harming lost techniques, wouldn't it be like telling the other party to do her? Aya. Right now, I have taken possession of her body, and I'll experience everything in first person. If someone were to do her, it would feel as though I was personally experiencing it. Let me out. This ending is just too cruel. Please, end this awful dream already. Please, end it and let me wake up. Shuhang struggled with all his might. However, it was all useless. Time quickly passed by, and another year was gone in the dreamland. The fateful moment was also quickly approaching, because Lady Onion in the dreamland felt that she had mastered all those techniques and was preparing to descend from the mountain. Then, just as Shuhang had predicted, Lady Onion descended from the mountain and started to look for a human cultivator. Shuhang heaved a sigh and started to mentally prepare himself. If I were to turn into a girl and be forcefully enjoyed by others, how should I exactly prepare myself? Prepare your sister. How can you prepare for something like that? Shuhang roared, let me go. It's time to put a stop to this nonsense. End this goddamn dream. However, just as before, all his struggle was useless. At this time, after many hardships, Lady Onion finally managed to find a human Buddhist monk. Why did it have to be a monk? According to Lady Onion's investigation, the name of this Buddhist monk was 9 Lanterns. They had thick eyebrows and big eyes, as well as a very handsome face. They had a thin and slender stature, and as they were wrapped in that large monk's robe, they looked so thin that it was almost pitiful. Although this 9 Lanterns had a slender figure, their chest muscles were very developed, and the wide monk's robe was barely able to wrap them. Wait. Why does it seem that there is something wrong with this scene? While Shuhang was still thinking, Lady Onion had already taken the initiative and attacked. The first technique she used was the divine stealing technique. Afterward, she used the how to smoothly form a team and rob a human cultivator and the 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to beat techniques. These techniques were all displayed to perfection. But no matter how much these skills were polished, they had no effect on 9 Lanterns. As a consequence, Lady Onion suffered a complete defeat. At last, she clenched her teeth and displayed the ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster. It was worthily an ultimate technique, its effects were really outstanding. After 9 Lanterns suffered this move, she went forward and enjoyed Lady Onion to her heart's content. Yep, 9 Lanterns was a she. Shuhang wasn't mistaken. The Buddhist monk 9 Lanterns was a woman. She had a slender and tall figure and a very developed chest. Shuhang looked at the scene unfolding before his eyes, his face stiff. However, he rejoiced in his heart. Lesbians. Although they couldn't have children, he still offered his most sincere prayers to all the lesbians in the world. At least he wouldn't have to worry about the, if I were to turn into a girl and be forcefully enjoyed by others, how should I exactly prepare myself, problem. After 9 Lanterns was done enjoying Lady Onion's body, both of them were staring blankly. Shuhang already knew what would happen next. 9 Lanterns brought Lady Onion to a Buddhist temple and locked her up for almost 300 years. I won't have to experience those 300 years too, right? I have already been a green onion for too long. I've had enough of it. Shuhang was starting to worry. But right at this time, the picture before his eyes changed. He wasn't seeing things from Lady Onion's perspective anymore. Shuhang discovered that he was now seeing things from the sky. It was as though his spirit had suddenly come out of Lady Onion's body and was now watching 9 Lanterns and Lady Onion from an elevated position. Is this dream finally coming to an end? Shuhang thought to himself. In this dream, he didn't learn anything aside from that dog poop level 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive. Even if I didn't learn anything useful, I discovered that I have a lot of patience. He. After all, if you were to turn into a green onion and stay all alone on a mountain peak for several tens of years under the wind and the sun, your patience would surely improve. However, the The price I had to pay was a bit too high. Just when Song Shuhang was fantasizing, his eyes started to glitter and he felt a stabbing pain. He couldn't help but blink a few times. When he opened his eyes, he saw something very strange. Blue, white, golden, pink, blood red, black, he saw a lot of multicolored strings filling the world. Song Shuhang lowered his head and looked at his body. He discovered that his body also had many strings attached to it. Black strings were fewer in number, and there were only 5 of them. They were piercing the void and you couldn't see their other end. Next were the 6 blood-red strings. These red strings were broken and thus fluttering in the wind. White strings were very numerous. There were several thousand, most of them were piercing the void and you couldn't see their other end. The blue ones neared the 100. As for the golden ones, there were around 20. These strings extended to every corner of the world, and Song Shuhang had no idea where their other ends were. The most eye-catching one was the 7-colored string connecting his spirit to Lady Onion. This 7-colored string acted as the string of a kite. Lady Onion was using it to pull Song Shuhang forward. Yep, Shuhang was flying in the sky like a kite. What's the deal with these strings? Song Shuhang tried to stretch his hand and grab the 7-colored string. However, he only touched air and wasn't able to touch the string at all. The average person couldn't see these strings. But they weren't the only ones. Even cultivators were unlikely to see them. For example, the 9 lanterns below couldn't see them. But just as he was wondering what was happening, Shuhang saw a string come out 9 lanterns' body. This pink string stretched toward Lady Onion like a tentacle. Afterward, another pink string came out of Lady Onion's body, and connected to the pink string coming from 9 lanterns' body. Then, the 2 strings merged and became one. Is that the legendary string of fated marriage? 2 people destined to marry each other, though 1,000 miles apart, are tied together as if by a thread? Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide in surprise. No, that's not it. If these are strings of fated marriage, what about the ones on my body? There are several thousand white strings on my body. If they are all strings of fated marriage, is it possible that I'll open a harem in the future? But if they are not strings of fated marriage, they might be strings of karma? Song Shuhang tried to guess. Wait, strings of karma? If that were the case, it would make sense. If these are strings of karma, their color should stand for something, right? Pink strings should be strings of fated marriage or something similar. After all, the pink string appeared after 9 lanterns and Lady Onion partook in some tribadism. In this case, what does the 7-colored string stand for? What's the relationship between Lady Onion and me? Did that string appear because I ate her? And what do the white, blood red, and golden ones stand for? Just as he was pondering, the scene below started to change. The pink string connecting 9 lanterns, and Lady Onion, started to wriggle. Afterward, it pierced through Lady Onion's body and climbed up the 7-colored string, arriving at Song Shuhang's body and firmly latching onto it. It was as though Lady Onion had become the medium to connect Song Shuhang and 9 lanterns. What's happening? Song Shuhang's mind shook. He was completely baffled by this turn of events. If we assume that the pink string was born after 9 lanterns and Lady Onion enjoyed themselves and was the fruit of their lesbian love, why has this string latched onto my body? Does it mean that 9 lanterns conveniently sullied my pure soul while enjoying Lady Onion's body? There was no need to get me involved. I don't really want to have this string attached to my body. You two can keep having fun, just let this poor 3D hologram alone. When the pink string latched onto his body, Song Shuhang's mind shook once more. Afterward, he woke up. I finally woke up. This dream was just too long. Song Shuhang opened his eyes and discovered that he was lying next to Venerable White. He got a scare and immediately got up. He turned his head and looked outside the window. the sky was already dark. It seems I slept very long this time. Perhaps my parents saw me sleeping on the floor and decided to move me next to Venerable White on the bed? At this time, Song Shuhang lowered his head and discovered that there was a golden string connecting him and Senior White. Moreover, those blue, white, black, and golden strings were spreading in all directions from his body. In addition, they all went toward a specific place and didn't pierce the void and disappear as in the dreamland. So, the relationship between Venerable White and me is represented by this golden string? Then, these 20+ golden strings latched on my body represent my relations with the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group? Song Shuhang muttered. Next, those blue strings spread out, connecting to various places inside the house. Blue strings stand for family members? Song Shuhang guessed. Then, what did those white strings stand for? Finally, his vision fell on the pink string. Previously, that pink string was connected to Lady Onion in his pocket. Now, it was being refracted and was pointing somewhere up in the sky. Song Shuhang unconsciously stretched his hand and tried to touch the string. Ah! I forgot that you couldn't touch them, Song Shuhang thought to himself. But just as he was thinking this, his hand actually touched the pink string. Bang! When he touched the string, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. Afterward, a burst of energy gushed out from his eyes. This energy didn't belong to Shuhang but was only lent to him for a limited amount of time. After this energy gushed out of his eyes, all the strings filling the world disappeared. And just as these strings were disappearing, an indistinct picture resurfaced in Song Shuhang's mind. On the other end of the pink string was a huge and gorgeous island. And he saw a magnificent city in the sky. The city in the sky scene flashed across Song Shuhang's mind. Even so, the magnificent sight of the city in the sky caused Song Shuhang to exclaim in admiration. It was so majestic that even words could not be used to describe it. Additionally, in the scene, that city in the sky was discernible and extremely realistic, yet at the same time, it caused people to feel like it was an indistinct illusion. The two completely opposite feelings coexisted within this image of a city in the sky. Song Shuhang reached out his hands and rubbed his temples. Speaking of which, when he thought of the island that was floating in the sky, the first thing he thought of was the news, the mysterious island that appeared on the East China Sea. It was the place where the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group entered and ultimately left with their memory lost. It must be reiterated that one of the people who entered the island was a 6th-stage cultivator, true monarch ancient lake temple. Could this city in the sky be the mysterious island? If it was the mysterious island, then, according to the direction of strings of karma, could 9 lanterns who imprisoned Lady Onion away 300 years ago currently be on the mysterious island? At the same time, Shuhang remembered Lady Onion herself mentioning before that she was released from the temple not long ago. Then, 9 lanterns went to the mysterious island recently? No, perhaps 9 lanterns was already there since a long time ago, and as for the Onion spirit, it could be possible that she finished her sentence, and was thus released? The mysterious island? Song Shuhang muttered. He had a bad premonition. It was as though the mysterious island was cordially reaching out its hands, beckoning him over. Oh! Little brother, you're finally awake. At this time, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Song Shuhang got a shock. The voice was very close to him yet he did not feel anything. If it was the enemy, he would have died several times a long time ago. Shuhang turned his head and looked towards the source of the voice. Thereafter, he saw a man who was fully wrapped in his blanket. It was Taoist Cloudy Mist from the penniless thief sect who got smashed by a meteorite and fainted. At this time, Taoist Cloudy Mist was floating on top of the ceiling of his room, wearing a smile on his face. Ah, it's you, Taoist priest. Song Shuhang nodded and asked, Taoist priest, you're awake too? Thanks to you, I could wake up this fast. As he was speaking, Taoist Cloudy Mist carefully looked at the bed. He was gazing at Venerable White, who seemed to be both sleeping and practicing. This formidable cultivator was steadily and continuously absorbing the spiritual qi between heaven and earth, causing Song Shuhang's house to be filled with spiritual qi. Thanks to the large amount of pure spiritual qi, Taoist Cloudy Mist's injuries quickly recovered, enabling him to wake up from the coma. Song Shuhang was full of smiles, but he secretly sighed in his heart. He was originally planning to call True Monarch Yellow Mountain directly while Taoist Cloudy Mist was unconscious so that he could come over to get him. It was just that he hadn't expected so many things to happen in the meantime, so Taoist Cloud Mist had actually woken up before he did. In order to thank you for your help, I have also done a little something to help you, as a way of returning your favor. Upon finishing his sentence, he reached out his hand, revealing a green crystal. Help me? What is this? Song Shuhang looked curiously at the item in his palm. You don't remember it? Well, that's possible. When you ate it, it didn't look like that. Taoist priest Cloudy Mist smiled. This is the sprout of the onion spirit, didn't you eat it? Even though the onion spirit's body is good for one's health, but before you eat it, you have to at least remove the monster qi from its body. From the looks of it, during the period he was in a coma, Taoist priest Cloudy Mist still had a certain extent of awareness of the world, Hence he knew about the onion spirit matter. Eating her was an accident. Song Shuhang forced a smile. Let me return it to you. Take it. Taoist priest Cloudy Mist lightly tossed the crystal over to Shuhang. When I woke up, I saw that your entire body was being engulfed by the monster qi, and hence I used the emptying miracle hands to help you extract the onion spirit body from your stomach. Don't worry, my skills are top-notch, it definitely would not harm your body. You can keep this onion spirit crystal for yourself, perhaps in the future it might come in handy. Onion spirit crystal. Song Shuhang received the crystal that was jade green in color. Even though this thing looked really pretty, but the thought of it being removed from his stomach made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Additionally, after he woke up, it was no wonder he felt that the sick feeling he had earlier on from eating the 300-years-old onion lamb with fried green onions disappeared. So it was because Taoist Cloudy Mist lent a helping hand. However, Taoist Cloudy Mist's act of kindness was least expected by Song Shuhang. Speaking of which, who's the senior laying on the bed? Taoist Cloudy Mist smiled and asked. He absolutely dared not look directly at Venerable White. Things that should not be seen will definitely not be looked at. As a rational thief, he was an expert in restraining his own greed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he got himself into trouble if he took everything he wanted. Of course, True Monarch Yellow Mountain's treasures were an exception. As long as an item belonged to True Monarch Yellow Mountain, it had to be stolen without any exceptions. You're talking about Venerable White? He's my senior. Song Shuhang intentionally revealed Senior White's rank. Venerable? Taoist Cloudy Mist immediately swallowed his saliva hard. Seventh-stage spiritual venerables were a group of cultivators who were the strongest and the highest in rank in the world of cultivators as of now. Each of them was a big shot and a leading expert within their respective field. No wonder that you dare to nibble directly on the onion spirit, it's because you have such a formidable senior by your side. Taoist priest Cloudy Mist sighed, and lightly patted Song Shuhang. However, when he was lightly patting Song Shuhang, he stealthily stuffed a fist-sized stone back into Song Shuhang's pocket. It was the Enlightenment Stone, as the saying goes, thieves don't leave empty-handed. Treating Song Shuhang only required a very slight effort for Taoist Cloudy Mist. Even for the people of Penniless Thief sect, they also made a clear distinction between gratitude and grievances. Song Shuhang brought him back when he was passed out and allowed him to quickly recover from his injuries. That was considered a favor. By helping Song Shuhang remove the onion spirit crystal from his body, it was an effortless way for him to return that favor. However, after he helped Song Shuhang remove the monster onion crystal, he casually took the treasure, enlightenment stone, out of habit. It just so happened that he needed it. During the period where he got sealed, his strength kept accumulating. Now, he was about to make a small breakthrough within the 5th stage realm. If he had the enlightenment stone, it would save him time and effort. But right after he took Song Shuhang's enlightenment stone, he happened to see Venerable White laying on the bed. In a split second, he felt like a cat whose entire body's fur stood on end. It was an instinctive fear. The tremendous sense of fear continuously infiltrated his thoughts without dissipating. Hence, Taoist cloudy mist did not leave immediately, but lingered behind to wait for Song Shuhang to wake up in order to sound him out for the status of Venerable White. After confirming that the cultivator on the bed was a 7th stage venerable, Taoist cloudy mist secretly stuffed the enlightenment stone back into Song Shuhang's pocket. I shall temporarily leave the enlightenment stone with this little fella for now. When he got the chance in the future, he could always come over to steal the enlightenment stone if he wanted. There was no need to rush. There was definitely no need to risk offending a venerable for a momentary benefit. After he gave the enlightenment stone back to Song Shuhang, Taoist cloudy mist saluted with his fists clasped toward Song Shuhang and said, "Little friend, we no longer owe each other favors. I still have some things to settle, we shall bid each other goodbye here. Have a safe journey, Taoist priest." Song Shuhang bowed with his hands forming the same salute. Taoist cloudy mist, still wrapped in the blanket, suddenly whizzed out of the house. He was preparing to look around for any vacant apartments for rent or sale near Song Shuhang's house. He was preparing to stay there temporarily first. When he had the time, he would make a trip to Song Shuhang's house to test the effectiveness of the enlightenment stone. He was striving to obtain his first breakthrough within this realm. One day, after Venerable White and Song Shuhang got separated, he would take the opportunity to steal the enlightenment stone. After waiting for Taoist cloudy mist to leave, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. He felt around in his pocket and took out the enlightenment stone. Luckily, this treasure is still here. Next, Song Shuhang realized there was something on top of the enlightenment stone. It was an onion root. Lady Onion? Song Shuhang warily asked. Wasn't Lady Onion in the other pocket? How come she's on top of the enlightenment stone? Did she climb over herself? Furthermore, he wasn't sure if it was a misconception, but somehow, he saw fresh shoots coming out from the onion root. Has Lady Onion recovered so quickly? The onion root shuddered slightly, not saying anything. It was not because she couldn't speak, she simply had no mood to say anything. Right now, she just wanted to cry and pass out. At that time, she thought she had successfully completed her mission, and hence, she climbed all the way from the other pocket to the enlightenment stone and then used her root to wrap around. It was in preparation of taking a good rest to accumulate a bit of energy before taking off with the enlightenment stone as well as the treasured saber broken tyrant. However, she fell asleep without realizing it, and had a very, very long dream. She was not clear about the things that happened in the dream. But after much difficulty, when she finally woke up, she realized something serious happened. She germinated. Germinating was a good thing, but the problem was, she took root in the wrong place. Yes, her root fastened itself to the enlightenment stone, and the bigger problem was that she couldn't pull it out. Additionally, she realized she couldn't transform into human form. She had started growing on top of the enlightenment stone. If she couldn't transform into human form, how would she be able to run away with the enlightenment stone? How would she be able to retrieve the treasured saber? Right now, she was stuck in the physical state of an onion, unable to move a single step. Hence, Lady Onion was in a bad mood, not wanting to speak. "What are you doing, laying on top of the stone? Come down, I will look for a small pot to plant you, allowing you to grow your roots and germinate faster, enabling you to recover back to your original state," said Song Shuhang. Thereafter, he reached out his hands to pull Lady Onion's roots. After pulling once, how come it couldn't be pulled out? Song Shuhang lifted the enlightenment stone and scrutinized it. You're growing on it? The onion root shuddered, not uttering a single word. She was extremely heartbroken and hurt. You can't speak? Song Shuhang talked to himself, and then kept the enlightenment stone first. He flipped open his cell phone once again and looked at the time. It was actually past 2 in the morning. He slept for a very long time. Sounded about right. He had dreamt of Lady Onion's 300 years of life, which felt like forever. Of course his sleep would have been that long, wouldn't it? Uncle Lu and Lu Tianyu, coupled with Zhao Yaya and her 2 friends, should have already eaten and gone back, right? Then, Shuhang opened the 9 provinces #1 group. The moment he opened the chat group, the app prompted him that someone tagged him. It was Soft Feather. Song Shuhang scrolled through the chat logs. After the seniors replied to Song Shuhang's issue about the 300 years old monster onion, in the afternoon, the topic of the conversation veered off, and they ended up talking about Immortal Fairy Bishui's Immortal Feast. Many of them were wondering what kind of dishes would be present at this year's feast. Seniors with experience gave rise to much discussion and started to recall the delicacies of the previous Immortal Feasts. There were all sorts of strange and unusual dishes, but it seemed that each of them was incredibly delicious. Song Shuhang touched his belly. Taoist priest Cloudy Mist gave him a gastric lavage with his emptying miracle hands before, and after hearing about these dishes, his mouth started watering. Song Shuhang kept scrolling through the chat logs till he saw a message from Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather. Soft Feather, stressed by a mountain of books, Senior Song, what's your current address? My handmade spirit green tea is finally complete. I'll send some of it to you via mail. At the time, Song Shuhang was in the middle of that horrifying nightmare and didn't reply. After seeing Soft Feather's message, Song Shuhang lightly smiled. Then, he sent her a private message. Thank you, Soft Feather. I'll look forward to your handmade spirit green tea. Next, he sent his home address. After stretching himself, he decided to go in the kitchen and eat something. Spirit Butterfly Island. An incredibly handsome middle-aged man frowned as he read a message on his phone. Soon after, the middle-aged man clenched his teeth and said, "Go and replace Soft Feather's handmade spirit green tea with a normal one. Boy, you're lucky that I saw this message. Otherwise, you would have spent the next month on the toilet." Deep in the night, Mama Song suddenly got up, and after rubbing her eyes, she went into the kitchen. Then, she stretched her hand as usual and picked the cutting board, but just as she picked it, the thick cutting board split into many pieces. Not only the cutting board, even the marble table below had several marks left behind by a blade. What's happening? Mama Song immediately became clear-headed. She started to recall what happened in the evening. When she was preparing the lamb with fried green onions earlier, there was a green onion that she couldn't cut no matter what. And then, she decided to go to the living room and take Shuhang's ornamental blade to chop this green onion and prepare the dish. After recalling things to this point, Mama Song was alarmed. Have I gone mad? Leaving that weird green onion aside, why in the world did I think that it was appropriate to use a 1-meter-long saber to cut it? However, what was the matter with that green onion? Why couldn't I cut it? In normal circumstances, if she found an uncuttable green onion, she would either throw it away or call everyone over and show it to them. But at the time, she didn't think anything of the sort and was strangely hellbent on cutting it up. After recalling all of this, Mama Song felt as though something had influenced her. It was the same as if someone had possessed her body, and she couldn't think clearly anymore. It was Shuhang who brought home that green onion. He said it was a new species or something. Mama Song remembered this point. Afterward, Song Shuhang had suddenly eaten all the lamb with fried green onions by himself. Was there something wrong with that green onion? After eating the lamb with fried green onions, Song Shuhang immediately went to his room. Later, Zhao Yaya discovered that he was sleeping on the floor. Then, Papa Song went to his room and picked him up, laying him on the bed. At the time, everyone thought that Shuhang was tired due to the long journey and didn't think much of it. But after linking all these events together, she felt that there was something wrong with this situation. Shuhang, that boy, Mama Song frowned and jogged toward Song Shuhang's room with large strides. Coincidentally, Song Shuhang, who was starving at this time, came out of his room and was preparing to go in the kitchen. "Ma? What are doing here in the middle of the night?" Song Shuhang said, somewhat confused. Mama Song replied, "I just wanted to check up on you." "You wanted to check up on me?" "Huh, I was sleeping and got hungry after I woke up. Therefore, I decided to go in the kitchen and eat something." Song Shuhang laughed. "There should be still some rice left." "Come, I'll prepare you fried eggs with rice," Mama Song replied. And then, Mama Song returned to the kitchen with Song Shuhang and started to prepare fried eggs for her son. While cooking, Mama Song asked, "Shuhang, don't lie and tell me the truth. Was there something wrong with that green onion?" Song Shuhang quietly looked at Mama Song's expression and honestly replied, "There was indeed something wrong with it. I don't really know the reason, but if someone with a weak constitution eats that type of green onion, they might be harmed by it. But you don't have to worry. It didn't cause me any harm. After all, I was the one that brought it home, and I know what I'm doing." Song Shuhang brightly smiled. It wasn't the time to tell Mama Song and the others about this matters related to the world of cultivators. He wasn't strong enough yet. Once he was a little stronger and had gathered enough cultivation resources, he might think about it. "If that's how things are, I'm a little relieved." Mama Song heaved a sigh. "If you have time tomorrow, follow your father and go to the hospital with Zhao Yaya and do a complete body checkup." After Papa Song and the others got into an accident, Mama Song was rather worried. Therefore, she told Zhao Yaya to bring them to the hospital tomorrow if she was free and give them a full checkup. This way, if there were any internal injuries, it would be discovered in time. "I don't think there is a need for that. Elder sister Yaya gave me a full body checkup not too long ago," Song Shuhang blurted out. "You did a full body checkup not too long ago?" Mama Song, who was holding the rice with fried eggs, had a confused expression. "Cough, it was when I had to compete in the games. Elder sister Yaya came to our university for her internship, and since she was at it, she gave me a full body checkup. I'm in very good health, and there is no problem with my body." Song Shuhang patted his chest. In a hotel close to the number 6 hospital. The small monk secretly touched his butt. There was only one last treatment left to cure his hemorrhoids. Afterward, I'll have to return to senior brother Shuhang's place. The video that Doudou had shown him was continuously being replayed in the mind of the small monk. Song Shuhang was holding a fist, towering with rage. "Hemorrhoids or not, wait till I catch you. I'll spank you till you shit all over the place. I'll spank you till you shit all over the place. I'll spank you till you shit all over the place." This sentence was constantly echoing in the mind of the small monk. The small monk had a serious expression. After all, he was a very conscientious kid. "If I go back after tomorrow's treatment, senior brother Shuhang would surely spank me till making me shit all over the place, right?" This scene was rather fearful. The small monk couldn't help but shoot a look at the sleeping Doudou and Zhou, who was in the middle of meditation. Should I try to negotiate with Doudou after tomorrow's treatment? Instead of directly going back, we might stay out for a while, at the very least, until senior brother Song Shuhang's anger hasn't completely disappeared, on the Spirit Butterfly Island. Soft Feather looked at the huge box before her eyes with a satisfied look on her face. "Hee, it's really perfect. Now, I only have to wait for the express delivery man to come and take it." The next day, July 11th, cloudy. It was rare for the sky to be overcast. Even though he had the spirit-binding ice bead with him, he was not afraid of intense heat. However, in the scorching summer, as long as he did not have to see the splendid smile of the sun, his mood would get a lot better. Early in the morning today, Zhao Yaya drove over to pick up Papa Song to bring him to the hospital for a checkup. From the start, Papa Song kept insisting that his body had no problems, he did not want to go to the hospital. Papa Song was one of those people that didn't like to go to the hospital. Whether he had a common cold or was ill, he would prefer to stay at home and suffer instead of going to the hospital. However, after Mama Song's face started looked serious, Papa Song obediently went to the hospital with Zhao Yaya. There was a story behind Papa Song and Mama Song's special relationship. It was said that the two of them were classmates back then when they were in school. In his younger days, Papa Song did not look as gentlemanly. At that time, Papa Song's physique could fight that of old Lu's. They were both tough, stocky, and muscular. They both had an intimidating face as well. Furthermore, Papa Song was one of the main members of the Mixed Martial Arts Society in school, a gold medalist, and Mama Song, on the other hand, was a beauty who was rather popular back then in school. How the two of them met went a little like this. It was said that at that time, there was another member of the Mixed Martial Arts Society who was a very close friend of Papa Song's. Additionally, that member wanted to woo Mama Song back then, but the only problem was that he didn't have a chance to come in contact with her. Ultimately, after pondering hard for several days, he finally thought of a perfect plan. Hence, he looked for Papa Song and roped him in to act out a scene of hero rescuing the beauty. Back then, Papa Song was still muscular and fit, with an intimidating face. He didn't need any makeup for his role as the villain. He just needed to show his muscles and make an evil grin to portray a natural villain. Hence, that good friend of his requested Papa Song to act as the bad guy to scare Mama Song. Then, at the crucial moment, he would suddenly appear. The hero successfully rescues the beauty, winning her heart. Papa Song's personality back then had quite a number of similarities to Song Shuhang's personality right now. For small tasks that they could easily fulfill, they wouldn't reject anyone who needed their help. Hence, both parties agreed upon the script for the show. And then, both of them chose a small pathway which Mama Song took back then to go home after school, and waited for her to pass by. That good friend of his squatted in a corner, preparing himself to save her any time. As for Papa Song, he worked out his muscles a little, welcoming Mama Song. According to their plan, Papa Song stopped Mama Song. He flexed his muscles and wore an evil grin, saying, "Hey girl, wanna accompany me to somewhere fun and have a good time?" Next, according to the script, Mama Song would cry out in fear and his good friend would flashily appear to save the day, beating Papa Song up, causing him to make a run for it and thus winning her heart. However, at that time, Mama Song did not show even a bit of fear. She calmly stood where she was, scrutinizing Papa Song once from head to toe. That gaze caused Papa Song to feel a little scared. Thereafter, Mama Song nodded and calmly said, "All right, let's go." And then, both she and Papa Song left together. They left. Papa Song's friend kneeled on the ground, unable to say a single word for a long time. Not long later, Mama Song became Papa Song's girlfriend. And as for Papa Song's good friend, he had already cried hard in the bathroom countless times. And then, within the next few years of his school days, Papa Song's personality underwent a huge change, from a guy with a muscular and stocky build with an intimidating face to a guy who wore glasses with a gentleman-like eloquence and mannerisms. He became gentle and his academic results also improved tremendously. For this huge change, Papa Song had endured a lot of hardship. He couldn't even tell anyone else about it. After waking up, when Song Shuhang was having breakfast, Mama Song hurried to him and asked, "Shuhang, where did the injured guy you brought back go?" Earlier, when she looked into the guest room, she realized that the wounded guy who was in a coma yesterday was gone. The blanket disappeared too. Song Shuhang swallowed the fried egg in his mouth and said, I was about to tell you, Mom. The injured guy woke up in the middle of the night and came to my room to look for me. After a short chat, he left. He left in the wee hours of the night, wrapped in a blanket? You didn't ask him to stay? Mama Song furrowed her brows. He looked for me in the wee hours of the night, I wasn't even fully awake. After he finished talking to me, he left just like that, still wrapped up in the blanket. I didn't even have the opportunity to give him a set of clothes. Forget it, it's okay. He will find a way to get some clothes to wear. Besides, I don't really know him. If he wants to leave, I can't stop him, Song Shuhang casually replied. He honestly did not think of giving Taoist Cloudy Mist a set of clothes, the latter simply jumped out of the window and flew off while still wrapped in a blanket. Seriously, Shuhang. You didn't even give him a set of clothes, other people would mock us. Mama Song sighed and said, also, your good friend hasn't woken up from his slumber yet? She saw that Venerable White still had not woken up to have his meals. He's more of a sleepyhead than an average person. But he drove all by himself yesterday, hence he's more tired. Let him sleep a while more, it's not an issue. Song Shuhang forced a laugh, they might get into trouble. Venerable was going to be in secluded meditation for at least 2 days. Right now, only 20 hours had passed. There was still a long time to go before he ended his secluded meditation. He had to think of a solution in order not to expose themselves. He can really sleep, huh? Let's let him sleep a little more then. You must get him to wake up in the afternoon to eat, if he continues sleeping, it's bad for the body, said Mama Song. Got it. I will definitely wake him up in the afternoon. Song Shuhang assured her, he was not sure, maybe he could force Venerable White to come out of seclusion. If he forcefully woke Senior White up while he was meditating, would anything bad happen? For example, just like how some people would fly into anger when woken up, would Senior White also fly into anger when forced to stop his seclusion from insufficient meditation? If he did, would he bomb his entire house? Right, speaking of which, the young monk's hemorrhoid treatment would end today. By then, Senior Brother Zhou Li would bring Doudou and the young monk back. When that time came, perhaps he could ask Senior Brother Zhou Li for a solution. There might be a spell to transform one's appearance into Senior White's and then act the role of Senior White coming out to take his meal, preventing Mama Song from becoming suspicious. If that happened, the problem of Senior White being in secluded meditation would be solved. When he thought of that, Song Shuhang immediately felt reassured. After finishing his breakfast, it was almost 7:30 a.m. Mom, I'm going to work out, it might take quite a while. If there's anything, you can give me a call, Song Shuhang called out. He had no place to practice in his house. Hence, he had to look for a place nearby with no signs of human presence to practice the basic Buddhist fist technique. Alright, don't go too far, said Mama Song casually. Song Shuhang touched the enlightenment stone in his pocket and thought for a while before going to the living room to wrap his treasured saber broken tyrant with a cloth and carried it with him. The flaming saber passed on to him by Taoist Scarlet Heaven needed to be practiced more. Ever since he saw Scarlet Heaven in Lady Onion's memories, Song Shuhang felt even more strongly that there might be some deep secret hiding within the technique flaming saber. After Song Shuhang left, he immediately ran in the direction of Mountain Nyoding. It was a good place to practice. Within the forest in Mountain Nyoding. After Song Shuhang completed one session of the basic Buddhist fist technique, he closed his eyes and felt for the changes within his body. He just opened the nose aperture yesterday. But today, after he completed one session of the fist technique, he realized that his fourth aperture, ear aperture, had already been filled with qi and blood. There was a faint feeling of it swelling up. Based on his calculations, in about 7 days at most, the ear aperture would be fully filled with qi and blood, causing it to be forced open. Could it be because I ate Lady Onion's body yesterday? Song Shuhang had a realization. although the body of Lady Onion that he swallowed into his stomach had been removed by Taoist priest Cloudy Mist with his emptying miracle hands and transformed into an onion spirit crystal, there was a part that got digested by Song Shuhang and became a tonic for his body's qi and blood. Even though Lady Onion's fighting strength was low, her cultivation of 300 years wasn't fake. Even if it was just a small portion, it was enough to fill up one of Song Shuhang's apertures. After the ear aperture, it would be the mouth aperture. After the mouth aperture, it would be time for me to jump through the dragon gate. After which, what's illusory becomes genuine. The intangible strength of the qi and blood energy by then would be converted to true qi. Song Shuhang took a deep breath. True qi was different from qi and blood. True qi could be released outside one's body. Just like in the movies, after reaching the highest realm, a stream of sword qi would appear following each slash. How cool! As he was thinking about that, Song Shuhang saw the treasured saber broken tyrant in his hands. It was a saber, a saber. Even the technique passed on to him in his dream by Scarlet Heaven was a saber technique, flaming saber. Could it be that he was meant to use a saber, instead of a sword? Nonsense. After I reach the second stage True Master realm, I will learn a couple of sword techniques immediately. Decked in white with a long sword and whistling an old song. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth. Firstly, he repeatedly practiced the basic Buddhist fist technique, the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, the immovable body of the Buddha, and then the true self-meditation scripture. After that was the flaming saber and 3 different ways of using mental energy, mental detection, vigilance, as well as spiritual pressure. And then, he practiced the lightning palm and turtle breathing technique. Lastly, Song Shuhang lighted a ball of small flame and practiced the fire controlling art. Unknowingly, he had learned a lot of different skills. The coolest one would be the lightning palm, and the fire controlling art was pretty legit too, a pity he had not perfected it yet. After finishing one session of practice, 3 hours had passed. At this time, Song Shuhang's phone rang. He took it out and looked. It was a call from the delivery guy, Little Jiang. An express package? From whom? Could it be the spirit green tea sent by Soft Feather? That's very fast. Song Shuhang picked up the call. Hi, Little Jiang. Huh, Shuhang, it's me. I'm currently right outside your apartment building, downstairs. There is an oversized express package for you. Sima Zhang's cheerful laughter came from the other end of the line. Oversized? Song Shuhang subconsciously asked. It's very big, a square box, almost 1.6 cubic meters, replied Sima Zhang. Song Shuhang stared blankly. That big? If it only contained spirit green tea, did Miss Soft Feather meant to give him a lifetime supply of tea leaves? As expected of a rich girl, she spares no expense no matter what she's doing. However, this time she went overboard a bit. How will I repay these favors in the future? Song Shuhang thought to himself. In all honesty, meeting Soft Feather, 16, Senior White, and even Doudou while entering the world of cultivators was really a huge stroke of luck. Song Shuhang said to Sima Jiang, Little Jiang, wait a moment. I'm not home right now. I'll call my mom and tell her to open the door. No problem, Sima Jiang replied with a smile. After hanging up, Song Shuhang called his mother. Ma, there is an express delivery for me downstairs. Can you open the door and sign it in my stead? An express delivery? I understand. Then, Mama Song loudly shouted, Old Song, there is Shuhang's express delivery downstairs. Go take a look. I'm going, Papa Song replied. It seems that Father and Zhao Yaya have already returned from the hospital. At this time, while still on the phone, Mama Song thoughtlessly asked, they came so early in the morning, what did they send exactly? A friend should have sent me some tea leaves. Right, is elder sister Yaya still there? Song Shuhang asked. Mama Song replied, yes, I convinced her to stay for a meal. She is also free these days. Then, after receiving the delivery, can you open the package and tell me what's inside? If there are only tea leaves inside, put them in a jar and give them to elder sister Yaya. Tell her that these are the same tea leaves from yesterday, Song Shuhang replied. Yesterday, he wanted to give Zhao Yaya another portion of tea leaves. However, he fell asleep afterward and wasn't able to. Got it, Mama Song said. Moreover, come home a bit early for the meal, don't stay out for too long. Sure, I'll return home early, Song Shuhang said. After hanging up, he swallowed a qi and blood pill and kept practicing. Since he was already at it, it was better to complete today's round of practice. At this time, Papa Song arrived downstairs and saw the tall and strong-looking Sima Jiang. Behind were also 4 stocky men in black suits guarding a big box. Is this Shuhang's delivery? Papa Song curiously asked using Wenzhou area's dialect, anyway, who delivers packages like this? With 4 men in black suits watching over it? Huh, you must be Shuhang's father, right? You two really look similar. Sima Jiang laughed and also used Wenzhou City's standard accent. Afterward, he went forward and gave Papa Song his business card. I am Fengshou Express Delivery Sima Jiang, and I'm here to deliver this big box. Do you want us to bring it upstairs? As a member of an elite company of express deliveries, Sima Jiang knew many languages, and he also knew over 10 Chinese dialects so as to avoid not understanding what the client was saying. I see, go ahead. Thanks. Papa Song took the business card and nodded. This box was a cube with sides measuring 1.6 meters. Therefore, it was tough for him alone to bring it up. Anyway, Papa Song and Song Shuhang's shared only around 10% of their facial features. As a consequence, Sima Jiang's flattery had deeply impressed him. Is the attitude of your Fengshou Express delivery always so good? Papa Song thoughtlessly asked. Of course. If you have an express delivery to send, just give me a call and I'll be there. Sima Jiang started to shamelessly advertise his company. At the same time, he gave Papa Song some papers to sign. I'll have to ask Mr. Song to sign here. Papa Song smiled and nodded. Afterward, he signed the papers. However, he thought in his heart, is their attitude so good because Shuhang is a big client of their company? Papa Song was a seasoned man and had dealt with a variety of people for many years. Therefore, he could roughly gauge the situation just with a glance. Is the thing in this box really so precious? The 4 men in black suits cautiously lifted the wooden box and brought it inside the home, putting it in the middle of the hall. Afterward, Sima Jiang bid farewell to Song Shuhang's family members. Mr. Song, we'll take our leave then. And just in this fashion, he brought along the 4 men in black suits and left Song Shuhang's house, their heads held high. Were they from the express delivery company? Mama Song asked from the kitchen, somewhat confused. None of them looked like an express delivery man. Especially those 4 men in black suits that looked the same as those bodyguards you see in movies. Shuhang, this boy, what did he exactly buy during this year that he got in touch with this company? Papa Song muttered. Then, he recalled to mind that tractor that could run up to 150 kilometers per minute, considering that Shuhang is studying mechanical design and manufacturing. Is it possible that his talent is incredibly high and he has already started to design and manufacture large mechanical devices? Then, Papa Song shot a look at the big box before his eyes and curiously asked, now, what does this box contain? According to Shuhang, there should be tea leaves inside, but, would you really put tea leaves inside such a big box? Mama Song's corner of the mouth twitched. Just how many tea leaves can one put inside such a big box? Probably so many that they could last for a lifetime. Just as both of them were lost in thoughts, a noise transmitted from the box. What was that? Papa Song said, somewhat vigilant. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound coming from the box was getting more and more clear. There was indeed something inside moving. Next, Mama Song and Papa Song saw that the cover of the box was slowly lifted. This scene was enough to scare someone. Mama Song gave Papa Song a meaningful glance. Papa Song immediately grabbed the nearby broom and tightened his right hand around it, even the muscle on his arm started to bulge faintly. Bang! At this time, the cover of the wooden box was sent flying. Ahaha, surprise! Senior Song, did you see my incredible appearance? Are you surprised? A tall and slender girl suddenly stood up from the box. She was holding her hands high and had a pleased look on her face. It was the smile of someone that had successfully managed to play a prank. Her long pitch-black hair dropped on her back like a waterfall. She was wearing a white t-shirt and cropped jeans and was full of energy. The most eye-catching part was her two very long legs. Mama Song opened her mouth wide, and wasn't able to close it for a while. Papa Song was holding onto the broom, his face awkward. What? The girl with long legs looked all around and saw the surprised Mama Song and Papa Song, the latter holding a broom. She turned her head once more and looked all around a second time, however, there were no traces of Song Shuhang anywhere. What? Is Senior Song not home? Her self-satisfied smile turned into an embarrassed one. Senior Song? Mama Song was confused. After seeing Mama Song's confused expression, the girl with long legs blinked a few times. Don't tell me I mailed myself over to the wrong address. Then, under Papa Song and Mama Song's dumbfounded gaze, she picked up the cover of the wooden box she came out of. Afterward, she jumped back into the box and covered it with the lid. It was really a lot of work. It wasn't easy for a girl with a tall and slender build like her to squat down inside such a box. Before covering the box, she looked at Mama Song and Papa Song somewhat embarrassed, and said, Uncle, Auntie, I'm sorry. It seems I mailed myself over to the wrong address. He, don't worry. I'll make a call and clarify the situation. Then, they heard her dial a number, calling someone. Soon, the person on the other side picked the phone. Hello. Senior Song, the girl said somewhat anxious. Soft Feather? Did you call me to tell me about the express delivery of the spirit green tea? They already delivered it to my house. Song Shuhang said with a smile. They delivered it to your house? Soft Feather's expression stiffened. Weird, I don't see you around. You don't see me around? Song Shuhang's expression also stiffened. Song Shuhang rubbed his brows and recalled to mind the last time he received a big express delivery. That delivery was from Su Clan 16. The contents of that delivery were a box of spirit green tea, a jar of fasting pills, and a free-of-charge and very cute 16. Soft Feather, did you send yourself over? Song Shuhang cautiously asked. Soft Feather laughed and said, Ah. Senior Song, you guessed correctly. Ahaha. Wait a moment. I'm immediately coming home. Since I was outside practicing, my mom and dad received the delivery for me. Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. Oh. No wonder I couldn't see you. Soft Feather nodded. Then, should I wait for your return inside the box? There is no need for that. Before coming home, I'll make a call and explain to my parents what's happening, Song Shuhang said as he put out the flames of the fire-controlling art burning in front of him. Then, he used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk and rushed home at full speed. He felt that Mama Song would misunderstand things after seeing Soft Feather. On the other side. Under Mama Song and Papa Song's careful gaze, Soft Feather pushed the box open once again. Then, she embarrassingly stood up and waved her hand at Mama Song and Papa Song. "Auntie, uncle, hello. I'm Senior Song Shuhang's friend, you Ruzi one." When Soft Feather drilled inside the box and made that call, Mama Song had already thought of this possibility. At the time, she remained silent and didn't speak, because she was too excited. Shuhang, that blockhead, had finally opened his eyes. After seeing that he had brought back a man, Mama Song had already lost faith in her son. But never would she have expected that he was a so-called man of true talent that didn't like to show off his talent. Without making a sound, he brought a girl home through the express delivery. "Child, quickly come out. There is no need to stay inside the box." Mama Song gave Papa Song a meaningful glance, hinting him to put the broom down. Afterward, she went forward and helped Soft Feather get out of the box. "Aha!" Soft Feather laughed embarrassed. Then, she turned around and picked a small gift box and handed it over. "This is a small gift. I ask Auntie and Uncle to accept it. The fact that you're is enough already. There is no need for excessive courtesy. You can treat this place as your home, no need to be embarrassed." Mama Song said with a radiant smile on her face. At this time, Zhao Yaya, who was resting in the living room, also came over. She shot a glance at Soft Feather and noticed her long legs. This girl with long legs, it should be her, right? When she went to Song Shuhang's university during the athletic meeting, Song Shuhang's classmates unintentionally revealed that they saw him with a beautiful girl with long legs. It seems that she is the girl they were talking about. When Song Shuhang got home, he was gasping for breath due to the long run. After pushing the door open, he saw Mama Song and Soft Feather discussing happily. The two of them were chatting about popular Chinese artists of over 20 years ago, TV series that were popular at the time, and all strange events that happened all over China in the last years. Of course, they also discussed some recent events. Mama Song was surprised that the girl before her eyes knew about so many matters from 20 to 30 years ago. Was it possible that she was frequently accompanying her elders at home to chat? If that was the case, this girl was really filial. On a side, Papa Song and Zhao Yaya were acting as filler characters since they didn't even have the chance to join the conversation. "Ah! Shuhang, you're finally here. Where had you run to? You made this girl wait a long time." Mama Song raised her brows after seeing Song Shuhang and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior Song. Are you surprised to see me here?" Soft Feather stood up and smiled. "It's a pity though. You would have been even more surprised if you saw me come out of the wooden box." "I can only say that I'm rather surprised." Song Shuhang smiled. Then, he waved at Soft Feather. "Ma, I'll bring you Ruzi to my room for a chat." Mama Song unconsciously said, "Ah. Isn't there a guest sleeping in your room? How about going into the living room?" "It's all right. Song Bai and you Ruzi are also acquaintances," Song Shuhang replied. After Song Shuhang was gone, Papa Song held his chin and said, "What is the relationship between Shuhang and this girl? It doesn't matter what's their relationship. As long as it's a girl, it's fine." Mama Song sat on the sofa and sighed with emotion. But why did that girl come out of a wooden box? It seems it wasn't a normal express delivery. Papa Song guessed. "You saw those men that brought the box inside, right? They didn't look like express delivery men at all. I think they were hired by that girl to bring her over here and give Shuhang a surprise. Young people really have unique ways to amuse themselves. She unexpectedly sent herself over in a wooden box. I think that even the youngsters of this era are unlikely to seal themselves in a box and mail themselves over. If I'm not mistaken, this girl went to Shuhang's university sometime before the athletic meeting, said Zhao Yaya while taking a sip of the tea made from the spirit green tea. She looked very comfortable. After hearing these words, Mama Song and Papa Song's eyes lit up. The two of them also took a sip of the tea, their expressions very comfortable. Song Shuhang brought Soft Feather to his room and asked, "Soft Feather, did you secretly run away from the Spirit Butterfly Island?" "I didn't secretly run away," Soft Feather replied. "After receiving your home address, I felt that it would be troublesome to look for your house personally. Therefore, I decided to come along the express delivery." Song Shuhang smiled and asked, "Then, is Venerable Spirit Butterfly aware that you're here?" "Ahahaha, I didn't tell him about it. However, I've already contracted the ghost spirit and completed the synchronization. According to our original agreement, I can leave the island at any time. Therefore, it doesn't count as secretly sneaking out," Soft Feather said with a self-satisfied look on her face. Song Shuhang. "In the end, you still secretly run away." "Ah, yes. Senior Song, before coming here, I've heard that you and Venerable White are now living together, is that true?" Soft Feather said, somewhat excited. "Yes, Senior White is meditating in my room right now." Song Shuhang pushed the door of the room open and pointed at the figure lying down on the bed. There was still more than a day left for his meditation to end. "Ah. So, this is the legendary Senior White." Soft Feather excitedly entered the room and carefully sized up Senior White. He was like the world's most beautiful artwork, an immortal that had been banished into the world of mortals. His long black hair was scattered all over and his body was faintly emitting a charm that attracted others' attention. Those that saw him couldn't help but want to sit next to him and gaze at him forever. "Be careful, don't stare at Senior White for too long," Song Shuhang reminded. According to what the seniors in the group had said, Senior White's charm could affect all genders and species. "It's all right. I already prepared myself." Soft Feather turned her head and pointed at her eyes with a satisfied look on her face. She was wearing something akin to contact lenses. "It should be some magical treasure, right? Senior Song, can you help me take a few photos?" Soft Feather turned around and passed her phone to Song Shuhang. "You want to take some photos?" Song Shuhang took the phone. "Yes, I want to take a group photo." Soft Feather took off her little sandals and revealed her lovely feet. Next, she climbed onto the bed and sat next to Venerable White, stretching her hand and making a V sign. Oh, so she wanted to take a group photo with Venerable White? Speaking of group photos with Venerable White, ugh. Why the hell did I remember that time when we went bungee jumping? When they took those pictures, he screamed again and again, and only with much difficulty was he eventually able to squeeze out a forced and unsightly smile. On the other hand, Senior White was as beautiful as always. The contrast was so big that you couldn't look at those photos without feeling awkward. "How come you've suddenly decided to take a group photo with Venerable White?" Song Shuhang thoughtlessly asked. Then, he took the phone and adjusted the angle, taking several pictures of Senior White and Soft Feather. Afterward, he returned the mobile phone to Soft Feather. Soft Feather knelt on the bed and took the phone. He. "Senior Song, you don't know? Senior White is very rare. And being able to take a photo with him is very difficult. Senior White is very rare. It seems there is something wrong with the adjective Soft Feather used. It's not like Senior White is a giant panda. Wait. What the hell am I saying? Senior White is much rarer than a giant panda. This logic seems flawed too. Senior White is really as handsome as they said." After fiddling with the phone for a while, Soft Feather sent these pictures to the group space of the 9 Provinces #1 group. Title of the album: Today, I went to Senior Song's house and took a group photo with the legendary Venerable White. Soon after, the seniors in the group started to pop up and put likes on the picture. As expected, Northern River's loose cultivator was the first one to reply. Senior White is as handsome as always, and Soft Feather also looks like a fairy that has descended to earth. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, this is how you should take pictures with Senior White. This scenery is very pleasing to the eye, and the two of them look like two flowers that have blossomed on the same stalk. It's very refreshing compared to the pictures of Senior White and little friend Shuhang doing bungee jumping from last time. At the time, little friend Shuhang was merely serving as a contrast to highlight Senior White's handsome look. Song Shuhang. Senior Thrice Reckless really likes to speak his mind without caring about the consequences. His tongue is just too venomous. No wonder that many seniors looked for him to pay him a visit, and give him a lesson. It wasn't that those seniors had a low tolerance, it was that Senior Thrice Reckless really needed a lesson. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, I especially went back to take a look at Senior White's and little friend Shuhang's group photos. And after comparing them to this one, I feel that life is truly wonderful. Song Shuhang. Since the last time he courted death in front of true monarch Yellow Mountain, Senior Immortal Master Copper Trigram has really stepped up his game. It seems he can no longer turn back. If we add his Black Trigram attribute on top of it, Song Shuhang believed that he would one day surpass Thrice Reckless Mad Saber and become the #1 Death Seeker of the 9 provinces #1 group. Fairy Lychee, did little friend Shuhang take this photo? This angle is really good. Next time, I also wouldn't mind coming to your house to take a group photo with Senior White. Soon after, the other members of the group also came out and commented. Basically, all of them were praising the picture. After the seniors were done commenting, Medicine Master also sluggishly wrote his sentence. Shuhang, control yourself. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with 2 venerables. This sentence from Medicine Master left the other members of the group baffled. After reading all the messages, Song Shuhang also shot a look at the picture. Just as Fairy Lychee said, the angle he had casually chosen was really good. Should he also save it on his device? Just as Song Shuhang was lost in thoughts, Soft Feather jumped down from the bed and opened her small and exquisite purse. Then, she put her hand inside and took out a big rectangular table. Whoa! Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. He had seen stuff like this only in some novels and Doraemon. It was his first time seeing it live. He was taken by surprise and thoroughly shocked. Is this a space-related magical treasure? A cosmos bag? Song Shuhang cautiously asked. Senior Medicine Master said that he would have to sell his entire property to get such a treasure. Although what Senior Medicine Master was talking about was a space ring. It's not a cosmos bag, that thing is just too expensive. My father said that I'm not strong enough to casually bring it out. This purse of mine is much inferior to a cosmos bag. Here, look. Soft Feather smiled as she explained. Then, she opened her small purse and gave it to Song Shuhang. When he looked inside the small purse, he saw 10 or so objects, and each of them was reduced in size and looked like a toy. This purse is made from the shed skin of the little finger snake, a spirit beast. The skin of this snake has the innate ability to reduce the size of everything it touches. Although this snake has the size of a little finger, it can reduce the size of a big elephant to that of a fingernail after coming in contact with it, gulping it down at once. The ability of its skin it sheds works the same way and can reduce the size of various objects. However, its effects are not that strong and can reduce a table to the size of a matchbox at most. Moreover, it can't reduce the size of living things, Soft Feather explained. There aren't many differences between a cosmos bag and this item. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. Of course there is a difference. A cosmos bag is based on the principles of space and time. The things you put inside will never deteriorate and mix between them. My size-reducing purse can only reduce the size of a few things, and I have to keep everything in order so as to avoid creating confusion, Soft Feather replied. As far as I'm concerned, this thing is not so different from a small space bag. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. Then, he curiously asked, just how strong is this little finger snake? Where can you find it? A little finger snake can appear anywhere. Traces of their presence are found in all corners of the world. However, only a very small number of cultivators were able to see their true bodies. Finding some of their shed skin is already considered great luck, Soft Feather explained. After finishing her sentence, she put her hand in the small purse and took out an incense burner and a few incense sticks. Song Shuhang looked at Soft Feather with a puzzled face, not understanding what she was trying to do. After Soft Feather was done digging for things, she set up the table facing towards Venerable White on the bed and placed the incense burner on it. Next, she pinched the top of the incense, releasing true qi to light it up. After lighting it up, she held the incense firmly and bowed towards Senior White, paying respects to him. Her face looked serious, as though she was offering sacrifices to a deity. After paying her respects, she respectfully stuck the several sticks of incense into the incense burner. Song Shuhang. What kind of joke is this? It feels really strange. Venerable White is still alive, and he isn't an idol. Hence, he couldn't help but ask, Soft Feather, what are you doing? Senior Song, you didn't know? Soft Feather looked at Song Shuhang with a shocked expression. Don't tell me you've never offered incense to Senior White? That's why I'm asking, why would I need to offer incense to Senior White? Song Shuhang exclaimed. Senior Song, your cultivation knowledge is too weak. Soft Feather's face filled with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Song Shuhang stared blankly. Could it be that, whenever a cultivator meets a senior, he or she has to set up the table and offer incense? Is it possible that the junior cultivators always have to carry an incense burner with them everywhere they go, and when they meet a senior, they have to pay respects and offer incense to him on the spot? No, this is impossible. No, when you meet other seniors, you don't have to do this. But Senior White is rare and special. Soft Feather drew a large circle with both hands. Thereafter, she continued explaining, most of the people in the cultivation world know about this. If you meet Senior White when he's in secluded meditation, if the circumstances permit, you can offer Senior White incense while making a wish. It's very effective. Offer incense, making a wish? Very effective? Song Shuhang used all his might to rub his face. Senior White's heaven-defying luck had become formidable to such an extent, but then again, he immediately thought of the situation of him bringing Senior White back from the nameless celestial god temple. At that time, Senior White was mistaken as a celestial god statue, standing there in the midst of the crowd with everyone offering incense to him. Additionally, the nameless celestial god temple was rather famous. It was said that as long the person wishing for something was sincere, their wishes would come true. So it was true, even in the cultivation world, Senior White's reputation had spread for a long time. However, wouldn't it be dangerous, entrusting your wish to Senior White? For example, if your wish was to gain a peerless technique, you might fall off a cliff first. If you're lucky, when falling halfway, you might land into a cave, allowing you to successfully get your peerless technique, but if your luck is bad, you might end up falling all the way to the ground, breaking your entire body into a pile of broken bones. Soft Feather, can I ask a question? After making their wishes, did anyone end up dying or hurting themselves when their wishes came true? Song Shuhang asked warily. Soft Feather thought for a moment or two and shook her head. As for this, I don't know. The rumor in the cultivation world has it that if you keep making wishes to Senior White when he is in secluded meditation, your wishes can possibly come true. That's all. As they were talking, the incense Soft Feather lit up all finished burning. Ah damn it, using true qi to light it up is indeed problematic, it finished burning too quickly, muttered Soft Feather. However, she did not have any intention to light up and offer more incense, she silently started putting the table and incense burner away. Song Shuhang looked as she used the small purse to hit the incense burner lightly, immediately causing it to decrease in size until it was no bigger than a marble. Then, Soft Feather put it back into the purse. Soon after, she used exactly the same method to put away the table as well. What a good item! If only I had the opportunity to find the shed skin of a little finger snake, that would be really great. Wait a minute. Senior White, that wasn't a wish. Song Shuhang looked at the Senior White, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed on the bed, and quickly added that statement. Next, Song Shuhang brewed a cup of spirit green tea and gave it to Soft Feather. Since when did you have spirit green tea? Soft Feather asked out of curiosity. The one she sent was still packed. But earlier, the spirit green tea that Song Shuhang took was from his room. Su Clan 16 of the 9 provinces number 1 group sent it over. Last time, I did her a small favor, so she probably sent it to thank me, said Song Shuhang. Oh, Senior Sevens Jr. I saw other seniors mention that before in the group. Soft Feather sat on the side of the bed, shaking her small feet, and naughtily raised her spotlessly white toes that were sparkling and clear. Earlier, when she set up the table to offer incense, she didn't even wear sandals. Song Shuhang pulled out a chair from below the computer table and sat down. He suddenly recalled Soft Feather making a wish to Senior White and asked out of concern, Soft Feather, what kind of wish did you make? If you want to tell me, that is. It was after all a wish. If it was a private matter, it wouldn't be nice to share it with others. It's just a small matter, I can tell you. Earlier, I wished for Senior White's blessings to let me complete my next task without a hitch. Soft Feather smiled. Next task? Song Shuhang had a sudden epiphany. Are you referring to the treasure map? You want to hunt for the treasure? Soft Feather once mentioned it to Song Shuhang on the instant messaging program, saying that she'd found a treasure map amidst her dad's notes. She also said that if time permitted, she and Song Shuhang should go hunt for the treasure together. Not that, though I brought the treasure map out with me on this trip too. But the main purpose of this trip is something else. As Soft Feather spoke, she sat upright and started speaking in a serious manner. Soft Feather had a good friend named Chu Chunying. She was a girl from a small aristocratic family of cultivators. When Soft Feather was little, she used to follow Venerable Spirit Butterfly to have fun around the world, and that was when she got to know her. Thereafter, both of them kept in contact intermittently. But not long ago, Chu Chunying suddenly stopped contacting her. Hence, Soft Feather was very curious and got people to investigate. Only then did she find out that Chu Chunying's aristocratic cultivator family faced a bit of a troublesome problem. About 100 years ago, the Chu family gained a rather decent cultivation sword technique. Initially, this issue was very well concealed, no one knew about it. The Chu family also secretly practiced behind closed doors. But for some reason, people got wind of it and it attracted the attention of a sect. Even though this sect wasn't a big one, it was still a lot stronger than Chu Chunying's small aristocratic family. Hence, that sect started to make things difficult for the Chu family, to force them to hand over the sword technique. It continued for more than half a year. Is there no one to manage things like that? Song Shuhang asked. It can't be that within the world of cultivators, there isn't a cultivator alliance leader of some sort who can step forward and stop that sect, right? Actually, there is an alliance leader of some sort. But, from what I can remember, that alliance leader had already been in secluded meditation for over 600 years and nobody knows when he will come out. Soft Feather sighed. This was the most frustrating thing in the world of cultivators. In order to be the alliance leader in the cultivation world, you need to at the very least be very strong, or else what can you use to make others obey you? But for seniors who were strong and formidable, they'd spend at least several hundred of years in seclusion, and it could even reach up to 1,000 years. Over the course of hundreds of years, who was gonna take over the management of the cultivation world? You can't possibly move on and choose another alliance leader, right? But what was the point? For all you know, when you selected a new alliance leader, the next thing he might do was to cook up a 10,000-year secluded meditation set meal. Hence, the alliance leader issue in the cultivation world could only remain unsolved like this. However, apart from the alliance leader, a few big Taoist and Buddhist sects do secretly look after the cultivation world to prevent chaos. If anyone goes too far, stirring the anger of the public, then they can't blame anyone for taking action when the time comes, explained Soft Feather. And precisely because of that sect did not dare to forcefully seize the sword technique directly, but instead engaged in all kinds of tricks to make things difficult for that small aristocratic family. So, Soft Feather, you want to help your friend, right? How are you going to help out? Song Shuhang asked. I haven't thought of that yet, to be honest. I plan to go over to take a look first and see if there's anything I can help with. If the other party went overboard, I will go back to Spirit Butterfly Island and get a couple of people to go there to support my friend's family. If we can't solve this with logic, then we shall see whose fist is stronger. Soft Feather clenched her fists and drew back the corners of her mouth, revealing her tiny eye teeth. Is there anything I can do to help? Song Shuhang asked. A sect versus an aristocratic family conflict was pretty cool if you thought about it. If it was possible, he would like to experience it for himself. Soft Feather looked at Song Shuhang and said as tactfully as possible, no can do, Senior Song, your cultivation level is kinda on the low side, even if you go over, you wouldn't be able to help much. Tears were streaming down Song Shuhang's cheeks immediately. Excuse me if I'm such a weakling. Wait for me to finish helping my friend with her matter, and if Daddy hasn't sent anyone to come and get me to go back, I will go with you to hunt for the treasure. Soft Feather reached out her hand and patted Song Shuhang, consoling him. Alright, Song Shuhang answered. Right, I heard that true monarch Yellow Mountain's Doudou is also at your place? How come I don't see him? I never had the chance to see Doudou. Whenever Dad brought me to True Monarch Yellow Mountain's house as a guest, Doudou would always coincidentally be running away from home at the same time. Soft Feather asked out of curiosity. Doudou is currently accompanying the small monk Guogua to treat his hemorrhoids at the hospital. After counting the days, the small monk should be receiving the last treatment today, and Doudou should be coming back too, Song Shuhang answered. Speaking of Doudou, Song Shuhang's cell phone rang. He glanced and saw it was indeed Doudou calling him. It should be Doudou coming back, let me pick up the call. Song Shuhang smiled and picked up his phone. Hello, little friend Shuhang. I am Zhou Li. Zhou Li's voice came from the other end of the line. His voice at this moment sounded exceptionally serious and one could sense his powerlessness very strongly. Song Shuhang himself was also very puzzled just how he could sense so many emotions from simply hearing senior brother Zhou Li's voice alone. In any case, he could sense them all. Song Shuhang immediately asked, Senior brother Zhou Li, did anything happen? The tone of your voice sounds a little off. Doudou ran away. When Zhou Li said it, he seemed to have exhausted all his energy. Also, he didn't run away alone. He kidnapped the small monk Guogua too. Forgive me, little friend Shuhang. I was clearly standing next to them, yet I couldn't keep an eye on them. Song Shuhang felt the blood rush to his throat and almost spurted out. At first, everything went as yesterday. Doudou gave me his mobile phone and accompanied the small monk to have his hemorrhoids treated. But since they didn't come out even after a long time, I went to inquire. It was then that I discovered that the small monk and Doudou had already left quite some time ago. He was able to swindle me again. Senior brother Zhou Li kept pouring out his woes. However, it couldn't be helped. Doudou's skill in running away was already SSS level. Even true monarch Yellow Mountain was powerless against it. Zhao, who was responsible for cleaning up Doudou's messes, had already suffered 109 consecutive defeats against him. I'll try to find Doudou as soon as possible and contact you. As for the tractor accident on your side, I'll send someone to deal with it. You don't have to worry about it, Zhao said after he pulled himself together. After all, he was a man that had lost 109 battles. Even after this heavy defeat, it didn't take him too long to recover. By now, he was pretty experienced at consoling himself. Shuhang felt sorry for senior brother Zhao. And when he remembered that unknown fairy maiden that Zhao loved but couldn't meet, he couldn't help but feel sad for him. Senior brother Zhao, don't give up. After you catch Doudou, I'll keep a close watch on him and won't let him escape. I'm not sure how long I can hold on for, but I won't let him escape for a week. Shuhang pledged. On the other side, senior brother Zhao shed a tear of happiness. After hanging up, Shuhang heaved a long sigh. Doudou and the small monk were really two troublemakers. One couldn't help but worry about them. Did Doudou escape again? Soft Feather asked. Yes, and he also brought the small monk Guogua along. Guogua is Great Master Profound Principle's new disciple. A while ago, because he wanted to have his hemorrhoids treated, he quietly ran away from the faraway wandering temple and ended up coming here. Then, senior brother Three Realms asked me to look after him for a while. Shuhang rubbed his temples. After seeing his lovable and stern appearance, I thought that it would be an easy task. But who would have thought that he was even more troublesome than Doudou? Ahaha. Soft Feather made a hollow laugh. She too had quietly run away from home. Doudou kidnapping the small monk wasn't the only thing bothering Shuhang. If senior brother Zhao couldn't come over, who would help him deal with Senior White? He had promised Mama Song that he would wake up Senior White and have him come down to eat something. At first, he was thinking of waiting for senior brother Zhao and have him use an illusory art to assume Senior White's appearance. But now, senior brother Zhao was chasing after Doudou and the small monk. And that wasn't all. While meditating, Senior White could casually unleash his illusory reality, giving birth to that desert and the young in green clothes riding a white horse phenomenon. And to prepare against all eventualities, he wanted to ask senior brother Zhao to put a defensive barrier around his room. What a headache. Senior Song seems very worried. When someone runs away from home, will the other members of the family be this worried? Is father also this worried whenever I run away from home? Soft Feather patted her big chest. She felt uncomfortable. After returning home, should I apologize to him? At this time, Shuhang patted his forehead. I'm so stupid. He looked at Soft Feather and asked expectantly, Soft Feather, do you know how to arrange a defensive formation? He remembered that Soft Feather could also use formations. When he accompanied her to the Luo Xin Street area to catch the ghost spirit, Soft Feather stringed together a few silvery sticks and talisman papers, arranging a defensive formation. I know how to arrange a defensive formation. However, there are many types of formations with different strengths. Senior Song, what kind of defensive formation do you have in mind? And what do you need to use it against? Soft Feather asked. There is no need for it to be too powerful. After all, it doesn't have to protect us against an enemy. After speaking this much, Shuhang shot a look at Senior White. Although Venerable White was meditating, it was unknown if he had completely cut off all relations with the outside world. After all, he was closing up for only 2 days. Maybe he could still hear. Thereupon, Shuhang quietly took out his mobile phone and sent a private message to Soft Feather. He sent her a message about how Senior White would inadvertently launch an illusory reality while closing up. Afterward, he briefly mentioned the desert and the young man in green clothes riding a white horse that tortured him. Then, He told her that a defensive formation protected Medicine Master's multi-storied building, and thanks to this barrier, the illusion hadn't spread outside the building. Therefore, he wanted to up a defensive formation inside the room. Its strength was unimportant, it only had to block the illusion that Senior White unconsciously launched sometimes. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, Song Shuhang's family was composed of normal people, and if they were involved in the illusion. The lead story in Wenzhou City's newspaper tomorrow would be, a university student went mad and killed his parents. Moreover, he used very cruel methods. After reading this message, Soft Feather immediately replied using her phone, "Oh, it's easy then. If Senior White is unconsciously releasing an illusory reality while closing up, a small formation next to the bed will be enough to stop it." She seemed very confident. After all, there was also a venerable in her family, her father. Therefore, she was familiar with the illusory reality and had the means to stop if it was accidentally released. Then, she took a writing brush made from monster beast's fur from her purse and asked, "Senior Song, do you have talisman paper?" "Talisman paper? You mean an A4 paper?" Song Shuhang asked. Earlier, he had seen Senior White use A4 paper sheets to create all sorts of talismans. Soft Feather. "Senior Song, stop joking. How can you compare A4 paper to talisman paper?" It won't do." Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh. It seemed that only Venerable White could make talismans from A4 paper. After pondering for a moment, he took out a sheet of A4 paper from his pocket and gave it to Soft Feather. It was the invisible formation that Senior White had pasted to the tractor earlier. The ones that strengthened the tractor's body and reduced its weight got destroyed along with it. Maybe Soft Feather could use the formations drawn on this sheet of paper as a reference. Soft Feather took that sheet of A4 paper and stared at it for a while. Then, she asked, "Is this Senior White's work?" "Yes." Song Shuhang nodded. "Just as I expected. My father once said that Venerable White could be ranked amongst the first 3 in the field of formations among cultivators. The level of this formation has completely exceeded my understanding." Soft Feather carefully looked at the sheet of A4 paper and asked expectantly, "Senior Song, can I keep this paper and examine it?" "Sure, you can take it if you want," Song Shuhang replied. "Thank you, Senior Song." Soft Feather put the sheet of A4 paper away with great care. Then, she added, "In the absence of talisman paper, we can only rely on things we can find around here. A4 paper is no good though. My level is not so high after all." "Which materials do you need?" Song Shuhang curiously asked. "Let's go look for some fresh bamboo splits, we can use those instead of talisman paper. By borrowing the wood element aura inside the bamboo splits, we can arrange a small wood-type defensive formation," Soft Feather said. Song Shuhang was worried they would need something similar to the wood struck by lightning, which was quite difficult to find, but hearing that they only needed bamboo splits, he heaved a sigh of relief. "That's easy to find. There are a few types of bamboo growing behind my house, I'll go chop some of them." "Let's go chop them together." Soft Feather jumped from the bed and wore her sandals. "Fine," Song Shuhang said. Hopefully, Senior White won't launch his illusory reality right at this moment. Song Shuhang joined his palms together and prayed. "Ma, I'm bringing you Ruzi downstairs to chop some bamboos. We're planning to create an interesting thing," Song Shuhang said to Mama Song in the living room. "Sure, have fun. However, don't stay out for too long. Lunch will be ready soon," Mama Song shouted. "No problem." Song Shuhang laughed. He took the treasured saber-broken tyrant from the living room and went downstairs with Soft Feather. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyu and Old Lu also went to the hospital for a checkup. Papa Song called them a dozen of times and urged them to go there for a checkup. Papa Song's train of thought was, if I, who was sitting in the open container behind, had to go to the hospital, how could this troublemaker old Lu not go? Unacceptable. Although they couldn't share their good moments, they had to share the bad ones. Thereafter, Papa Song called them several times, at intervals of tens of minutes, and urged them to go to the hospital. No phone bill could stop him from bothering them. Lu Tianyu started the car and drove his father home. However, he seemed a little absent-minded along the way. "Tianyu, is something the matter?" Old Lu asked. "I was thinking about Song Shuhang's tractor," Lu Tianyu replied honestly. "Oh, that tractor was indeed very fast." Old Lu nodded. Lu Tianyu faintly smiled. At the time, he didn't only pay attention to its speed. He noticed that it was very steady, and the people on it didn't even feel the wind blow against their faces. Although unaware of what technology they had used to manufacture it, he felt that it was something worth investing into. Moreover, did this friend of Shuhang that modified the tractor already have someone investing money in this project? If he didn't, Lu Tianyu didn't mind investing money himself, helping Shuhang and his friend develop this technology further. He was sure that it would be very profitable. Very quickly, they were already home. After parking the car, Lu Tianyu and his father went upstairs. On the way, Lu Tianyu took out his mobile phone and scrolled through the various group chats to see if there was something interesting. At this time, a news sent by one of his friends piqued his interest. Title: Absolutely dazzling to the eye, a tractor, an excavator, and a bulldozer towering amongst luxury cars. Nowadays, posts inside group chats needed to have clickbait titles and good introductions to pique someone's interest. And since this news satisfied the mentioned above conditions, Lu Tianyu became curious and clicked the link. Then, he saw a row of pictures. These pictures portrayed a logistics company transporting some vehicles. Altogether, there were 9 trucks transporting cars. On each of these trucks were 5 cars with different models and brands. The pictures were very clear, therefore, you could see that those cars were all luxury cars. However, these luxury cars weren't the most eye-catching thing. Unexpectedly, 3 trucks were carrying a flashy hand-guided tractor, a small excavator, and a heavy bulldozer. These 3 vehicles really stood out from the rest and were very dazzling to the eye. There was also a simple description attached to this news. From the look of it, these luxury cars were just disposable goods bought by a mysterious man in the Jiangnan area. And amongst them, there were also those hand-guided tractor, excavator, and bulldozer. Lu Tianyu was temporarily at a loss. Then, he immediately thought of Song Shuhang's hand-guided tractor and all those certificates of roadworthiness that fell on the ground when the tractor overturned. What a pity, they already have an investor. Lu Tianyu secretly heaved a sigh. It seemed that this mysterious investor bought that hand-guided tractor and the luxury cars so that Song Shuhang and his friend could further develop this technology by testing it on those vehicles. As they said, knowledge is power. Science and technology are indeed a huge source of wealth. Lu Tianyu secretly put his phone away. He thought that it would be better not to tell his father about this. Otherwise, old Lu might get depressed and lock himself up in his room, refusing to come out. Behind Song Shuhang's house, in a small bamboo grove. It was Papa Song that had brought these water bamboos here from the mountains. A few years ago, Papa Song would happily come here every day to prune and take care of these water bamboos. But after a while, he got bored and decided to let things run their course. Luckily, these water bamboos were very tenacious and beautifully grew even without someone taking care of them. Which one should I chop? Song Shuhang asked. He was very curious as to how Soft Feather was planning to turn these ordinary bamboos into a defensive formation. Let me see. Soft Feather closed her eyes, and when she opened them a second later, her pupils were shining like diamonds. Is this a spell? Or maybe it's the innate skill of her eye aperture. Or perhaps it's the power of her contact lenses. After gazing at the grove for a while, Soft Feather pointed at a luxuriant bamboo and said, "That's the one. That bamboo has the highest amount of wood-type energy." Song Shuhang nodded and raised Broken Tyrant. Afterward, he slashed once and cut the bamboo down. "What now?" Song Shuhang asked. Soft Feather said, "Senior, give me the saber." Song Shuhang passed Broken Tyrant to her. This blade was the best treasure of the Moon Saber sect. But after Song Shuhang took it, it had been reduced to a tool used to cut green onions and bamboos. It seemed it was being treated as an ordinary kitchen knife these days. Soft Feather took Broken Tyrant and quickly slashed. Swish, swish, swish. Saber light flashed, and the twigs of the bamboo were quickly cut off. Afterward, the bamboo itself was cut into many bamboo splits that had the same size of those bamboo slips used in ancient times as writing material. Soon after, Soft Feather's pupils changed once more as she chose 20 bamboo splits from the pile. "All right, these 20 bamboo splits will suffice," Soft Feather said, self-satisfied. "Let's return to your room and arrange the formation." Song Shuhang took the broom and swept those pieces of bamboo on the ground into a corner. After returning to the room, Soft Feather took out the writing brush made from monster beast's fur and a special ink made of mixed materials from her purse and started to write some characters on the bamboo slips. "Right, should I look the other way?" Song Shuhang asked. In the world of cultivators, cultivation techniques and the likes were highly guarded, and learning a cultivation technique in secret was considered taboo. "Senior, no need. I created this formation by modifying a very common defensive formation. It's not a very high-level technique, therefore, there is no need for you to look the other way," Soft Feather replied. Since he had her permission, Song Shuhang didn't stand on ceremony and carefully looked at Soft Feather writing those characters on the bamboo slips. He had no intention of secretly learning this formation, he was just curious about how defensive formations were created. While watching Soft Feather write, Song Shuhang noticed that the tip of the pen lightly glittered at every stroke. The reason for this was the usage of true qi plus the special ink while writing. The tip of the brush was like a blade, carving a character on the bamboo slips with each stroke. The special ink also merged with the bamboo slips. It was somewhat similar to when he was drawing the character in the center of his palm with qi and blood energy to use the lightning palm. In this case, that special ink could carry the strength of true qi and merge it with the wood-type aura inside the bamboo slips, giving birth to the defensive formation. After all, a defensive formation was different from his lightning palm. The power inside needed to last for a long time, and you had to make sure that the true qi infused in the characters wouldn't lose its strength too quickly. There were more than 200 characters in total, enough for a small essay. All these characters completely filled the 20 slips which were linked together, forming a roll of bamboo slips. Done. Soft Feather blew on the bamboo slips, her face satisfied. The ink above the bamboo slips was glittering and looked beautiful, just like a work of art. "It's done already?" Song Shuhang asked. He wished he could keep watching for some more time. "Yes. Now, we just need to activate it. However, these bamboo slips only have enough energy to maintain the defensive formation for around 2 days. Therefore, you should consider moving Venerable White to another location within these 2 days." Soft Feather replied. Song Shuhang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. 2 days are enough. Venerable White should finish his meditation before the formation loses its strength. As long as Senior White wasn't planning to come out of secluded meditation and say, "Oh, what a good weather today. It's perfect for closing up." After which he would be closing up again for another year, it would be all fine. "I see. I'll activate the formation then." Soft Feather held her 2 forefingers in front of her chest and started to chant the incantation silently, lightly shouting at the end, bamboo slips formation, activate. When she shouted, the bamboo slips spread on the table were suddenly lifted by an invisible force, starting to float in front of Soft Feather. Afterward, a ray of light linked them up one by one. It was a beautiful scene. Go! Soft Feather pointed at Venerable White who was lying on the bed. The bamboo slips scattered and formed a circle around Venerable White's body. Done. Now, even if Senior White were to accidentally release his illusory reality, it wouldn't affect those outside the circle formed by the bamboo slips. Soft Feather clapped her hands. Song Shuhang also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you. Soft Feather, you were really of great help this time. Hee hee. You're welcome, Senior. Soft Feather's eyes narrowed as she smiled. Time quickly passed by, it was already noon. This afternoon's meal was very sumptuous. It was even more sumptuous than yesterday's meal when old Lu had come to visit them. Shuhang, you Ruzi, the meal is ready, Mama Song shouted. After Song Shuhang brought Soft Feather to the dining table, everyone took their respective seats. Didn't your friend got up? Mama Song slightly furrowed her brows as she asked. He got up. However, he still felt sleepy and is taking his time. He'll come once he's done combing his hair and washing his face. Song Shuhang said with a smile. Mama Song nodded and concentrated her attention on Soft Feather. Compared to that song by, Soft Feather was more likely to attract Mama Song's attention. After the meal was served, Song Shuhang quickly started to eat. It looked as though he hadn't eaten anything for days. In a little more than 30 seconds, he had already finished eating. Ma, I'm done here. I'll go call my friend, Song Shuhang said. Was there a need to eat so quickly? Mama Song opened her eyes wide. What was he doing? Eating so quickly and leaving the girl at the table alone? Luckily, Soft Feather and Mama Song already chatted for a long time this morning. Therefore, even after Song Shuhang left, she wasn't embarrassed. Song Shuhang quickly returned to his room. Soon after, a calm-looking Venerable White came out of the room. Long black hair scattered behind his back, and he was so beautiful that he looked like an immortal that had come out of a picture. Right now, there was still a faint feeling of weariness on his face. Uncle, Auntie. It's pretty embarrassing, but I just got up. I troubled you quite a bit for the past few days. The man named Song Bai went into the dining room and made a hollow laugh. Papa Song said with a laugh, it's all right. You're Shuhang's friend, you can consider this place as your home. Mama Song also got up and gave a bowl of rice to Song Bai. No need to be shy. What about Shuhang? Thank you, Auntie. Shuhang returned to his room. He said he had something to do. He. Song Bai took the bowl of rice and laughed, but his smile seemed a little forced. The nearby Soft Feather hit her face. She was trying best not to laugh. After the meal was over, Zhao Yaya helped Mama Song bring the tableware in the kitchen, while Song Bai and Soft Feather returned to Shuhang's room. After returning to the room, Soft Feather jumped on the bed and loudly laughed. Venerable White was still happily meditating. Song Bai took off the brooch-like object on his chest, ending the illusion and assuming Song Shuhang's appearance once more. After laughing for a while, Soft Feather raised her head and mimicked Song Shuhang's appearance and tone from when he took the bowl of rice. Thank you, Auntie. Shuhang returned to his room. He said he had something to do. He. Senior Song, how did it feel to call your mother Auntie? Song Shuhang. At this time, on another side, in the luxurious compartment on a train, Gao Mumu had a dumbfounded look on his face as he was reclining against the seat. His adorable girlfriend Yaya was lying in his arms and was already sleeping. What are you guys doing here? Gao Mumu lowered his voice and said with his teeth clenched in anger. At this time, two people of mixed blood were standing beside him. One was the childhood friend that Gao Momu didn't want to acknowledge, Zhuge Yu. The other was the best friend he wanted to break relations with, Zhuge Zhongyang. Ahaha, did you really think you could escape me just by changing your phone number? Gao Momu, you're so naive. Zhuge Yu said, self-satisfied. The nearby Zhuge Zhongyang added, Gao Momu, it's time. I've already booked tickets for you and your classmates, we're heading toward the East China Sea. Zhuge Zhongyang continued to speak complacently. Additionally, I have already decided on the route we should take. We will take the plane to the big island within the East China Sea, and we will explore and have fun for a day there. Also, I have already booked a luxurious 5-day cruise and reserved a couple of places for you and your friends. Come with us. Youths, let us play as hard as we can and have an awesome time. Please, you're going to see your prospective wife candidates, not to have fun, set your priorities right. Gao Momu strongly criticized in his heart. At the same time, he looked up to the sky. Even changing his phone number couldn't help him escape the clutches of Zhuge Yu and Zhuge Zhongyang. What sin had he exactly committed in his previous life to meet this pair of fools in this life? As a Buddhist saying goes, if we glanced back at each other 500 years ago, we'd meet once again in this lifetime. That means that 500 years ago, his myopia must have been so bad that he looked at this pair of fools a couple of hundred times in exchange for the current ill-fated relationship in this life. No way, he definitely couldn't accompany this pair of fools to go to the East China Sea, or else the blissful honeymoon plans he made with his girlfriend, Yaya, would be completely foiled. Hence, he had to reject vehemently. He couldn't afford to give his opponent any chance to take a breather, he had to bluntly reject, not giving them any way out. Not possible, I won't go with you guys on the trip. Just give up. Gao Momu said coldly. I already made holiday plans with Yaya, no matter what, I will not change it. After earnestly rejecting them, the tone of Gao Momu's voice changed, and he immediately betrayed his comrades, saying, however, I can help you contact Song Shuhang and Tubo to get them to accompany you guys. You know them too, they are my roommates, they are really nice. No way, if you don't accompany me there, I will feel very anxious, Zhuge Zhongyang said. After all, you're my only friend here in China. This concerns my lifelong happiness, you must help me. Not gonna happen, you can forget about it. If you continue whining and complaining, I am not going to even contact Song Shuhang and Tubo, and you'll have no choice but to accompany Miss Lu alone to the East China Sea. Gao Momu threatened in a low voice. Sigh, there is no need for that. We were originally grown from the same root, why should we hound each other to death with such impatience? One Zhuge Zhongyang sighed deeply and snapped his fingers. Zhuge Yu raised her pretty face, swiped her phone and played a sound recording. Firstly, it was Zhuge Yu's voice. Let me kiss you, the French kiss way. I'm sorry, I have to refuse. I'm not gay and I already have a girlfriend. Please find something else to practice with, pillows or a pillar, it's all up to you, said Gao Momu's voice. Zhuge Yu paused it and smiled at Gao Momu. After hearing that conversation, Gao Momu's face immediately went white. Why do you have this recording? He reached out his hands in a bid to snatch Zhuge Yu's phone. Zhuge Yu nimbly dodged and calmly tapped on the phone. So, it's definitely impossible, you should give up this idea. Hey, wait, what are you doing? Said Gao Momu's voice. And a series of kissing sounds was heard. Thereafter, Zhuge Yu started to explain. Originally, at that time, I wanted to take a video so that I could look at it, to do a research on how to kiss, but I didn't realize it was in voice recording mode instead. It was indeed a failure. Horrible, she, even wanted to take a video? What would have happened if it got leaked? I'd die. Delete it, delete all of it from the start to end, and wipe all contents of your phone. Gao Mumu raged in a low voice. He, this is after all an important research material, how can I let you delete it so easily? Zhuge Yu laughed complacently. Bastard, you too deserve to die. Gao Mumu clenched his teeth. He. Zhuge Yu wore a cute smile on her face. Let's make a deal. Zhuge Zhongyang ran his fingers through his hair and struck a dashing pose. You accompany me to the East China Sea, and I will make sure Zhuge Yu deletes this recording. I can also guarantee that I will ensure that she deletes all the other duplicates of it too. How about that? Gao Mumu wanted to cry but failed to shed a tear. Damn it, why are you insisting that I go with you? That's because, you are my good-for-nothing advisor. Zhuge Zhongyang flipped his hair. Gao Mumu felt that he might as well be dead. 500 years ago he was definitely not just myopic, he must have been really blind for him to have any relations with this pair of fools before his eyes. Zhuge Zhongyang changed to another dashing pose and said, one word, deal or no deal? Deal. Gao Mumu clenched his teeth. Thereafter, he resigned to fate and started taking out his phone and calling. It was such a tragedy, if he did not drag a few others down with him, he wouldn't feel okay. Be it Song Shuhang, Tubo, or even Yangda, regardless of who it was, he definitely had to drag at least 2 others to die with him. They were after all brothers, even if they were not born in the same year, month and day, they had to at least die at the same time. Gao Mumu dialed Song Shuhang's number first. Very quickly, Song Shuhang picked up the call. Hello, who is this? He asked because Gao Mumu had changed his number. It's me, Gao Mumu, answered Gao Mumu. Gao Mumu, what's up? Song Shuhang asked. Then, the melodious laughter of a woman, akin to silver bells, could be heard from Song Shuhang's end of the line, albeit faintly. If one had to describe that laughter, they could say that it was simply a sound with healing properties. Upon hearing it, Gao Mumu's mood became a lot better. He evaluated the laughter in his heart, it was in second place after his girlfriend Yaya's laughter. You know, I mentioned it to you guys before, prior to the start of vacation. That bastard Zhuge Zhongyang wants to invite our classmate Lu Fei's elder sister on a trip to the East China Sea. Not only that, he had already booked the flight tickets and had gotten the itinerary all planned out. If you have the time, do you want to have fun in the East China Sea? Gao Mumu tried to sound as gentle as possible, just like Wolf Granny's voice, patiently instructing, luring Little Red Riding Hood. Didn't you say that you wanted to spend some quality time with Yaya, just the 2 of you? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Sigh, it's hard to decline Zhuge Zhongyang's magnificent hospitality, and also, East China Sea is beautiful and fun, so I decided to bring Yaya along with me as well. Moreover, I don't have to fork out any money, it includes food, drinks, accommodation, and leisure activities, Gao Mumu lied through his teeth. If that's the case, when will it be? Song Shuhang asked, he didn't have any other things to do lately anyway. As they were speaking, he looked at Soft Feather. Yeah, Soft Feather was a good girl. Thereafter, his glance fell on Senior White, who was still laying on the bed. He couldn't help but think of Doudou who ran away from home together with the small monk. As expected, bringing the 3 of them along would be much safer. Gao Mumu asked expectantly, we're leaving in 2 days' time, wanna go together? 2 days later? Just in time, Senior White would have been awake by then, Doudou and Guoguo would also be found by then as well. The timing was just right. Alright, no problem. Then, Song Shuhang asked again, can I bring people along? No problem, the more the merrier. I'd even think it's little if you brought 8 or 10 people. Even if you brought 20, 30, or even a few hundred people with you, I wouldn't think it's too many. Gao Mumu laughed his head off, it would be best if he could bring 1,000 people along, besides, the money they would be spending belonged to that idiot Zhuge Zhongyang. Probably just a few people, I'll ask them first. Once I have confirmed everything, I will call you back to give you an answer, replied Song Shuhang. My good brother, remember to bring as many people as you can. So that's settled, see you. Gao Mumu laughed heartily and hung up. Thereafter he took a deep breath and prepared a speech in his head before making a call to Tubo. Hello Tubo, it's me, Gao Mumu, I have a really fun place to bring you to. Right, it's the island resort in the East China Sea that Zhuge Zhongyang talked about, do you want to go together to have fun? Hee, there's also a luxurious 5-day cruise, how does that sound? Action is better than feeling excited at the thought of it. Pack your suitcases, my brother, we will come pick you up in 2 days. Song Shuhang hung up. Soft Feather was lying next to the bed, laughing melodiously. Song Shuhang was speechless. This young lady laughs way too easily, it's scary. He suspected that if he were to casually tell her a few jokes, she would laugh very hard and probably wouldn't be able to straighten her back. And if he were to give her a few funny stories, she could possibly get cramps from laughing too hard. Soft Feather, my friend told me he's organizing a group trip to the East China Sea, do you want to come with us? Song Shuhang asked. Soft Feather held her belly and finally stopped laughing with much difficulty. And then, she shook her head with a face full of regret, saying, even though I really want to go, I can't. I have to rush over to my friend's place to assess the situation and see if there's anything I can help them with. How about this, senior, you leave your cell phone on, after I finish settling my friend's family's problem, if it's still early, I'll go over to look for you. Right, senior, wear this. After which, Soft Feather took out a silver bracelet from her purse. Song Shuhang took the bracelet and looked at Soft Feather with a baffled expression. Why did this bracelet look like it was meant for females? As a man, how could he wear it? This acts as the coordinates for the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. My dad prepared it for me. I can't operate flying swords yet, so rushing to places can be very troublesome. With this bracelet acting as the coordinates, I can use the 10,000-mile flying escape technique on my magical treasures to rush toward its position. As for this item, there is one on the Spirit Butterfly Island, one on my father, and as for this one, it's for you to wear it. If I finish settling the issue earlier than expected, I can directly use 10,000-mile flying escape technique to rush over to you. Soft Feather laughed happily. The 10,000-mile flying escape technique? Used to rush to places? Song Shuhang felt that the name of the technique was very familiar. Very quickly, he remembered where he first came across this spell. Sailor Moon, Moon Prism Power, make up. I'll be damned, it made me think of that embarrassing scene again. That 10,000-mile flying escape technique was a technique given to him by Venerable White at that time to save his life in a pinch. When he was being chased by Limitless Demon Sect's branch leader Jing Mo, he used the 10,000-mile flying escape technique to escape to Venerable White's side. En route, he even pushed against the lower back of Penniless Thief Sect's cold flame sword with his head, spinning while flying for a long time. But, wasn't that a spell to save one's life? In Soft Feather's eyes, this spell was also to be used when one was in a rush to get to somewhere. In the afternoon, after eating the meal, Papa Song returned to the company he worked at, the State Grid Corporation of China. Although the job wasn't hard, Papa Song was somewhat bored of it. Therefore, he was secretly saving up money. After Song Shuhang had graduated, he was planning to open a fitness equipment factory with 2 good friends. Over the past 2 years, fitness equipment for domestic use was selling more and more, and this made Papa Song rather excited. If he weren't afraid of a possible loss that could affect Song Shuhang's studies, he would have already resigned from his current job and opened the factory with his friends. Papa Song and his friends were keeping this matter a secret and hadn't told their families about it, but the 3 of them had already started to plan the establishment of the factory and were planning to open it in 3 years at most. At this time, Mama Song and Zhao Yaya were chatting in the living room. Mama Song wanted to know which place was the best for a date in Wenzhou City. She was looking for one that would create a good mood and wouldn't be too chaotic. She felt that Song Shuhang, this bookworm, wouldn't be able to find an appropriate place for a date. And since she was worried about his future, she had already started to make preparations. While the two of them were discussing, Song Shuhang pushed the door of the living room open. He was here to take a few snacks. There were always some snacks in their living room. When Mama Song watched drama or when Papa Song watched Western science fiction movies, they would come in handy. "Ma, elder sister Yaya, what are you talking about?" Song Shuhang thoughtlessly asked. Then, he squatted down and took some snacks with him. "We were thinking about which place would be the best for you to bring you Ruzi to," Mama Song said with a serious expression. Speaking of which, the name of this girl was rather strange. Who would name their child Soft Feather? Whatever, the name wasn't important. What really mattered was that she was beautiful, sensible, and very interesting. "Shuhang, I'll leave you the key to the car. There are many interesting places in Wenzhou City, you can bring her wherever you want for a stroll. Good luck, you two look very good together." Zhao Yaya held her thumb up in approval. "PFFF. What are you two even talking about?" Song Shuhang laughed, "There is nothing of the sort between you Ruzi and me." Soft Feather was indeed beautiful, but Song Shuhang was clear of his limits. He wasn't like those main characters in novels that would put on a fierce look and all the females would automatically fall for them. Moreover, it was only his second time meeting Soft Feather in person. Also, Ruzi has something to attend to in the evening. "She will leave in a while," Song Shuhang added. "She will leave in a while?" Mama Song was disappointed after hearing these words. "Then, I'll return to my room." Song Shuhang picked the snacks and laughed. He didn't wait for Mama Song to speak further and immediately left as though he was running away. When he pushed the door of his room open and looked inside, Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. "Ah! Senior Song, you're back." Soft Feather turned her head and laughed embarrassedly after seeing Song Shuhang. At this time, she was sitting beside Senior White and taking photos of him. Taking a photo itself wasn't a bad thing, but there was something wrong with Senior White's current state. On the bed, Soft Feather had put Senior White into a very lovely pose. At this time, he was pointing both his forefingers toward his cheeks, looking very cute. PFFF. Song Shuhang couldn't help but laugh. "Senior Song, when I looked at Senior White, I thought he would look very cute in this pose." "Ahaha." Soft Feather made a hollow laugh as she explained. She was afraid that Song Shuhang would scold her for being impolite to a senior. But his reaction was very different from what Soft Feather had expected. Song Shuhang gave her a thumbs up and said, "Good. If you tie Senior White's hair into twin tails, it will look even cuter." Perhaps this was the influence of thrice reckless Mad Saber and Immortal Master Copper Trigram from the 9 Provinces #1 group, but Song Shuhang himself wasn't aware that he would from time to time do things so reckless he was practically seeking death. Soft Feather was surprised at first, but soon after, her eyes lit up. "Ah! Senior Song has a good eye indeed." Then, she suggested, "Senior Song, should we try it together?" Song Shuhang thought a bit and said somewhat worried, "Wouldn't that cause Senior White to wake up?" "Don't worry. As long as we don't have evil intentions, Senior White won't react while in meditation. I have experience with this matter." Soft Feather patted her chest and guaranteed. "She has experience in this matter? Now, does Venerable Spirit Butterfly have a different flashy hairstyle every time after he stops meditating? Then, shall we try?" Song Shuhang was excited. "I'll go get a rubber band to tie the hair. I have a hair ribbon here." Soft Feather replied. Then, she took a colorful hair ribbon out of her pocket. Although she liked to keep her long pitch-black hair loose, she didn't mind changing style once in a while. Therefore, she had all types of girl accessories with her. Now, it seemed that preparations were complete. "What kind of twin tails do you want?" Song Shuhang asked. Although he hadn't personally tied the hair of a girl, he had seen many girls with twin tails. Therefore, he knew that there were many types of twin tails. For example, they could be symmetrical and tied above the ear, sticking up. This one was quite cute. Or, they could also be on the crown of the head and sticking up or hanging down behind the ears. This one was also quite amusing. You could also tie the twin tails behind the ears and make it drop down. You could also add a fringe for extra cuteness. It also gave you a scholarly air. Or, you could turn the twin tails hanging behind your ear into pigtails, draping them over your shoulders. This style was also refreshing. Moreover, you could add many decorations and tie your hair in many different ways. There were so many different patterns that you couldn't count them. "Let's try them all," Soft Feather said straightforwardly. "We don't have to limit ourselves to a twin tails, we can also try a ponytail, hair-up style, and so on. I know many styles myself." "I see. Then, you tie the hair and I'll coordinate with you." At this time, Song Shuhang had already lost his mind and wasn't even thinking of the consequences. Next, Song Shuhang cautiously raised Senior White's head, and Soft Feather pulled the hair from behind his body out. Senior White's hair is very long and soft. Soft Feather sighed with emotion. Then, she used her small hands to comb his hair. Once she was done, she added, "Come, Senior Song. You take the hair and form a ponytail, I'll tie it." "Sure." Song Shuhang gently put down Senior White's head and took his hair from Soft Feather's hands. Then, just like she asked, he grabbed it and formed a tail above Senior White's ear. As expected, Senior White's hair is really soft. Song Shuhang thought to himself. It felt as though he had grabbed a first-rate silk cloth. He felt very unwilling to part with it after grabbing it. "Senior Song, raise your hands a little. If we don't tie them at the root, it won't look good," Soft Feather said. Then, she used two white-colored hair ribbons and tied a very pretty butterfly-shaped knot in the place where Song Shuhang was grabbing. "Let's do it on the other side too. I think that white hair ribbons really suit Senior White's black hair," Soft Feather said excitedly. "I feel the same." Song Shuhang went on the other side. Then, he tied a tail on the other side too with Soft Feather's help. It was a success. At this time, Senior White was lying on the bed, his face peaceful. After his long hair was tied into twin tails, he looked even more beautiful. The twin tails gave one a feeling that was hard to describe. Awesome! Soft Feather took her mobile phone and took several pictures of Senior White, Twin Tails edition. "Come, Senior Song. Put Venerable White in the same pose as before, when he was pointing his forefingers at his cheeks." Soft Feather said excited. She looked like a child that had found an amusing toy. "Sure." Song Shuhang coordinated and started to fiddle with Senior White's hands, making his forefingers point toward his cheeks. Ah! Venerable White looks incredibly cute in this pose. If not for the fact that we've lived together for quite some time, my heartbeat would have also sped up after this scene, right? Whoa! Now, I feel like taking Senior White away and storing him in my house, Soft Feather muttered. Then, she took her phone and took another round of pictures. Wait. Don't include me in the pictures, Song Shuhang said. Soft Feather stuck out her tongue. After Song Shuhang moved away, she started to madly take pictures again. "Come, Senior Song. Let's exchange places," Soft Feather said full of enthusiasm after she was done taking pictures. Next was Senior White, Ponytail Edition. Senior White in Ponytail Edition also looked good, click, click, click. Senior White Double Braid Edition also looked good, click, click, click. Senior White Hair Up Edition was also cute to the extreme, click, click, click. What type of hairstyle was this? Were these two hammers? Ox horns? Whatever, it didn't matter. They all looked cute on Senior White, click, click, click. And these pigtails coiling up on the top of the head, what style was this? Well, let's just take a picture, click, click, click. Senior White was played with till he was broken. Even Shuhang himself had forgotten how many different styles they had tested on Senior White's hair. At last, Soft Feather was completely satisfied. Then, she secretly shot a look at Shuhang and laughed. As expected, Senior Song is the best. Even while performing such a deed, he still coordinated with me. After stretching herself, she narrowed her eyes. Hee, we took many pictures. I'll show them to my father after returning home. Ah, yes. Senior Song, I'll choose the best ones and send them to you. Sure, huh. Shuhang's smile stiffened. He recovered from the "sometimes my brain stops working" disease and returned to his senses. F***ck, wait, what the hell was I doing just now? Once he recalled to mind everything that had happened, his legs went soft, he felt as though his acrophobia had suddenly worsened. Cough, Soft Feather. After thinking a bit, I think it's better if you keep those pictures to yourself. After all, I can see Senior White every day. There is no need to send them to me, Shuhang coughed and said, his face serious. I see. Then, let's put it off until later. Soft Feather replied. However, she was thinking something else in her heart. Senior Song and I worked very hard to take these pictures. Later, I must choose the best ones of the batch and secretly send them to Senior Song. In the afternoon, 3:30 p.m. Soft Feather said goodbye to Mama Song and prepared to leave. She was heading to her friend's family. Mama Song was a bit sad to let her go. You Rosie, you can come here whenever you're free. Shuhang pushed the door open and prepared to see Soft Feather out. Once they were downstairs, Shuhang asked, Soft Feather, how are you planning to reach your friend's family? Shuhang remembered that Soft Feather couldn't ride a flying sword yet. Then, was she planning to reach that place by train, car, or plane? I'll go by train. There is a stop just outside the small town where their family is located. I'll just need to walk a bit before arriving there. Soft Feather laughed. Senior, you don't need to worry. I've already learned how to buy tickets, there won't be any problem. Then, I'll accompany you to the train station, Shuhang said. There was a little bit of distance between his house and the train station. Good. Soft Feather nodded. Is an electric scooter fine? Shuhang asked, somewhat embarrassed. Papa Song had taken the car to go to work, and the tractor he had used to come here was destroyed some time ago. Well, even if the hand-guided tractor was still intact, he had no intention of using it to drive Soft Feather to the train station. An electric scooter? I've heard of it, I will ride it with pleasure. Soft Feather suddenly got excited. Shuhang felt that it was very easy to make Soft Feather laugh or become happy. She was very lively and was always in a good mood. Soon after, when Shuhang took out the womanly electric scooter, Soft Feather asked, Senior Song, can I drive it? Please, let me drive it. Sure, but wear the safety helmet. The road leading to the train station is under tight surveillance, and if you don't wear the helmet, you'll be scolded by the police officers. Shuhang gave her the safety helmet. Speaking of which, Soft Feather wouldn't add weird stuff to the scooter akin to Senior White's formations to increase its speed and so on, right? After wearing the helmet, Soft Feather sat in the front. Her legs were very long and it was rather interesting to see her ride this small scooter. At first, Song Shuhang was planning to sit like usual with his legs spread apart, but after seeing that the person in front was Soft Feather, he heaved a sigh and decided to sit like girls, with both legs dangling on one side. After all, willpower alone wasn't enough to control certain natural reactions. In the end, Soft Feather didn't add any formation to increase the speed of the electric scooter. She was happy with just riding it on the road. Although there were all types of vehicles on the Spirit Butterfly Island, she could only take a stroll within the boundaries of the island. It wasn't as exciting as riding on the main road. Unfortunately, it was very rare for Soft Feather not to act unreasonably. However, there was a limit to how reckless you could be with an electric scooter. But along the way, the electric scooter suddenly started to slow down. It was out of power. Senior, what's happening? Soft Feather looked at the electric scooter, her expression confused. Although she was twisting the handle to accelerate it, its speed was still getting slower and slower. Is it out of power? Song Shuhang shot a glance and discovered that it was really out of power. It seemed that Mama Song forgot to recharge it after the last time she used it. Mama Song didn't have a driving license. She tried to get it for 3 years but kept failing. Therefore, she decided not to take the test anymore out of spite. It's out of power. What do we do now? Soft Feather was worried. She was so happy to ride this scooter, but now, it was out of power. Fear not. Song Shuhang thought of a small technique in his possession and said, I have the battery charging technique. Although the battery charging technique was used to recharge mobile phones and laptops, it should still work on an electric scooter. However, it was unknown how many times you would need to use it to recharge an electric scooter completely. The answer was, 30 times. One use of the battery charging technique was enough to charge a mobile phone completely, and a large amount of its extra energy was wasted. Therefore, both phones and laptops could be fully charged after only one use. The battery charging technique didn't consume too much qi and blood energy, but after using it 30 times, Song Shuhang's face was a bit pale. If he hadn't already opened his nose aperture, he would have had to take a portion of the energy of the ghost spirit. Senior, you even know how to use the battery charging technique? Senior Thrice Reckless uploaded this technique on the group space a long time ago. But after taking a look, I discovered that it was too troublesome to learn and gave up. Soft Feather secretly stuck out her tongue and added, since it's fully charged, let's go. Let's go then. Song Shuhang was slightly panting as he sat in the rear seat once more. The electric scooter started to operate once again. This time, it was fully charged. Soft Feather's melodious laughter echoed again. On the road, Song Shuhang felt that there was something amiss. Wait, I fully charged it? Damn, why the hell did I waste time to fully charge it? Charging half of the battery should have been more than enough to let me return home. Is there something wrong with my head today? After arriving at the train station, Song Shuhang accompanied Soft Feather to buy the train tickets. After seeing that she entered the waiting room, he was finally free from worries and left. At dinner, Song Shuhang kept performing his 2 roles. First, he ate the dinner as Song Shuhang. Afterward, he went to this room, changed into Venerable White's appearance, and returned to the table again to eat the second meal. Soft Feather temporarily lent him that brooch that could change one's appearance. Luckily, Song Shuhang's appetite had increased after all that practice. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to eat 2 large bowls of rice. Anyway, this evening, Mom was looking strangely at Venerable White. Did she notice something amiss? Fortunately, Senior White's meditation will end tomorrow. At the time, we'll eat together and Mom won't suspect anything, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Spirit Butterfly Island. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was sipping some spirit green tea. His beloved daughter directly prepared these tea leaves. Although there were some problems with these tea leaves, they weren't enough to affect him who had reached the spiritual venerable realm. This is how he had decided to dispose of these tea leaves prepared by his daughter. At this time, a multicolored butterfly arrived in front of Venerable Spirit Butterfly and magically changed into a girl with colorful clothes. She was a monster butterfly that had condensed a monster core and could assume a human form. The girl with colorful clothes said with a smile, "Teacher, senior brother just called. Your daughter left the home of fellow Taoist Song Shuhang and successfully took the train." "Oh, she left already. I see, tell Jenny to keep protecting Soft Feather in secret." Venerable Spirit Butterfly calmly nodded, then, he slowly sheathed his flying sword. If his beloved daughter was planning to pass the night in the house of a man, he. After seeing the flying sword in the hands of her teacher, the corner of the mouth of the girl with colorful clothes twitched. Night was falling. Song Shuhang was holding the Enlightenment Stone and meditating. He was training his mental energy. Lady Onion had completely taken root on the Enlightenment Stone, and a tender sprout had started to grow on it, green and very pleasing to the eye. Song Shuhang was thinking of having Lady Onion hand over the Buddhist roaring lion's technique. After all, she was planning to steal his Enlightenment Stone. After failing, she had to suffer the consequences. It was unknown if it was because she couldn't or didn't want to talk, but after taking root on the Enlightenment Stone, no matter what Song Shuhang asked, she would just shake a bit and stay silent. Was it possible that she had turned into a normal onion spirit after losing her body? Late at night, silence reigned supreme. Song Shuhang could feel the strange energy of the Enlightenment Stone continuously flowing inside his body. At this time, it had already started to weaken the bottleneck of the ear aperture. After a few days of practice, his ear aperture should be full of qi and blood. At the time, he would be able to break through easily. But that wasn't all. Song Shuhang felt that even his mental energy was affected by this strange power. This strength wasn't merging with his mental energy but was instead stimulating it, making it stronger and purer. The effects of this strange stone are even better than what Venerable White had mentioned. If this situation continues, I won't need too long to open the last aperture, the mouth aperture. After opening all apertures, I'll be ready to jump through the dragon gate. Song Shuhang slowly opened his eyes and sighed with emotion. But just as he opened his eyes, he saw a masked figure stealthily trying to open the window of this room. Song Shuhang's eyes met with that of the masked man. Is it a thief? This guy is so arrogant. He can clearly see that I'm sitting on the bed and still awake, and yet he still dared to open the window and enter the room. Is he not giving me face at all? He needs a good lesson. Song Shuhang put away the Enlightenment Stone and used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, dashing like lightning toward the thief. His right hand turned into dragon claws and aimed at the shoulder of the masked man. Damn it! The masked man cursed. However, he wasn't scared. He raised his palm like a sword and welcomed Song Shuhang's claw attack. Immediately, Song Shuhang looked changed. This wasn't an ordinary thief. When the enemy raised his palm, he felt the power of qi and blood emanating from it. This thief was a cultivator. Taoist priest Cloudy Mist. Song Shuhang immediately thought of that spiritual emperor from the penniless thief sect. But he didn't have too much to think right now. He used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk at full strength, and his right hand bypassed the thief's sword-like palm, directly aiming at his throat from a weird angle. "Junior, you have some skills, but you're too slow," the masked man said in a hoarse voice. He was trying to conceal his real voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the palm of the masked man suddenly accelerated forward. Its trajectory didn't change, but thanks to this sudden and extreme acceleration, it made Shuhang's previous move completely useless, because Song Shuhang's hand was still halfway when the sword-like palm was about to hit him. "Shield," Song Shuhang calmly said. He used the innate skill of the ghost spirit, and a small golden shield appeared in front of his chest, keeping off the sword-like palm of the masked man. Although it wasn't as strong as an armor talisman, this small golden shield was still capable of warding off most of the attacks of cultivators of the second stage. At the same time, Shuhang put his other hand in his pocket. He still had one sword talisman left. Clang! The sword-like palm met the small golden shield head-on, sending out a metallic sound. "Pierce!" the masked man shouted. Then, a white-colored sword light erupted from the tip of his fingers. It was true chi. This masked man was a cultivator of the second stage or even stronger. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks started to appear on the surface of the small golden shield, and Shuhang's body was sent flying by a huge force. Shuhang stumbled on the bed, falling next to Senior White. After this successful attack, the masked man chased after Shuhang as fast as lightning, readying his sword-like palm for a follow-up attack. Shuhang was sent flying as his small golden shield broke, falling next to Venerable White. At this time, the bamboo slips formation was slowly revolving above Venerable White's head. This particular formation was the opposite of a normal defensive formation. It wasn't protecting from external attacks but from internal ones. It was a revised version created by Soft Feather. It was precisely for this reason that Shuhang and Soft Feather could previously change Senior White's hairstyle with the formation still active. But at this time, the characters on the bamboo slips were all moving. It meant that the formation was working at full power right now. In other words, Senior White had used a move and the formation was operating at full strength to stop it. After stumbling on the bed, Shuhang didn't bump into Senior White, but felt his body sucked up into another world. He was familiar with this feeling, because he had already experienced it several times, and he wasn't hoping to experience it again. He had felt the very same feeling every time he was sucked into that desert created by Senior White, illusory reality. Shuhang quickly turned around and looked behind. He saw that the masked man was closely chasing after him and entered the range of the bamboo slips formation, ending up in the world created by the illusory reality together with him. Seeing this, he was somewhat relieved. He was afraid that this man would harm his family members if he were to remain inside the house. But now that he had entered the illusion, he too would have fun with the young man in green clothes riding a white horse until Senior White was done meditating. And after Senior White's meditation had come to an end, this masked man would have nowhere to escape. Shuhang relaxed and waited for the desert to appear and to once again meet the young man in green clothes riding a white horse. But even after waiting for a long time, none of them appeared. Weird, did the illusion change? Shuhang was sure that he was inside the illusory reality right now. Not only because he had felt his body enter a new world, but also because the masked man chasing after him disappeared. However, there was no desert, and his current state was a bit strange. Is it possible that the illusory reality turned into a transparent world this time? Shuhang muttered. The world he was in right now had no substance and was basically overlapping with the real world. From his point of view, he was still sitting in his room, and even the decorations were all the same. However, this room gave him the feeling of being boundless. Moreover, the bed was empty, there was no Senior White here. So, is this a new world? Different from the desert that appeared the previous times? Or, is it that this world has yet to take shape inside Senior White's mind? This would explain why it's still transparent and lacks substance. Shuhang operated his brain at full speed, trying to guess what was happening. If this was a brand new world, what characters would appear? The protagonist of the desert was the young man in green clothes riding a white horse, but who would be the main character of this world that had yet to take shape? Just as he was thinking, a figure suddenly got up from the bed. Clearly, there was no one there a moment ago. When he saw who this person was, Shuhang's expression became rather strange. The masked man also entered the transparent world. However, he didn't know that he had entered an illusory reality. Therefore, he was looking around, somewhat confused. Is this a trap? The masked man was puzzled and at the same time very vigilant. At this time, a figure suddenly got up from the bed. The pupils of the masked man shrank. There was clearly no one there a moment ago. But immediately after, he was delighted. He. The masked man strangely laughed and dashed toward the figure on the bed. The figure next to the bed didn't even have time to react as the masked man launched his torrential attacks. Fists, palms, fingers, claws. Atata-tata-tata. Yaya, the figure next to the bed screamed again, and blood madly spurted out its body. At last, the masked man stopped his barrage of attacks. The figure next to the bed had its eyes wide open. Sword chi had punctured its throat, fists had caved in its chest, fingers had pierced its belly, and the traces of deep claw marks could be found on its head. After taking all these attacks, the figure crashed to the ground, and its eyes were still open even in death. This figure had short black hair. Its age seemed to be around 18 to 19 years old, and it was 175 centimeters tall. Although its eyes were now wide open, one could faintly discern that it was a man with a kind face. This person was unexpectedly Song Shuhang. Boy, did you really think that you could escape with a stealth technique? Naive. From the instant you met me, only death awaited you. The masked man evilly smiled and laughed hoarsely. Then, he took a step forward and grabbed Song Shuhang's head. Next, he turned his right hand into a sword and slashed down. Blood crazily sprayed, and Song Shuhang's head was cut off. A piece of cake. The masked man had a happy expression on his face. Afterward, he turned around and prepared to leave from the window. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang was absent-mindedly gazing at the figure on the bed. This figure was none other than Song Shuhang himself. He didn't expect to be the new main character of Senior White's illusory reality. It was a strange feeling to look at himself. Song Shuhang looked at the opposite party and decided to call it Song Shuhang No. 2 for the time being. After standing up, Song Shuhang No. 2 started to act according to the script. At this time, Song Shuhang No. 2 didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hello, Senior. I'm right beside you. This scene, it's from the first time I met Senior White, right? At the time, he took back Senior White's statue with great difficulty and waited for him to break out. Hello, Senior True Monarch White, Song Shuhang No. 2 said with a smiling face soon after. It seemed as though his voice was coming from a tape recorder. Song Shuhang No. 2 wasn't as lifelike and fluid as the young man in green clothes riding a horse in the desert. However, it wasn't actually so strange. After all, the young man in green clothes was already a finished product. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang No. 2 was only a half-finished product for the moment. After saying these two sentences, Song Shuhang No. 2's face became panic-stricken. The brakes, quickly press the brake, Senior, this is not what I meant. There is a cliff ahead. Is this scene from that time I went for a drive with Senior White and we fell from the cliff? Song Shuhang felt sad deep down in his heart after seeing Song Shuhang No. 2's terrified expression. Next, Song Shuhang No. 2 changed and his expression became absent-minded. Memories such as, Little White, when your hair reaches your waist, will you marry me? Blurch. Song Shuhang coughed up a mouthful of blood. But at this time, Song Shuhang No. 2 stopped like a machine that had lost its power. It seemed that Senior White was still constructing this transparent new world. On another side, the masked man had taken a few steps forward with Song Shuhang's head in his hands when he heard a sound transmit from behind. When he turned his head, he was dumbfounded. He saw another Song Shuhang get up from the bed, and the previous one was still lying on a side with his head missing and blood dripping all over the floor. Damn it, how come you haven't died? The masked man looked at the head in his hands and at the other Song Shuhang who was on the bed. Who the hell are you? After standing up, the second Song Shuhang said to the masked man with a somewhat bitter smile, "Hello, senior. I'm right beside you." "You're right beside me." The masked man looked at the head in his hands, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. "Are you playing tricks on me? You're courting death." He put down the head in his hands and pounced toward the second Song Shuhang, launching another fierce and sudden attack. This attack was also like a violent storm. The second Song Shuhang didn't have the strength to fight back and was mercilessly slaughtered, following in the footsteps of the first Song Shuhang. Similarity, he had a hole on his forehead, a punctured throat, a caved-in chest, and a few holes in this abdomen. The second Song Shuhang, who was now lying on the ground, opened his mouth and squeezed out the second sentence of his script with the last bit of his strength, "Hello, Senior. True Monarch White," the masked man coldly snorted. However, who is this Senior True Monarch White? Was he referring to a sixth-stage True Monarch? Then, he gazed at the corpse of the second Song Shuhang that was now lying on the bed. Afterward, he used his hand to chop the head of this one too. No matter which one of the two was the real one, as long as he brought the heads back, it was fine. Thereafter, the masked man picked the two heads and headed toward the window, preparing to leave. But as he turned his body and took 5 or 6 steps, another sound transmitted from behind. Then, a familiar voice echoed once more. "Hello, Senior. I'm right beside you." The masked man quickly turned his head and discovered that another Song Shuhang had appeared on the bed and was bitterly smiling. Next to him were the headless corpses of the other 2 Song Shuhangs. The masked man felt that there was something quite wrong with this situation. This must be an illusory technique. That's the only possibility. After thinking this much, the masked man pierced his thigh with his finger. Fresh blood spurted and he felt a stabbing pain. It's not an illusion. If this wasn't an illusion, what was exactly happening? If you were to see 2 identical people, you could assume that one was a double or that they were twins, but how would you justify the existence of 3 identical people? Just as he was thinking, the third Song Shuhang opened his mouth and said, "Hello, Senior True Monarch White." The masked man. He put down the 2 heads he was carrying and stared at the third Song Shuhang. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Hello?" At this time, the expression of the third Song Shuhang changed panic-stricken. "The brakes, quickly press the brake, Senior, this is not what I meant. There is a cliff ahead." The masked man. It was as though they were on 2 different channels and couldn't communicate in the least. Was this bastard making fun of him? The masked man got angry and pounced toward the third Song Shuhang, launching another sudden and fierce attack. And then, the third Song Shuhang also ended up like the others. "This time you're definitely dead." The masked man panted slightly. Even as a second-stage true master cultivator, continuously using your chi proved to be rather strenuous. But at the moment when the third Song Shuhang was about to die, a ray of light flashed above the bed, and another new Song Shuhang appeared. He appeared faster than the previous 2 Song Shuhangs. Was this akin to monster spawn rate +1 in games? The newly appeared Song Shuhang had the same forced smile on his face, saying, "Hello, Senior True Monarch White. I'm right beside you." The masked man's hand was unable to move. He knew there was definitely a problem with this world, but he couldn't understand what the problem was. It wasn't an illusion. Whenever he was killing this man before his eyes, he could touch him. Also, the odor of fresh blood was also present. They were not fake. But every time he killed this man, he would appear immediately right after. What was happening? As he was in the midst of thinking, the fourth Song Shuhang who just appeared said once again, "Hello, Senior True Monarch White." The masked man furrowed his brows and replied once again, "Hello." But the fourth Song Shuhang before his eyes did not reply immediately. As expected, about slightly more than half a minute later, Song Shuhang's face was in shock as he said, "The brakes, quickly press the brake." "Senior, this is not what I meant. There is a cliff ahead." The masked man sighed. This time, he resisted the thought of killing him with all his might and tried getting into the role to see if it would lead to any new changes. All right, I'll step on the brakes." The fourth Song Shuhang was staring blankly again. After staring blankly for over 20 seconds, his face suddenly wore an absent-minded expression and he said, "Memories such as, 'Little White, when your hair reaches your waist, will you marry me?'" The masked man was speechless. "Marry your grandfather." Fists, palms, fingers, and claws violently attacked. "Ata-ta-ta-ta-ta." Aya resounded a painful cry. The fourth Song Shuhang fell to the ground and died. "It should be over now, right?" the masked man muttered. Just as he was muttering, a light ray flashed once again right before his eyes. The spawn rate seemed to be even faster. The fifth Song Shuhang appeared right in front of him, next to the bloodied corpse of the fourth one. As expected, his first sentence was, "Hello, Senior True Monarch White." "Die, die, 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 die," the masked man bellowed. "I don't care how many you got, but since it isn't an illusion, I will kill every single one of you that appears before me. I refuse to be misled. Don't tell me you can create 1,000 people." Time passed by. Next to the masked man was a pile of corpses strewn everywhere, at least about 60 corpses of Song Shuhang in total. Huff, huff, this is so strange, still not finished. The masked man wore an agonized smile on his face. He knew for a fact that he had fallen into an endless trap. Because, when he killed the 10th Song Shuhang, he wanted to get up and leave this strange place. If he couldn't deal with it, couldn't he just run? But it had been proven, even if he wanted to run, he couldn't. The bed was clearly slightly over 10 steps away from the window, but no matter how hard he tried to use all his strength to execute different footwork to run, jump, or sprint, and no matter how clearly he felt as though he had run quite a distance already, yet when he turned back, it was still the same bed and the same gentle-looking man and the same pile of corpses strewn all over the ground. And the distance between his location and the window was always approximately 10 steps. It was so close yet worlds apart, making him lose all hope. Hence, he hardened his heart and continued to kill Song Shuhang. Again, he didn't believe that 1,000 more people could be spawned within the trap for him to kill. If 1,000 more people could be created for him to kill, then how twisted would the mastermind behind the trap be to take a liking to such cruelty? Stop thinking too much and just kill, 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 kill. But he was running out of strength and became weaker and weaker. His killing speed became slower and slower. Before his eyes, the nth number of Song Shuhang fell to the ground with a loud thud. Before he died, he still asked stubbornly, "Will you marry me?" The masked man was speechless. He was about to collapse, really about to collapse. Time was like running water, it went by without turning back. Song Shuhang no. N+1 asked, "Will you marry me?" Marry, I already said I would marry you, is that still not okay?" The masked man cried. "Let me go, I beg of you to just let me go. Let me get out, I'm willing to do anything for you." However, before his eyes, Song Shuhang N+1's injuries were too deep, his head tilted and he died. Thereafter, Song Shuhang no. N+2 appeared. It was the same front dialogue as before. This time, the masked man didn't strike. He stood blankly, waiting for Song Shuhang's recording-like dialogue to end. Lastly, Song Shuhang no. N+2 asked, "Will you marry me?" Marry. I'll marry you. I'll marry you, the masked man impatiently and agitatedly shouted. However, after Song Shuhang no. N+2 finished his sentence, he crashed and stood there blankly, not moving a single bit. F*CKU, son of AB*TCH, the masked man bellowed in anger and used his last bit of strength and killed off Song Shuhang no. N+2. But it was of no use. When one Song Shuhang got defeated, 1,000 or even 10,000 Song Shuhangs would appear. Song Shuhang no. N+3 appeared within the ray of light. Thereafter, he continued starting the same dialogue as earlier. Ultimately it was still that question. Would you marry me? The masked man's face fell. He didn't even have the mood to move his finger. A moment later, he finally became clear-headed again. Calm down, calm down. Since it is a trap, there is definitely a chance to break out of it. Do not get manipulated by the other party. Take a rest first, and recover your true chi. As long as it's a trap, the man behind the trap would eventually reveal himself, and that would be the perfect opportunity for me to strike. The masked man finally calmed down. He took out a precious medicine pill for recovering true chi and swallowed it at one go. Thereafter, he sat on the ground and started to recover his strength and true chi. Just you wait, the moment a hole appears in this trap, I will teach you a lesson. I'll make you wish you were dead rather than alive. I'll use most cruel means to torture you. In this transparent space, God knows how many hours have passed. Song Shuhang was so bored that he climbed onto the bed next to Song Shuhang number 2, took out his cell phone and took a selfie with himself. Click. The cell phone flash lit up. But at this time, the transparent world suddenly disappeared. It was too sudden. Song Shuhang was completely caught off guard. In the next moment, he had already gone back to reality. At this moment, he found himself sitting next to Venerable White. Venerable White had already woken up. He was sitting up straight, smiling. And in front of the both of them, that masked man was sitting upright and cross-legged, in the midst of recovering his true chi. The masked man also felt the changes happening in the outside world and abruptly opened his eyes. It was the same room. It was the same bed. It was the same man with a kind face yet extremely cruel personality. The only thing that was missing was that ground full of corpses. And there was an additional man who looked like a celestial that came out of a painting. But it didn't matter, an opportunity had come. Ha 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 ha, that damn trap has disappeared, and your life is also over. The masked man clenched his teeth and jumped in the air with his right hand clawing in the direction of Song Shuhang in a bid to create 5 beautiful holes in his head. Song Shuhang did not panic, he maintained a smile on his face, his biggest pillar of support was already awake, what was there to be afraid of? Next to him, Venerable White looked tranquil. He reached out his palm, aiming at the masked man, and said 4 words, Earth Spell, Sand Transformation. Senior White's main attribute seemed to be related to Earth. Be it the sculpture shell that appeared on his body during secluded meditation, or the ground leveling spell, not forgetting the technique he just used. Senior White created a long-range seal with his hand. Then, an Earth-type rune was produced out of thin air and engraved itself on the masked man's body. Rip. The masked man felt weakness in his own body. It wasn't just his body, even his spirit weakened at a really fast rate. He looked down and saw a frightening sight. His body was actually transforming into a handful of golden sand, just like the sand in an hourglass, trickling down. No, what is happening? Is this a magic technique? An illusory technique? He was extremely frightened. In the blink of an eye, the masked man's body and every item on it, even his soul included, all transformed into glittering sand. It was the first time Song Shuhang actually saw Senior White personally killing an enemy. This sight deeply shocked him. Senior White's spell wasn't flashy or anything, and yet, it was extremely formidable. A cultivator who was capable of using true chi was transformed into a handful of yellow sand just like that. Next, Venerable White's right hand lightly waved, and a cool breeze appeared out of nowhere and swirled up the handful of yellow sand, sending it outside the window somewhere far away, mixing it with the soil on the ground. Outside the window, it was still very late into the night. That was also to say that the time when Venerable White was scheduled to end his secluded meditation had not arrived. "Senior White, you came out of secluded meditation earlier than planned?" asked Shuhang as he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. "I could feel a strong and obvious killing intent next to me. Hence, I ended my secluded meditation earlier and woke up, but it's okay, this time it was only a small secluded meditation. The things that I wanted to reflect on and understand have already been more or less completed." Venerable White smiled warmly and said, "Next, after I experience a couple more interesting things, I can then continue meditating in seclusion. The next time, I should be able to meditate in seclusion for approximately 300 years straight." "The next secluded meditation will last 300 years? Shuhang was speechless. "Shuhang, you cannot be lazy when it comes to practicing. A first-stage cultivator can live up to the maximum lifespan of ordinary human beings at most, which is about 120 plus years. The lifespan of second-stage cultivators is about twice that of first-stage cultivators, which is maybe 220, and maybe up to 240 plus years. So, you have to become a third-stage cultivator at the very least in order to live 300 to 400 years, Venerable White said slowly. Shuhang slightly nodded. "Even though there is still a very long time before my next secluded meditation. I hope that when I end my secluded meditation the next time and come out, I would still be able to see you." Venerable White smiled. That is to say, Shuhang's cultivation needed to reach at least the third stage realm in order to live long enough to see Senior White the next time he came out of secluded meditation. Is this considered as a blessing from Senior White? Shuhang thought to himself. "I will do my best, Senior White," he said confidently. "Oh yeah, Senior, I have a strange rock for you to take a look." Next, he took out the strange rock from his pocket. On top of it, Lady Onion's leaf shrunk a little, as though she was rather intimidated by Venerable White. "Is this, the Enlightenment Stone?" Senior White took the strange stone and said, "No wonder, I see you have already successfully opened your nose aperture, even your ear aperture is in a state where it's brimming with qi and blood. Did you have any fortuitous encounter over the past 2 days?" "Yeah, I did have a fortuitous encounter." Shuhang giggled. At the same time, he thought of something. Could it be that the masked man accidentally discovered Enlightenment Stone on my body and wanted to forcefully steal it? He did not see the image of the masked man frantically slaughtering him in the real illusion. The target of the masked man was definitely not as simple as just an Enlightenment Stone. Shuhang gave Venerable White a simple explanation of what had happened over the past 2 days. Starting from the Taoist priest Cloudy Mist and the Meteorite incident, which happened after the start of Venerable White's secluded meditation, to the hand-guided tractor accident. Then, the meteorite exploding and destroying the hand-guided tractor with it too incident to the appearance of the Enlightenment Stone. Next, Lady Onion's attempt at stealing the Enlightenment Stone incident before finally, the lamb meat with a 300 years old fried green onion spirit incident. Within the 2 days of my secluded meditation, so many things happened. "You had quite a splendid 2 days, Senior White said. Then, his expression suddenly turned sad as though he was experiencing some sort of heartache. "Wait a minute, earlier you said that the hand-guided tractor exploded?" "That was because when the meteorite suddenly exploded, and the hand-guided tractor was within the range of the explosion and got hit." Shuhang felt sorry and consoled him, "Don't worry about it, Senior. If you really like the hand-guided tractor, when we get back we can request for another one from True Monarch Yellow Mountain. I think that Senior Yellow Mountain would surely be able to get us the exact same hand-guided tractor as the one before." "That's true, right, we can ask for a few more." Senior White's eyes lit up. The hand-guided tractor was his most favorite vehicle to operate, especially when it trembled upon starting up. Senior White would get some sort of high from it. Shuhang asked out of curiosity, "Why do you need a few more?" I suddenly thought of the flying sword competition earlier, and I thought that perhaps I could look for a few fellow Taoists to come together to organize a one-time hand-guided tractor competition. Every participant would receive a hand-guided tractor before making their own modifications, and then race each other to see who is faster. It should be very interesting. Senior White pinched his chin. Song Shuhang was speechless and quietly turned his head around, not wanting Senior White to see his current expression, the moment he tried imagining the scene of a group of fairy maidens, Taoist priests, and great masters operating the hand-guided tractors, racing and drifting on track at a speed of several hundred kilometers per hour. Song Shuhang didn't know what facial expression he should use to express the current state of his mind, which was in uproar. In a while, notify True Monarch Yellow Mountain to prepare around 30 to 40 hand-guided tractors. It's been quite a long time since I got out of secluded meditation. It's about time for me to look for an opportunity to gather my fellow Taoist friends who are still alive. The hand-guided tractor competition is a pretty good opportunity. Venerable White made up his mind. Song Shuhang went speechless. If Venerable White was for real, the image in his mind would most likely become reality. When that happened, he hoped that they would hold the competition in a place where there were no human beings around. Or else, if they get caught by the police, and the police officers were to see a bunch of Taoists, priests, monks, as well as men dressed like ancient scholars and beauties in ancient costumes, racing on hand-guided tractors, wouldn't they be extremely traumatized? The hand-guided tractors issue is then settled. Tell me more about the Enlightenment Stone. There is a small onion sprout on it. Is this the 300 years old onion spirit you told me about? Venerable White used his finger to lightly flick the onion spirit. The leaves of the onion spirit quietly recoiled. When she was in Song Shuhang's pocket, she would secretly stretch out her leaves to see what was happening outside. At that time, she saw the whole process of how this extremely formidable senior reached out his palm and destroyed a second-stage cultivator. That second-stage cultivator directly transformed into a handful of golden sand. When she thought of that scene, she felt that her roots went a little weak. It is exactly this small onion spirit, Song Shuhang answered. This little onion spirit is pretty interesting. Were you able to fill your ear aperture with qi and blood because you ate her leaves? If that's the case, nurture her with care. After you open your ear aperture, this little onion should have already grown quite a bit. At the time, you could directly pluck the upper part of the green onion and eat it, filling your mouth aperture with qi and blood. Even if it didn't get filled up, eating it a few more times should do it. It's a treasure. Senior White smiled at Song Shuhang. The Lady Onion immediately felt her vision go black. Actually, I was going to ask you to seal off her memories about the Enlightenment Stone and let her go. This onion spirit had a miserable past. I felt that her life wasn't easy, Song Shuhang said. His good nature was acting up. The moment Lady Onion heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. But, this onion spirit seems to have grown on top of the Enlightenment Stone. I can't seem to pull her out. If I forcefully pull at her, I'm afraid I would hurt her roots, and by then she might really end up dying, Song Shuhang sighed. Upon hearing this, Lady Onion's eyes immediately started tearing up. Why did her brain cramp the other day, making her climbing into Song Shuhang's other pocket onto the Enlightenment Stone? Look what happened now, she ended up growing on top of it. Taking root on top of the Enlightenment Stone was her having good luck, Venerable White said. Before we find a solution, you should nurture her with care. The Enlightenment Stone is very beneficial to her growth. Thereafter, over a period of time, she will start growing leaves. You can take them as a form of remuneration to you for taking root on the Enlightenment Stone. The Lady Onion's vision went black again. Ultimately, she still couldn't escape the fate of being sliced. Then, Shuhang, you mentioned before that the Enlightenment Stone was etched within the meteorite, and there were both Taoist priest cloudy mists and my sword qi there, right? Venerable White lightly stroked that piece of Enlightenment Stone. After it got separated from the meteorite, the aura of Venerable White, as well as Taoist priest Cloudy Mist's sword chi on the Enlightenment Stone, became much weaker, and they were still dissipating continuously. Approximately within 2 days' time, the last bit of their auras and sword chi would completely disappear. I was thinking, could it be that after your disposable flying sword was shot into space, it might have left some of its sword chi on the meteorite? Song Shuhang speculated. It's not the disposable flying sword. Venerable White smiled. Even if it was my own sword chi, because the technique was different, the aura left behind would also be different. If I'm not mistaken, this sword chi should belong to that of the Heavenly Peng's flying technique. That kind of flying sword technique is one I have never used on any disposable flying swords before. The Heavenly Peng's flying technique? The name of that technique sounded familiar to Song Shuhang. He tried recalling a little and suddenly remembered. What about the helicopter we took to space? It is exactly that. Venerable White nodded and said, the Enlightenment Stone is a very strange and unusual stone. Its strange power doesn't belong to the world of cultivators. Before it saw the light of day and was still hidden within the meteorite, even if it was me, I wouldn't be able to detect its presence. Who would have thought that the inside of a randomly chosen meteorite to take a few pictures would have an Enlightenment Stone hidden in it? All Song Shuhang was thinking right now was only one thing: this luck of Venerable White is genuinely heaven-defying. Now that you have the Enlightenment Stone and the Onion Spirit, little friend Shuhang, everything is ready for you. You just have to practice hard and quickly break through the first stage realm, jumping through the Dragon Gate and transcending mortality, becoming a true master. As they were speaking, Senior White looked outside the window, smiled and nodded slightly, before snorting softly. On a roof somewhere outside the window, Taoist priest Cloudy Mist was drenched with sweat from shock. Did I get found out? He muttered. Earlier, when Venerable turned his head over and shot a glance, he felt as though he was looking directly at him. Luckily, Taoist priest Cloudy Mist didn't have evil intentions. Or else, he would end up in the same plight as the masked man, being transformed into golden sand. That masked man's cultivation was only at the second stage, and the difference between his capabilities and that of Venerable White's was worlds apart. Because of such a huge difference, the masked man had absolutely no means of detecting the frightfulness of Venerable, who was in the midst of secluded meditation. Hence, that masked man had such huge guts to barge in and intrude Song Shuhang's room to bring about his own destruction. But when one has reached Taoist priest Cloudy Mist's realm, they would be able to at least faintly detect Venerable White's formidable power. I should stop thinking about the Enlightenment Stone temporarily. I should just set my mind on getting an apartment near little friend Shuhang's house, and become neighbors with him. Taoist priest Cloudy Mist thought to himself. He slid the sword orb out from his sleeve and transformed it into a layer of light. Taoist priest Cloudy Mist stepped on the layer of light and flew far away in the direction of Wenzhou City. He had no money. If he wanted to get an apartment, he'd better look for a way to get some money. As for how and where to get money, penniless thief sect members never had to worry about being unable to deal with such problems. There was no need to worry. Not far behind Taoist Cloudy Mist, in a shadow in the corner, there was a figure that was weakly lying on the ground. He didn't even have the strength to get up. He was a chubby middle-aged man. However, this middle-aged man was just a puppet that was being controlled. A fine golden hairpin was pricked into the back of his head, covered by his hair. It was almost not visible. It was a type of possession-like spell used to control ordinary human beings from afar. It's indeed scary, even from such a long distance away, he could actually detect my presence. Luckily, this time I'm only borrowing the body of an ordinary human, or else, earlier on, it wouldn't be as simple as just a mental shock. What I'd get would be an offensive spell, or even a flying sword to directly come over to retrieve my severed head, perhaps, the middle-aged man muttered. Furthermore, Even though he used an ordinary human body as a puppet, the mental shock still almost managed to break his mental energy that was used to control the chubby middle-aged human, and even followed through to his own body, causing it to receive a certain amount of impact. With such a formidable figure guarding day and night, it's no wonder Jing Mo failed. At this rate, is there still a chance to get the blood god crystal back? The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. He kept feeling that he took every single step needed, advancing towards his goal. From the beginning when he started scheming, everything was in his hands. Everything under the sky was all pawns in his hands. Didn't Su Clan 7 also end up being adequately exploited by him? However, ever since this asshole, stressed by a mountain of books, forcefully inserted himself into his plans, everything got disrupted. Right now, he felt that his hopes of him getting back the blood god crystal were bleak. However, I won't give up that easily, the middle-aged man said softly. After all, I'm Grandpa, ugh. Young Master Hai. And I never give up until the very end. He reached out his hands and tore the piece of white paper he was holding. That was a command to pursue and kill, belonging to the limitless demon sect, similar to an order to capture a criminal for reward. The target was stressed by a mountain of books. Of course, this command to pursue and kill was fake. A powerful sect like the limitless demon sect did not require a command to pursue and kill to deal with Shuhang, a newbie that was still at the first stage. This forged command to pursue and kill of the limitless demon sect was just a bait that young Master Hai had used to attract that masked man and push him to attack Shuhang. Sigh, you could have used your brain a little, you know? Did you really think that the sect would use normal white paper for a command to pursue and kill? Ha ha ha. Young Master Hai tore the command of the limitless demon sect through the body of the chubby middle-aged man he was controlling. Then, he stretched his hand and grabbed a small golden hairpin on the back of the man's head, gently pulling it out. Once the golden hairpin came off, the connection between him and the middle-aged man broke. The middle-aged man held the golden hairpin in his hands and softly fell to the ground, fainting. After waking up, he would think that he fell asleep in this place after getting drunk. Perhaps, he would even feel happy that he had a small golden hairpin in his hands. At this time, in Shuhang's room, the corners of Venerable White's mouth rose, revealing a smile. So it was someone from the limitless demon sect. I was just thinking how to find their headquarters. Maybe I'll find some clues this time. Venerable White boasted an enormous amount of mental energy. How could one hope to escape him so easily? The next day, early morning. Shuhang slept till 8 a.m. He was exhausted after experiencing all those things yesterday night. Therefore, he unknowingly slept for quite a while. Are you finally awake? Senior White turned his head and asked with a smile. At this time, Senior White was using the computer, watching a movie and scrolling through the chat at the same time. The movie he was watching was, F***CK, isn't this from the series of Fast and Furious? Shuhang felt a sudden impulse to change the movie into a video tutorial on traffic rules and safe travel. In the group, several seniors were discussing. While Senior White was scrolling through the chat log, Shuhang happened to see an SOS message from Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. Is there any fellow Taoist that can send a professor of Chinese language here via mail? I'm really at a loss right now. PFFF. Shuhang almost choked. He wants someone to send a professor of Chinese language via mail to his place. Senior, a professor of Chinese language is a person. You can't casually send him via mail like an object. Wait, both Soft Feather and 16 sent themselves over via mail. Does it mean that it's perfectly normal for the seniors in the group chat to send people via mail? Dharma King Creation, fellow Taoist 7 Lives, what happened? Why do you want us to send a professor via mail? As expected, he asked why and not, can you even send a professor via mail? It seems that these seniors have a bizarre concept of express delivery. This is a serious problem. Someone might get hurt. At this time, Northern River's loose cultivator replied, if I'm not mistaken, fellow Taoist 7 lives should be on a remote island, trying to teach the natives how to read and write. Was there some problem with their instruction? Ah, don't even mention it. These friggin' natives are as stupid as dogs. I taught them the 3-character classic with great difficulty, but I didn't even have time to turn my head when they had forgotten everything. No matter how much I whip their palms or beat them after hanging them up, it's all useless. Up until now, their pronunciation is still subpar, and they often memorize things in the wrong order. After almost 2 months, they often change the first sentence of the 3-character classic into, man at birth must grind soya beans into bean curd. One grind their sister. I didn't even teach them this crap. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was about to collapse. Just as he sent this message, a new ID popped out in the 9 Provinces number 1 group. The name of this account was I'm Stupid Yellow Mountains Master, Little Doudou, and it sent the following message, woof, woof. 7 lives, I can't look the other way after that sentence of yours. Who did you just say that was as stupid as a dog? I'm gonna bite you. Woof, woof. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. I'm Stupid Yellow Mountains Master, Little Doudou, woof, woof. Immediately apologize to me and all the other monster dogs of the world. Otherwise, I'll bite you to death. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, at True Monarch Yellow Mountain, your pet just appeared. True Monarch Yellow Mountain quickly appeared only to send a row of ellipses. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, look at Doudou's name. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Northern River's loose cultivator, at stressed by a mountain of books, isn't Doudou there with you? Thrice reckless Mad Saber, look at Doudou's nickname, but when did Doudou turn into Stupid Yellow Mountains Master? Northern River's loose cultivator, fellow Taoist thrice reckless, farewell, thrice reckless Mad Saber, ? Thrice reckless Mad Saber, I directly quoted Doudou's nick, it was a mistake. System notification, thrice reckless Mad Saber deleted a message, thrice reckless swiftly moved his fingers and deleted his first message. Moreover, he also wrote, Senior Yellow Mountain, you also saw that I didn't do it on purpose. Since it was unintentional and I quickly deleted it, can you forgive me this one time? Hee. True Monarch Yellow Mountain said, too late. System notification, thrice reckless Mad Saber was muted by the founder of the group, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, for 1 hour. Although he said it was too late, in the end, he muted him only for 1 hour. Venerable White turned his head and looked at the chat log. He nodded very satisfied and said, the fellow Taoists in the group are happily chatting. Very good. Happily? Song Shuhang bitterly smiled. He felt that Senior Thrice Reckless was always courting death these days. Afterward, he added, Senior, wait a moment. Can you lend me the computer for a bit? Sure. Senior White got up from the chair. Song Shuhang used Senior White account and wrote, Doudou, where are you now? Quickly come back with the small monk. I'm Stupid Yellow Mountains Master, Little Doudou, I almost scattered my dog poop everywhere. I thought that it was a mad Senior White, but it was unexpectedly Shuhang with Senior White's account. Anyway, Shuhang, you're still too young and naive. Come and catch me if you have the balls. Next, I'm Stupid Yellow Mountains Master, Little Doudou also added, Senior Brother Song, I'm Guogua. If you don't spank me till making me shit all over the place, I might consider returning a bit earlier. But you must swear it in front of all the seniors in the group. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth in anger. He, you two are really birds of a feather flock together. I'm Stupid Yellow Mountains Master, Little Doudou, catch me. Catch me. You'll have to do it like Stupid Yellow Mountain, catch me if you want me to return. Wandering Monk Profound Principle. Wandering Monk Profound Principle. wandering monk profound principle quietly went offline. In a faraway place, after seeing these two emoji sent by Great Master Profound Principle, the small monk Guoguo was scared to death. He forgot that his teacher was also in the group. What should I do now? Let alone senior brother Shuhang, now even teacher wants to spank me till making me shit and piss all over the place. True monarch Yellow Mountain, little friend Shuhang, I'll send someone to bring back Doudou and the small monk Guoguo. That's all for now. Then, true monarch Yellow Mountain used his powers as founder to change Doudou's username. Afterward, true monarch displayed his muting technique. System notification: I'm Mr. Yellow Mountain's loyal dog. Little Doudou was muted by the founder of the group, true monarch Yellow Mountain, for 1 day. Song Shuhang. It seems that true monarch Yellow Mountain played a major role in turning Doudou into such a silly and amusing dog. This commotion Doudou had given rise to ended with him and thrice reckless Mad Saber getting muted. While the small monk received a set of scary emoji from his teacher, Great Master Profound Principle. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, let's not forget the main issue. Doudou caused our conversation to get sidetracked. Now, who can send me via mail a professor of Chinese language? It's very urgent. I really don't know what to do with these natives. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll start a massacre. The sword in my hand is trembling, I'm already at my limit. Song Shuhang quickly wrote using Venerable White's account, friendly reminder, you can't send people via mail. A Chinese language professor is not an object but a person. If you send them via mail, they might die. Such details are unimportant at this time. If you want, you can send a professor of Chinese language by plane. Just help me solve this goddamn problem. Yaya. It seemed that those natives had pushed Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman to his limits. Dharma King Creation, who has a school-related business here and can send a teacher over there. If I'm not mistaken, there is a fellow Taoist with such a business, his name should be Drunken Sun. This fellow Taoist practices a strange cultivation technique, and I can't properly remember his name. Anyway, this person should have control over a big school-related business. From primary school, junior middle school, to university. Scholar Drunken Moon quietly appeared after being summoned. Scholar Drunken Moon was depressed. The cultivation technique he was practicing was very special, and unless he reached the 8th stage profound sage, showing his divinity in front of the masses, the fellow Taoists inside the group would keep forgetting about him. Unknowingly, he had become the number 1 ghost member of the 9 provinces number 1 group. No matter how much he tried to show his presence, no matter how much he commented on the material in the group space, no matter how much he flooded, his fellow Taoists would often forget about his existence. Although he knew it was due to this special cultivation technique he was practicing, Scholar Drunken Moon was still depressed. Scholar Drunken Moon, it's regrettable that I wasn't able to leave a deep enough impression on my fellow Taoists, making you forget my Tao name. Anyway, I have indeed a school-related business, but it's summer vacation now. I'll help fellow Taoist 7 Lives get in touch with a few people. If the pay is high enough, a professor of Chinese language might be willing to go abroad on a small island and teach Chinese to the natives. However, I make no promises. Fellow Taoist Drunken Sun, thank you very much. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman was moved to tears. I'll never forget this kindness, Scholar Drunken Moon, fellow Taoist 7 Lives, it's Drunken Moon, Drunken Moon. Ah, you can forget this kindness if you want, just remember my Tao name. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, Song Shuhang thought a bit and wrote with Senior White's account, Senior 7 Lives, did you try using pinyin to teach the natives? Maybe if you use pinyin, they'll remember things a bit easily. Pinyin. I actually forgot about it. Ha ha ha. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman made a hollow laugh. After all, when he studied Chinese, they only use things such as the 3-character classic to teach people. Song Shuhang felt sad for those poor natives that were hung, beaten, and had their palms whipped. When Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman learned Chinese characters, pinyin didn't even exist. Therefore, when he taught the natives how to read and write Chinese characters, he merely taught them whatever he learned back then. From the start, he never thought of something like pinyin, and the natives were fortunate enough not to be taught traditional Chinese characters instead. However, now that I think about teaching pinyin to these natives, I feel very fidgety. I'll try first, and if it's not working out, then I'll wait for Drunken Sun, fellow Taoist Drunken Moon to send a language teacher over, said Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman. After finishing his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly recalled something. He added, "Right, if he can't find a language teacher, send yourself over to me, little friend Shuhang. Bring the blood god crystal along with you when you come. Like that, we will be able to complete our deal, and you can also help me teach pinyin to these natives, isn't that great?" Song Shuhang was speechless. Did I say something wrong? Why does it feel as though I dug a hole for myself for some reason? But from beginning to the end, I was only kindly suggesting to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman to use pinyin to teach the natives Chinese characters, right? Not good, I must save myself. What if Senior Drunken Star couldn't find a suitable language teacher? For all he knew, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman might really fly for several days without stopping just to find him and wrap him up in a blanket before taking him to an isolated island in the middle of the vast ocean to teach Chinese to the natives. As for Senior White, who was next to him, he did not expect or hope for his helping hand. For all he knew, he might end up thinking that it was fun and ultimately tag along with him to the isolated island. Song Shuhang felt that this possibility was too great, and just the thought of it was scary enough. Especially when he accidentally turned his head to look at Senior White. It might have been his misperception, but when Senior White saw the words isolated island and natives, his eyes seemed to be beaming with interest. No way, I must save myself. Song Shuhang racked his brains in a frenzy, and suddenly, an idea flashed into his mind. Senior Seven Lives, I have an ingenious trick to teach pinyin. You can search it on the internet. You should be able to find the Hanyu Pinyin alphabet song. At that time, you just have to keep playing the song on repeat, in the morning, at night, at mealtime, even when they go to the bathroom. Do this for about 1 to 2 weeks, and the natives should be able to master Hanyu Pinyin by then. Not only that, I remember that people who lead a primitive tribal lifestyle like dancing a lot. Senior Seven Lives, you can search for some dance choreography online that is easy to learn and turn the Hanyu Pinyin alphabet song into a dance and get them to sing and dance every morning. Since it requires them to jump about, it can pique their interest more easily. After he finished typing the words above at one go, Song Shuhang secretly sighed. I apologize, my native brothers, but brainwashing songs are not exactly bad. If you hear more of it, it can increase your knowledge. Plus accompanying it with a dance, you can even do a mass dance in the public square. How advanced. It's very popular amongst elderly women in the whole of China. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, there's even such a trick. Awesome. Compared to rote learning, songs are much more catchy. It makes it easier for people to remember. Song Shuhang wanted to strike while the iron was hot and said, after Senior has taught the natives pinyin, learning Chinese characters would be an easy feat also. I feel that when teaching these natives, you should not blindly use strict methods of disciplining such as hitting their palms or hanging them and then beating them. We need to draw a distinction between reward and punishment. There has to be both punishments as well as rewards. That would be the best way to motivate these natives to learn. Actually, Shuhang felt that calling them natives was not quite suitable, but at the same time, he could not think of a better term to substitute it. Drawing a clear distinction between reward and punishment? You have a point. Little friend Shuhang is indeed a young man, your way of thinking is so flexible. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was deeply impressed by Song Shuhang's words and felt that his idea was extremely great. At the same time, he asked, as for how to draw a distinction between reward and punishment, little friend Shuhang, could you elaborate and explain it clearer? Let me give you an analogy. For example, you can reward the few students who mastered Pinyin or Chinese characters the fastest with some of the things that the natives like. Perhaps decent weapons? Items for fishing? Maybe a couple of modern objects such as a lighter? Song Shuhang continued, and for those who are slower or are lagging behind, you can consider other punishment methods, such as starving them for a meal or something. Compared to being hung and beaten up, perhaps being starved is something that's even scarier to these natives. Don't blindly stick to beating their palms or hanging and beating them. If you use the same old punishment methods for too long, its effectiveness will become lower and lower. Since I have never met any native people before, this is the most I can do to help. I hope that my suggestion can help you guys reduce physical sufferings in future. If you compare being starved to being hung and beaten, being starved should be easier to tolerate, right? You've made a valid point, I can try it. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman secretly nodded. At the same time, he deduced many things from that example. Additionally, I can give them exam papers, a small test every 3 days, and an exam on the 5th day. The ones who did badly would get starved, and the ones who did well would receive all kinds of rewards. In the future, I can even get them to write essays. The ones who do badly will get hung and beaten up. TSK, how awesome. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched, and his mind was filled with the image of a group of black uncles wearing clothes made from animal skin, resting their upper body on the table, tackling a primary one-end-of-term exam paper which Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman took and copied from the internet, or the essay topic If I Were a Green Onion, while looking anxious and writing at a fast speed. He never expected Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman to even think about things such as exam papers or homework. Did I unintentionally increase the natives' level of suffering? Don't tell me I did something bad out of goodwill again. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said, "It feels pretty awesome, I will immediately test it out on the natives. I'll let them hear 10 days worth of Hanyu Pinyin alphabet songs first. Little friend Shuhang, when there are some results, I will contact you again." After finishing his sentence, he went offline in a hurry. After waiting for Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman to go offline, Northern River's loose cultivator popped up and said, "Nowadays, you can't be happy even in a place far away from the turmoil of the world." Fairy Lychee said, "Additionally, there is another big problem. The last time, did you guys receive the letter that fellow Taoist Seven Lives sent? His profession is a talisman master. He is used to writing words using an indecipherable handwriting. At that time, when I tried identifying the words he wrote in the letter, I had a very hard time. If he were to teach the Aboriginals how to read, and at the same time use such a handwriting to write for them, think about the psychological trauma they would be subjected to. Medicine Master, it is indeed not easy for the Aboriginals." Dharma King Creation said, "Scholar Sober Star, you must find a good language teacher for the Aboriginals." Sober Star? It's not Sober Star, it's Drunken Moon. The last time you only got one word wrong, now you remembered both words incorrectly. I apologize, fellow Taoist Drunken Moon. Actually, I have a suggestion. Why don't you change your Tao name? How about calling yourself Drunken Sun? I believe everyone would definitely be able to remember, replied Dharma King Creation feebly. Able to remember Drunken Sun +1, said Fairy Lychee. Able to remember Drunken Sun +2, said Medicine Master. If it was just copy-pasting, Medicine Master's speed was still rather fast. Able to remember Drunken Sun +3, said True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Below, a line of seniors within the chat group followed suit. Scholar Drunken Moon sighed softly. He really wanted to tie 10,000 tons of metal to all the people in the chat group and sink them into the Pacific Ocean. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched, and he closed the 9 provinces #1 group. Thereafter, he secretly sighed and said, hopefully the method I taught Senior 7 Lives would be effective. On the side, Venerable White laughed happily and said, whether it's effective or not, there isn't a problem. Actually, I want to take a look at how 7 Lives teaches Chinese characters to the natives. I am quite interested in that isolated island too. Senior White indeed developed some kind of strange interest. Senior White. I have a place in mind that is much more fun. 2 days later. I have a friend who invited us on a trip to an island resort in the East China Sea. There is even a luxury 5-day cruise. Senior, are you interested? Song Shuhang provided Venerable White with a new target. Otherwise, he was very afraid that Senior White would take him along and ride on the flying sword to Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's place tonight. Indeed, when Senior White heard the words resort island and luxurious cruise, his interest was piqued. If it's an island resort, are there roller coaster rides? With 10 or so inversions? Turbo drop? Pirate ship? Ferris wheel? Top buzz? Senior White started listing several exciting rides. Why did the rides that Senior White listed were those that could cause a person to get weak in the knees? Yes, they have it there. They have it all. Song Shuhang raised his hand to his chest and assured him, they must have it. Then let's go immediately. Senior White narrowed his eyes. Senior White, there's no need to rush. Let's set out 2 days later. Besides, we also have to wait for Doudou and the small monk to come back first, answered Song Shuhang. Doudou and the small monk, asked Senior White before saying, oh, you mentioned before that Doudou ran away from home again. Yeah. Song Shuhang sighed. Alright then, let's wait for 2 days. Venerable White reluctantly agreed. So that's agreed on, Senior White. Let's have breakfast first. And then, since we have time today, I will bring you to Mountain Yuyu, which is near Wenzhou City. This period of time should still be the harvesting season for bayberries. There's a campaign going on where you can go in to pick and eat at the same time. You can eat your fill, recommended Song Shuhang. All right. Venerable White's eyes became bright and sparkly. Song Shuhang and Venerable White were chatting while walking towards the kitchen. They wanted to see if Mama Song had prepared any breakfast for them. In the kitchen. Mama Song was just wrapping dumplings and she heard footsteps behind her. Hence, she turned her head around. Good morning, Mom. We are eating dumplings in the morning, said Song Shuhang. Yeah, I just wrapped them. I didn't know what time both of you are waking up so I haven't started cooking them yet. Song Bai, you're awake too. You woke up so early today? How rare, teased Mama Song. Venerable White nodded slightly and replied, yeah, good morning, young lady. You must be little friend Shuhang's mother. I indeed woke up really early today. Young lady? What did he call me? Mama Song was initially dumbstruck, and then she smiled slightly and said, Shuhang, your friend became so good at sweet talking after one night. Song Shuhang remained silent. Venerable White's face looked perplexed, ? Did I say something wrong earlier? Venerable White questioned himself. Song Shuhang laughed. Ahahaha, indeed. Mother, Song Bai is a very interesting fellow. Yesterday, he was still tired and couldn't properly display his unique sense of humor. That wasn't a lie. After all, Senior White was indeed an interesting person. He would casually disassemble electric equipment, suddenly stumble on flat ground, and he could even fly to space. Being with him was so exciting and interesting that one would be moved to tears. You two go sit in the dining room. I'll prepare dumplings, Mama Song said with a smile. Fine. Song Shuhang said as he pulled the baffled Senior White toward the dining room. After eating breakfast, Song Shuhang said to his mother that he was planning to go on Mountain Yuyu to have some fun. Then, he and Senior White went downstairs. Mountain Yuyu wasn't very far from Song Shuhang's house. It was at most 6 bus stops from there. But, since the last time he took a bus with Senior White, Song Shuhang decided not to use public transport anymore while accompanying Venerable White. He didn't dare to bring Senior White there with the electric scooter either. He was afraid that Senior White would paste his A4 papers on it, making it shoot forward at insane speed. At the time, the police officers wouldn't be able to catch up even if they were to go at full speed. Those poor guys would only get depressed. I absolutely can't let Senior White see that electric scooter. We'll take the taxi. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Then, the two of them went downstairs. Do you know what super bad luck is? It's when you meet the worst person at the worst moment in the worst place. Afterward, this person does the worst thing possible too. If all the above-mentioned conditions come true, you have super bad luck. When Song Shuhang and Venerable White went downstairs, next door's Auntie Lee was bringing Mama Song's electric scooter toward their place. Oh, Shuhang. You've come just in time. This is your mother's electric scooter. I borrowed it to go to the market, and I was bringing it back. Since you're here, I'll leave it to you, Auntie Lee said with a radiant smile. The electric scooter was usually parked in the garage on the ground floor, and Auntie Lee was just about to call Mama Song to tell her that she was coming over to return it. Luckily, she happened to meet Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Auntie Lee, did you really have to come at this time? The things you feared the most would come true. Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. Ahaha. Sure, Auntie Lee. You can leave the electric scooter to me. At the same time, he cautiously turned his head and looked at Venerable White. As expected, Venerable White was greedily eyeing the electric scooter. That look could mean only one thing: I must ride it. Venerable White had seen electric scooters several times in the Jiangnan area, and he had always wanted to try these small vehicles that resembled a bike. However, he wasn't able to try one, and later, he had been occupied with that batch of new cars. But now that he could finally get his hands on one, given his disposition, he would definitely want to try it. I'll leave it to you then. Auntie Lee took the groceries placed on the scooter and waved at Song Shuhang, taking her leave. After Auntie Lee left, Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at Venerable White, asking, Senior White, do you want to try it? Sure. Senior White nodded. He was just waiting for Song Shuhang to say these words. Senior White gracefully mounted the electric scooter, swinging his long hair. Song Shuhang bitterly smiled and gave Senior White the safety helmet. Afterward, he sat on the back. Where is the place we have to go? Venerable White asked. Let's just ride on the main road for now. I'll tell you when you have to turn a corner, Song Shuhang said with a smile. At the same time, he was a bit worried and asked, Senior White, do you know how to ride this gadget? Of course, don't worry. When studying how to drive cars, I also studied how to ride electric scooters. After finishing his sentence, Senior White turned the key and pressed the accelerator. Swish! The electric scooter quickly dashed forward. This time, something astonishing happened. From start to end, Senior White didn't paste those A4 papers with formations engraved on them on the scooter. As a result, the speed of the electric scooter was quite slow. Is it possible that Senior White is in a good mood today and he doesn't want to drive at high speed? Song Shuhang was confused. However, he still diligently fulfilled his duty and told Senior White when to turn left, right, or go straight. Very soon, Song Shuhang and Senior White arrived at Mountain Yuyu, the place where bayberries were supposed to be. Senior, we've arrived at the destination, you can stop. Song Shuhang said. As soon as he finished speaking, screech. Senior White slammed on the brakes and immediately stopped the electric scooter. Afterward, he put his foot on the ground, stopping in place. Was he in such a hurry to brake? Song Shuhang looked at Senior White, somewhat confused. After stopping the vehicle, Senior White didn't move and kept his robotic pose. Senior White? Song Shuhang asked. However, Venerable White was as still as before. There is something wrong. Song Shuhang cautiously got off the scooter and went in Senior White's front. Then, he got a huge scare. Venerable White was staring blankly and both his eyes lacked focus, he was distracted. Senior White's ability to get distracted had reached a new level. Even while distracted, he could still understand things like turn left, right, and go straight. Song Shuhang secretly rejoiced in his heart. He was incredibly lucky to have arrived at the destination still alive. Senior White, we've arrived. Wake up. Song Shuhang called out. After a while, Senior White finally returned to his senses and said, We've arrived already? Song Shuhang felt like crying, yes. Senior White, we're already at Mountain Yuyu. Moreover, you were the one driving, Senior White. Ahaha. When I started to ride the electric scooter, I suddenly thought of a new and original way to modify the tractor, let me explain. I was thinking of installing a device on the tractor to let it run on water. Then, when we hold a tournament of modified tractors, a section of the road will be on the surface of the sea. What do you think of this idea? Venerable White said excitedly. What? Song Shuhang was stupefied and couldn't regain his composure for a while. He discovered that even if he were way smarter, he wouldn't have any hope of guessing what the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were thinking. Song Shuhang thought that even if fairy maidens, Taoist priests, and great masters were driving modified hand-guided tractors, they would be dashing about wildly on the main road and that would be all. And if they wanted to add a little bit of difficulty, they could have chosen a mountain road. But never would he have expected that Venerable White wanted that army of hand-guided tractors to ride on the surface of the sea. Then, a scene appeared in his mind. 20 to 30 hand-guided tractors dashing about wildly on the surface of the sea as though they were riding on flat ground. Then, a tsunami suddenly approached, and fairy maidens, Taoist priests, and great masters started to shout excitedly as they operated their hand-guided tractors, riding the wind and cleaving through waves. He felt that his scene was rather cool. F***ck, why would I consider this cool? So, what do you think? Do you find it cool? Venerable White laughed. It sounds very cool, Song Shuhang honestly replied. Earlier, he felt that operating a hand-guided tractor and rushing into sea waves and splitting tsunamis amidst a tempest seemed indeed very cool. As expected, driving on the surface of the sea seems cooler than driving on land. It's settled then. Venerable White made up his mind. But enough chit-chat now. Let's go pick those bayberries. After recalling to mind those bayberries, Venerable White happily squinted. Afterward, only one sound echoed on Mountain Yuyu, Venerable White's pew, pew, pew. After staying on Mountain Yuyu for a whole afternoon, Venerable White was finally satisfied and left. Before leaving, Song Shuhang secretly left 800 renminbi to the person in charge. Originally, after paying 40 to 50 renminbi, a person could eat as much as they wanted. However, this was true only for a normal person, because after eating for a while, their teeth would start hurting. But Senior White was a living bug. Who knew how many bayberries he ate during the time they stayed there? If it weren't for the fact that he brought only 800 renminbi with him, Song Shuhang would have left even more money to the person in charge. After leaving Mountain Yuyu, Venerable White happily rode the electric scooter. On the way here, he had been in a daze and couldn't really enjoy the ride. Therefore, he was planning to have fun to his heart's content on the way back. But right at this time, Song Shuhang's phone rang. Song Shuhang shot a look at the screen and saw that it was his poor senior brother Zhou Li, fellow Taoist Shuhang. I already sent someone to the location you mentioned to clean everything up. The scraps of the tractor were disposed of, and the guardrail was also fixed. There are no traces of the accident left. You don't need to worry about a thing. Senior Brother Zhou Li's voice echoed from the other end. Thank you, Senior Brother Zhou Li. Moreover, is there any update on Doudou and the small monk Doudou? Song Shuhang asked. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything. Doudou knows me too well and is aware of most of the tricks at my disposal. In the past few years, he has become an expert at hiding his traces. I can only rely on luck to find him. Senior Brother Zhou Li heaved a deep sigh. Song Shuhang felt sad after hearing these words. Ah, yes. Senior Brother Zhou Li, Doudou, and the small monk Guogua sent a message in the 9 Provinces number 1 group this morning. Maybe they bought a mobile phone or a tablet. Is this information of any use to you? Song Shuhang said. Thanks for the reminder. It might be of help. Zhou Li sighed with emotion. Senior brother, don't give up. Once you bring Doudou back, I'll bring him to the East China Sea, and we'll stay there for 1 or 2 weeks. You should take advantage of this opportunity to rest and maybe go on a date with that fairy maiden. What do you think? Song Shuhang said. Thank you, thank you. Senior Brother Zhou Li was moved to tears. Song Shuhang quietly hung up. It's rather easy to make Senior Brother Zhou Li happy. After Shuhang hung up the phone, Venerable White turned his head and asked, somewhat worried, Shuhang, I have a question. If Doudou and the small monk Guogua can't be found in time, will we have to delay or cancel our plan to go to the East China Sea? Senior Brother Zhou Li should be able to find Doudou by tomorrow, right? Song Shuhang bitterly smiled. At first, he had a lot of confidence in Senior Brother Zhou Li. But now, only a fool would believe that he could find them by tomorrow. Venerable White. Let us go back for now. Venerable White said with a serious face, it seems. I'll have to personally look for Doudou and the small monk. The scooter wobbled home, carrying Venerable White and Song Shuhang. On their way home, Venerable White did not use any formation to boost their speed. Firstly, Venerable White only rode the scooter out of curiosity, he just wanted to experience it for a bit. Secondly, the journey back was rather short, in total it was a distance of 6 bus stops. Thus, there was absolutely no need to race back. When they got home, Mama Song seemed to be out running errands and hence she was not at home. Venerable White and Song Shuhang then went back to the room. I will go look for Doudou and the small monk, and try to get them back by the end of tomorrow. Venerable White started to sort his cell phone out and took out the meteor sword. Thereafter, he said to Song Shuhang, Shuhang, give me your hand. Song Shuhang reached out his hand puzzledly. Venerable White used his finger to draw on his wrist with his spiritual energy. Very quickly, a pretty 3D drawing of a calabash brother appeared on Song Shuhang's wrist. This drawing looked very familiar. The 10,000-mile flying escape technique? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. No, this acts as coordinates. With it, no matter which part of the world you're at, as long as nobody used any special method to hide it, I can locate where you are. After I find Doudou and the small monk, I will give you a call. Then, I will use the disposable sword to fly them back to you, explained Venerable White. Send them back with a disposable flying sword? That's a good idea. Awesome. Song Shuhang gave a thumbs up. Also, Senior White, I strongly suggest that you set the speed of the disposable flying sword used to send the small monk back at 4x normal speed, and the one used to send Doudou, on the other hand, could be set at 50x, it wouldn't even be too much. Let them experience an adrenaline rush. No problem. Venerable White nodded. Right, Senior, I would like to ask you for one more favor. Song Shuhang recalled something. Then, he took out the treasured saber-broken tyrant and put it in front of Venerable White, saying, Senior, can you draw a formation on Broken Tyrant to turn it invisible, so that ordinary human beings cannot see it? If he went on a trip to the East China Sea's island resort, it would be much easier for him to bring it out discreetly if it was invisible. Sure, that's easy, replied Venerable White. He reached out with his finger again and drew on the Broken Tyrant an invisibility formation, a spirit-gathering formation, and an anti-detection formation. As such, apart from Venerable White and Song Shuhang, ordinary human beings would not be able to see the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. Of course, this formation was only casually drawn by Venerable White. Cultivators would still be able to see the Broken Tyrant saber. In that case, I'll head out to look for Doudou. Wait for me to contact you, Venerable White said. If he could find Doudou before the end of tomorrow, that would be great. However, it also didn't matter if he found Doudou rather late, as Senior White had already set the coordinates on Song Shuhang's body. At that time, after Song Shuhang had arrived at the destination, his flying sword would be able to rush straight to Song Shuhang's side, following the coordinates. Venerable White stepped on Meteor Sword and rode off into the sky. With Senior White searching for Doudou and the small monk, Song Shuhang was able to have a peace of mind. At dinner time. Out of curiosity, Mama Song asked Shuhang, "Shuhang, your glib-tongued friend already left?" "Ah, he's going to pick up some brat from his friend's family. He might need a couple of days before he returns," replied Song Shuhang. "Oh my, it was rather lively previously with so many guests around, but little did I expect them to leave one by one," Mama Song said regrettably. She was a person who liked a lively atmosphere. Speaking of which, if not for the late implementation of the two-child policy, she and Papa Song would have another child. For the past few years, what Mama Song complained the most about was the two-child policy. She wished so hard that the policy was implemented 10 years earlier. Perhaps Song Shuhang would have had a cute younger sister by now. Hee, wait for a couple of days, Song Bai will bring the kid back and it'll be lively again. Song Shuhang finished the soup in the bowl and smiled, saying, "Oh yeah, Mom, my dorm mate Gao Momu's friend wants to invite us to an island resort in the East China Sea, and we're leaving in 2 days' time. Our trip is about 10 days in total." Mama Song's eyes lit up and she asked, "Are you going together with the young lady named Yuruzi?" "Ha ha ha, Yuruzi has other things to do. But she said that if she can finish up her things in time, she would go over." Papa Song slowly swallowed his food and asked, "Do you have enough money?" "I do, sometimes I help out the seniors in school and get some remuneration in return." Song Shuhang laughed, even though his means of getting the remuneration was pretty violent. Papa Song quietly nodded. China, in the middle of the sky. A huge Pekingese was lying on a civil aircraft heading to Beijing. Within the fur of the huge Pekingese, a small monk curled himself into a ball, wrapping himself in its fur. They were indeed Doudou and the small monk Guogua. The two fellas were hitching a ride on the airplane. Why would they do that? It was because they had no money. The rest of the money the small monk earned from selling himself was spent on a widescreen phone that was made in China. "Senior Doudou, is it really okay for us to escape to Beijing?" the small monk Guogua asked anxiously. Whenever he thought about Abbot Profound Principle sending and in the 9 provinces #1 group, he would feel very panicky. The abbot got angry to the point he sent the emoji of a knife. Did it mean that Abbot Profound Principle intended to use the knife to slash him? Even if he didn't use the knife to slash him, perhaps he would not be able to get away from a good beating. Doudou said with joy, "Don't worry, don't panic. Based on my many years of experience of running away from home, at first, people in your family will get very mad. Just like Shuhang right now, threatening to beat the crap out of you. But, there's a saying, human feelings are easy to exploit." He started to pass on his own heart sutra of running away from home. After you run away for a long period and they can't find you, they will start to panic. By then, their anger would be taken over by worry. After that, when they finally find you with much difficulty, they would pamper and dote on you like a baby. Is it really like that? The small monk Guogua asked in anticipation, but still kept his solemn face. Don't you worry, I can guarantee that. Stupid Yellow Mountain is also like that. Every time I ran away from home, he would act as though he was extremely angry. But ultimately, when he couldn't find me for 10 to 15 days, he wouldn't be the slightest bit angry, only worried and wondering why I wasn't coming home. After finding me with much difficulty, I would become the master of the family. They would give me all the nice food and drinks I wanted. Doudou was very pleased with himself. The only bad thing about this trick is that you cannot use it too often. After using it too often, freaking stupid Yellow Mountain is now numb to it, and he isn't worried at all. Damn it, I really want to bite him. After being brainwashed by Doudou, the small monk felt a lot better. So, will senior brother Shuhang come to get us? Asked the small monk. He definitely will. With his nice guy personality, he definitely would be searching every corner of the earth for us. The small monk silently nodded. His heart felt warm. He seemed to understand why Senior Doudou liked running away from home so much. Achoo, achoo. Strange, why do I suddenly have a bad premonition? Doudou sneezed a couple of times while laying on top of the plane. He used his claw to rub his nose, just as he was talking about how Song Shuhang should be searching every corner of the earth to look for us. For no apparent reason, his instincts caused him to be on guard. This was the hyper-instinct of dogs. Could it be that the good guy Shuhang's still angry? It's been said that when such people get angry, they could be very scary. As Doudou was deep in thoughts, suddenly, the plane beneath his body started shaking violently. The passengers' screams could be heard one after another. The scene was in complete disorder. During its flight, the plane suddenly experienced a strong turbulence. A sudden strong turbulence? Woof, an aviation accident wouldn't happen, right? Doudou lamented. I was just hitching a ride on the plane, that's all. Forget it. In the event of an accident, I will try my best to save some of the passengers. Based on Doudou's capability, he still couldn't change the impact of strong turbulence on the plane. He could at most save a few people. Luckily, the turbulence only lasted for a short period of time. After peace was restored, the flight attendants started consoling the startled passengers. The passengers looked as though they escaped a narrow death. Some of them even cried tears of joy. Safe and sound, and I don't have to do anything. Doudou stuck out his tongue and lay down again. At that moment, the small monk on his body looked very stiff. His face showed that he was in great distress. Guogua? Doudou asked out of curiosity. At the same time, Doudou's keen nose smelled something bad. Senior Doudou. I pooped, the small monk said in a weak voice. Perhaps it was because of his hemorrhoid treatment over the past 3 days, which required them to keep inserting the medical apparatus up his butt. Or perhaps, after he was cured of hemorrhoids, he might not have gotten used to it. In any case, he kept feeling that his anus was not tight enough for the past 2 days. This morning they were in a rush to leave, and hence he did not have enough time to poop. During their journey, he felt the need to relieve himself but tried to hold on. However, when the plane started shaking, he was not careful for only a bit and accidentally pooped. Doudou was speechless. If he pooped his pants, then so be it. Besides, the small monk was only 6 years old, occasionally pooping his pants was pardonable. He was after all very young. But, the problem was, the small monk was lying on top of his body, and was being kept warm by his fur. He pooped while laying on his back. Senior Doudou. I didn't do it on purpose. The stern face of the small monk cringed so hard it started to look like fried dough twists. You don't have to say anything. Doudou sighed deeply and said, let's look for a place to deal with your underwear situation. What else could he have done? The small monk was still very young, he couldn't possibly reprimand him severely, right? Even if he reprimanded him, so what? Won't the small monk just end up crying out loud because he felt wronged? And he would still have to end up cleaning his poop in his underwear anyway. After sighing deeply, Doudou used his claws to grab the small monk firmly and leapt down from the plane. Speaking of which, as a dignified monster dog, why did he end up landing himself in such a predicament where he had to change the underwear of a little brat? Doudou suddenly started to suspect if acceding to the little monk's request and bringing him out to play a game of running away from home was a good choice. By a small stream amidst the mountains. The small monk had a serious face as he bared his butt, starting to wash his trousers on the bank of the stream. He was very skilled. It seemed it wasn't his first time washing his trousers. Doudou was soaking upstream of him, letting the water wash his fur. However, he felt as though his body still smelled of poop even after soaking in the mountain stream for a long time. Was it a misconception? Around 3 minutes later. Senior Doudou, I'm done washing. The small monk quickly came over and showed his clean trousers to Doudou. All right. I'm also done soaking. Doudou came out of the small stream. Then, he violently shook his body and got rid of the water. Next, the monster energy inside his body exploded, quickly drying his fur. After seeing this scene, the small monk was awed. Senior Doudou, can you help me too? Little Doudou. He wondered whether this small monk was his natural enemy or something. However, he still stretched out his paw and grabbed the trousers. Afterward, he used his monster energy to dry them. Senior Doudou, you're incredible. The small monk put his trousers on and happily swayed his butt. Then, he made a pirouette and concluded his performance with a cool pose. Ta-da! Little Doudou. Senior Doudou, where are we headed now? The small monk cheerfully ran to Doudou's side. It didn't matter where they were headed, the small monk was extremely excited. He was acting like a kid that had gotten out of home after being grounded for a long time. Let's go toward Beijing. I have a monster cat friend there. Let's go to her house to have fun, Doudou replied. This monster cat friend was precisely the monster cat he wanted to introduce to Shuhang. After all, he couldn't harm his kind, he'd better harm some monster cat. Meow, just as Doudou mentioned the words monster and cat, a low cry echoed beside his ear. When he turned his head, he saw a tiger-striped cat closely watching him, baring its fangs and claws at him. We are in the middle of mountains, is this a stray cat? Cats and dogs were natural enemies. And Doudou had the appearance of a normal Pekingese at this time. Therefore, when the cat saw him, all the fur on its body stood on end, and its tail was so inflated that it seemed a corn. The wildcat showed Doudou its sharp teeth and revealed its claws. It seemed as though it was trying to show Doudou its strength and scare him. Hee, are you making your fur stand on end in front of this dog god? Doudou spat out his tongue. Then, he moved his 4 small legs and dashed toward the wildcat. When the small wildcat saw Doudou ignore its awe-inspiring pose and dash toward it regardless, it panicked and decided to fall back. But how could its speed compare to Doudou? Doudou pounced toward the cat like a hungry dog and pressed it down his body. Meow. The small wildcat bitterly cried out. Woof, woof, why don't you act arrogantly now? Why aren't you making your fur stand on end? Woof, woof. Doudou used his head to rub the small wildcat. Meow meow, the small wildcat struggled with all its might and tried to scratch Doudou's body with its claws. However, not even the young man in green clothes in Senior White illusory reality could damage Doudou's dog fur, let alone this small wildcat with its weak claws. The more it was hitting him, the more Doudou was cheerfully rubbing it with his head. Meow meow, the small wildcat cried out again. At first, it had a very domineering voice, but it was getting weaker as time passed by. At last, it could only send pitiful cries, as though it was sobbing. Woof, woof, why don't you act arrogantly now? Why aren't you making your fur stand on end? Doudou said self-satisfied. This scene reminded him of the first time he met the monster cat Choo-Choo. At the time, Choo-Choo had just turned into a monster cat and also aggressively made her fur stand on end, trying to scare Doudou. But Doudou pounced toward her like a hungry dog and immobilized her on the ground, starting to rub her with his dog head. At the time, the monster cat Choo-Choo also struggled with all her might like this striped cat just now. Too bad that her cultivation was no match for Doudou and she couldn't escape. After being rubbed for a long time, the monster cat Choo-Choo lost all her domineering air. Nowadays, if she encountered Doudou, she always kept a distance of a meter between them. But, the saying, compromising will make a conflict much easier to solve, didn't apply to Doudou. The more she was trying to avoid Doudou, the more Doudou was looking for her to rub her with his head. Even now that he had run away from home, he was thinking of looking for the monster cat Choo-Choo and torturing her a bit. Just as Doudou was cheerfully rubbing the striped cat with his head, the sound of footsteps echoed from a faraway place. Tiger Striped, where are you?" The sweet and childlike voice of a girl echoed along the footsteps. Very soon, the owner of the voice appeared in front of them. It was a 15 to 16 years old girl wearing an apricot yellow Daoist robe. Moreover, she had 10 long talisman papers hanging on each shoulder. These talisman papers were covered with numerous incantations. Furthermore, her uncovered arms were also full of rune-like tattoos. Doudou immediately identified the girl by her attire. A monster hunter? Monster hunters were a branch of cultivators. But they were different from those that cultivated to reach immortality. Rather than becoming immortals, monster hunters preferred to vanquish demons and monsters. Moreover, they were one of the most annoying branches amongst cultivators. According to their logic, a monster should be subdued no matter if it was good or bad. Those that were bad were directly put to death, and those that were good were sealed up. In short, they wanted to free this world from the creatures known as monsters. There was a time when monster hunters and monsters were furiously fighting each other till their last breath, but at a certain point, monster hunters hid themselves and disappeared from the world. From that moment, they rarely appeared in front of others. There were many rumors and conjectures about what might have happened. But, in the end, aside from the monster hunters themselves, no one knew what the real reason for their disappearance was. When I got out this morning, I was shat on. And just as I found a good place to wash the poop away, I actually encountered those monster hunters that no one has seen in the past several hundred years. What's wrong with my luck today? Doudou was depressed. A monster. After seeing Doudou, the eyes of the girl with a childlike voice immediately lit up. Then, without waiting for Doudou to speak, she stretched her hands and tore down a talisman paper from each shoulder. Wicked monster, die. The young girl threw the talisman papers, which changed into golden flames, shooting toward Doudou. Doudou. As expected of a monster hunter, even after so many years, they were still mental, and as stubborn as a mule. As soon as they saw a monster, they would act like madmen and pounce toward them without even considering the disparity in their strength. Anyway, it seemed that there was an inviolable rule in their minds: if you were to see a monster, you couldn't be gentle with it, you had to beat it to death. Bang, bang. The two pillars exploded after hitting Doudou's body, but their strength wasn't even enough to damage his fur. The nearby small monk also finally reacted and quickly rushed forward with a serious face, angrily reprimanding the girl. Absurd. Female benefactor, why did you suddenly attack Senior Doudou? He's a monster. Get out of the way, I must kill him, the young girl said in a childlike voice. Female benefactor, you're going overboard. The small monk angrily said, and even if Senior Doudou is a monster, he is a good monster. Anyway, what's wrong with being a monster? They are also living creatures. Moreover, how can you not distinguish between right and wrong and casually kill him? Doudou. Why is this small monk speaking as though I'm about to die? Little monk, make way. I'm tired of you guys preaching about the equality of all lives. Get out of my way, otherwise, don't blame me for injuring you in the process, the young girl said as she tore down another set of talisman papers. Doudou. F***ck, are you taking me for a little Pekingese or something? As soon as I show my true body, this dog god will make that small monster hunter sh**t herself from fright. Then, Doudou took a step forward and changed into a 5 meters long Pekingese. Roar! The howl of the dog echoed throughout the entire forest, and the leaves on the nearby trees fell one after another. The effect was pretty good. After seeing Doudou's huge body, the monster hunter girl swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and her morale dropped quite a bit. Doudou smiled self-satisfied. Just as he was planning to pounce toward the monster hunter girl and subdue her like the cat, rubbing her to death, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distant place. That wasn't all, Doudou also smelled Zhou Li's scent. F***ck, how did Zhou Li discover me so quickly? Doudou muttered to himself, usually, he would take at least a week to find his traces. What kind of incredible technology did he use this time? He didn't want Zhou Li to catch him just yet. He still wanted to go to Beijing and have some fun with the monster cat Choo-Choo. Guogua, let's leave. Our pursuer just caught up. We can't return home just yet, Doudou said. The small monk nodded and quickly climbed on Doudou's body. Sit tight. Doudou shouted. Then, he lightly jumped, and demonic wind started to coil around him. He was ready to get away. Don't think about escaping, the monster hunter girl shouted. Next, she stretched her hand and threw a golden chain toward them. The golden chain flew high in the sky and finally coiled around the small monk's neck. The small monk Guogua. Just at this time, Doudou rose into the sky with the small monk still on his back. The monster hunter girl, who was firmly grabbing the other end of the chain, said while being dragged into the sky by Doudou, "Monster, you can't escape me. I've already caught you. Female benefactor, let go, quickly let go. Ugh." The small monk grabbed with both hands the chain coiling around his neck. This is bad. I can't breathe. Let go, quickly, I'm dying. Doudou. Zhou Li angrily howled from below. Doudou, don't even think about escaping. Zhou Li stretched his hand, throwing a long chain toward them. The chain flew in the sky and tightly latched onto the left leg of the monster hunter girl. Afterward, Zhou Li, who was tightly grabbing the other end of the chain, was also dragged into the sky. Guogua squeezed out, I'm dying. I'm dying. Sob, I'll never run away from home again. Zhou Li, let go, said Doudou to Zhou Li, he, in your dreams. There is no way I'll let you go now that I've caught you. Zhou Li pulled the entirety of the chain out of his sleeve. There was a pointed hook on its other end. This was Zhou Li's preferred weapon and also the reason he was nicknamed Heaven Shrouding Hook Zhou Li. Other than killing his enemies, this chain with a pointed hook allowed him to capture them alive. This was one of the main reasons he was in charge of capturing Doudou. No matter if it was a human or a dog, Zhou Li was an expert at capturing them. Right, I won't let you escape, monster, the girl above also shouted with her childlike voice. Benefactors. I'm dying, ugh. The small monk started to foam at the mouth. He couldn't bear it anymore and softly fell downward. The small monk had completed his foundation establishment not too long ago, and before leaving the temple, he had opened only his eye aperture. The current strength of his body was even inferior to that of Song Shuhang. Therefore, he reached his limit and passed out after having that chain coiled around his neck for so long. Next, the monster hunter girl pulled him down from Doudou's back. An ear-piercing cry echoed. However, it wasn't the small monk that screamed, it was the monster hunter girl. The cultivation of this girl was too low, and she had no means to fly. When the small monk was pulled away from Doudou's back, she also fell from the sky. At the same time, the chain coiling around the small monk's neck finally loosened up. Zhao lightly shouted, and the chain attached to the girl's body gently moved, coiling around the small monk and the girl like a giant snake. Then, the chain brought them to Zhao side. At this time, it was swaying left and right in the sky like a huge snake. A cultivator of the fourth stage had the ability to control and ride a flying sword, and since Zhao weapon was a hook, he could ride and control a flying hook. Although such a weapon had many wondrous uses when capturing someone, its speed was quite slow when compared to a flying sword or a flying saber. But it didn't matter that much in the end. After all, no one ever said that a cultivator could only have one weapon. A sword orb flew out of Zhao left sleeve and changed into sword light. True Monarch Yellow Mountain had specially prepared this sword orb so that Zhao could easily chase after Doudou. However, it didn't have great use in battle, its only strong point was its weirdly high speed. Doudou, don't even think about running away. The small monk has also fallen into my hands, do you really think you can escape? Zhao shouted. Doudou stopped and turned around his body, revealing a human-like smile. I let you pull him down on purpose. He had a chain coiling around his neck, and I couldn't free him while he was still on my back. Hee, whatever, you can forget about escaping today. Zhao said in a grave tone, for the sake of his beloved, he had to catch Doudou and deliver him to Song Shuhang's place. After that, he could finally pass 7 beautiful days with his girlfriend. It was a week-long vacation. In those 7 days, he could do whatever he wanted. After thinking this much, Zhao blood started to seethe in excitement, and even his eyes became bloodshot. He stepped on the sword light and tightly held onto his chain, eyeing Doudou like a hunter eyeing their prey. He seemed to have locked every possible route Doudou could use to escape. Don't be in a hurry. I have something good to show you. Doudou raised his left paw and waved it, his face still wearing a human-like smile. Then, he used his other paw to take a mobile phone out of his fur and logged onto a certain account. Zhao vigilantly looked at him, afraid that he would pull some tricks. Next, Doudou revealed a weird smile and started to read some lines aloud, cough. My dear, I miss you so much. I think of you every night, to the point that I can't even fall asleep. My dear, I already can't wait to be with you and protect you forever. Ugh, this is too disgusting, I can't keep reading. When Doudou finished reading these lines, the excited Zhao made a strange face. He closely looked at the phone in Doudou's hands. Should I keep reading? Oh, this one is from last night. Ah, my dear. I think of you 365 days a year soon, I'll catch Doudou and leave him to a young fellow Taoist. Then, I'll be able to obtain 7 days of vacation. My dear, I can't wait to fly by your side and pass 7 beautiful days with you. I've already decided the place where we'll build our happy memories, he. Doudou continued to read. A hint of surprise flashed through Zhao eyes. Soon after, he said with indignation, Doudou, from where did you get those chat logs? This was the lovey-dovey conversation between him and his girlfriend on his secret account. Did Doudou, this shameless fellow, take a screenshot of his chat logs? He hadn't added this secret account to the 9 provinces #1 group. Moreover, he didn't add any other fellow Taoist either. As a result, it wasn't particularly protected, and it wasn't that difficult to crack down. Do you really think that I hacked your account? Doudou said with a smile, too naive. Then, Doudou showed the mobile phone to Zhao, letting him see the account. This account had a beautiful fairy maiden as its profile picture. Moreover, one could see all the sweet messages sent by Zhao in the chat. Now, I'm sure you think that I hacked the account of your sweetheart. Doudou evilly smiled. But you're still too naive. Now, I'll make you understand how cruel the world is. From the very beginning, that sweetheart with whom you were chatting online, sending sweet messages to, talking about your future, and sharing your happy moments with, it was me, Doudou. Doudou loudly laughed, his face self-satisfied. Zhao Li was dumbstruck. Impossible. I met her in real life. Zhao Li howled. He, by relying on my charm, I just need to go to a random sect and cutely roll in the arms of a fairy maiden to convince her to help me with a small matter. Do you remember the first time you met her? She only revealed a sweet smile and immediately said she could accept everything, right? However, it seemed that she didn't want to talk about the things you usually chat about in the group chat, am I right? Doudou smiled like a demon. Impossible. You're deceiving me. Zhao Li clenched his teeth. Do you really find it impossible? Zhao Li, you're really too naive. Doudou threw his head back and laughed loudly. Do you really think that there is a woman that could bear with someone like you? Someone that doesn't have time to accompany her and is chasing after a Pekingese every day, leaving her alone all the time? After saying this much, Doudou weaved the phone in his hands. There isn't such a woman in this world. And even if there is, it's either a dream or someone is deceiving you. This is the truth. Zhao Li was dumbfounded. And while he was in a confusional state, Doudou approached him as fast as lightning and held the small monk in his mouth, quickly running away. The small monk, who was now with Doudou, looked at the dumbstruck Zhao Li with a worried look on his face. Senior Doudou, weren't you too cruel to senior brother Zhao Li? The small monk cautiously asked. He felt that Zhao Li was a very pitiful person. The fairy maiden he loved was just senior Doudou's fake account. After imagining the scene of Zhao Li sending sweet messages to a Pekingese, the small monk felt that he would have gone mad if he were in Zhao Li's shoes. Others shouldn't pity him but feel jealous. Doudou coldly snorted. He chases after a Pekingese every day and still has a woman willing to wait for him silently. This circumstance that should appear only in dreams and tricky situations, really occurred to this fool. This is the truth. Who knows how many men are envying that idiot? Senior Doudou, isn't that woman just a fake identity you created? The small monk asked, somewhat confused. Do you think that I'm someone who would send disgusting messages to Zhao Li every day? I managed to get a hold of her account because I went to her house and acted cutely for a few days. Doudou laughed. Senior Doudou, I think there is a very high chance that you would do something like this, the small monk said firmly. If it were someone else, the small monk wouldn't dare to be 100% sure of it, but if it was someone like Senior Doudou, he was more than capable of doing something so shameless and mean. Moreover, you shouldn't tell lies, Senior Doudou. Otherwise, you'll be spanked, the small monk said earnestly. Doudou. Would you believe me if I were to say that I'll throw you down from the sky? Bastard, it was exactly to save you that I said that lie. Doudou roared. Please forgive me. The small monk quickly admitted his mistakes. But after a while, he earnestly said, still, telling lies is not a good thing. At this time, Doudou was wondering if he should have left the small monk behind. Zhao Li was absent-mindedly standing on the flying sword, his face pale. Uncle, don't cry, the monster hunter girl said cautiously. Doudou. Doudou. So, you were playing with my feelings all along. Zhao Li strangely laughed. We need to have a good shot. The layer of light lit up and Zhao Li dashed forward with the monster hunter girl, chasing after Doudou. Uncle, don't give up. We'll kill that wicked monster dog, the monster hunter girl said with her childlike voice. Kill, kill, kill. Zhao Li howled. Wenzhou City, Song Shuhang's house. Song Shuhang opened his eyes, he had just finished today's meditation. Still no news of Senior White. Will he be able to bring Doudou and Guogua back by tomorrow? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Moreover, I wasn't able to practice this morning. I'll have to go out and practice after my parents go to sleep. The quantity of qi and blood in my ear aperture is increasing at a faster pace than what I originally thought. Tomorrow at most, I'll be able to break through. Song Shuhang muttered. Would he get an innate skill related to the ear aperture after opening it? While opening the eye, nose, ear, and mouth apertures, there was a chance to obtain an innate skill, and Song Shuhang was hoping to obtain a useful one. After opening their 4 apertures, a cultivator of the first stage would surely obtain an innate skill. Those that were lucky could obtain even 2. Song Shuhang obtained an innate skill when he opened his eye aperture, but he got nothing after opening his nose aperture. Would he be lucky enough to obtain another innate skill after opening his ear or mouth apertures? It has been more than a month since I started cultivating. Without even knowing, I'm about to open my ear aperture. Recalling everything that happened, it almost seems as though it was a dream. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. All the seniors in the group said that a loose cultivator would encounter many hardships on their path. But when he started cultivating, he met Soft Feather, Medicine Master, Su Clan 16, Senior White. As a consequence, his life as a cultivator had been very smooth, and there was basically no difference between him and those elite disciples from big sections. In his pocket, Lady Onion cried till she passed out. He was already about to open his ear aperture after practicing for a little more than a month. On the other hand, she had to suffer for 300 years to open 3 apertures, and there was still a long way for her to open her ear aperture. As if that wasn't enough, the reason Song Shuhang almost filled his ear aperture with qi and blood after opening the nose aperture was her green onion sprout. Lady Onion was even more aggrieved after recalling this fact. She had directly helped her enemy. Such a horrible fate, what could she do besides crying? July 13th, Saturday. Light rain. Song Shuhang was standing in the middle of a mountain forest. He gently raised his hands and closed his eyes, trying to listen to the sound of the small water drops falling on the palms of his hands. The sound of the raindrops falling on tree leaves. The pleasant chirping of birds. The sound of insects crawling in the forest. The sound of small animals running back and forth amidst the bushes. Even the sound of creatures moving below the surface. All these sounds mixed in Song Shuhang's ear, becoming a beautiful symphony of nature. Without even knowing, he was lost within this marvelous melody. Song Shuhang could hear all these sounds because he had opened his ear aperture. Just as Song Shuhang predicted, the quantity of qi and blood in his ear aperture had reached the limit after today's practice, breaking through the bottleneck of the ear aperture. In the next instant, he felt like a deaf person that had suddenly regained his hearing. Now, he could hear various sounds he couldn't hear before. Opening the ear aperture wouldn't just strengthen your hearing. For example, when someone was speaking, Song Shuhang wouldn't feel any difference from before and the sound wouldn't be deafening, but only a little clearer. However, opening the ear aperture could let one hear many sounds that the average person couldn't, and that included even particular sound waves. The symphony of nature was so wonderful that he wished he could listen to it forever. The only regretful thing was that he didn't obtain any innate skill related to his ear aperture. However, he still had the chance to obtain one after opening his mouth aperture. Song Shuhang felt that his luck was pretty good. Moreover, even if he didn't obtain an innate skill after opening his mouth aperture, he had already obtained a decent one when opening his eye aperture. Therefore, he didn't need to be in a sulk. After a long time, Song Shuhang's clothes were completely drenched when he reluctantly exited this wonderful state. Shuhang didn't know that listening to the sound of nature was extremely beneficial to cultivators. Both state of the mind and mental energy would greatly improve under its effects. This place he had casually chosen to break through had been a very good choice. My ear aperture is finally open. Tomorrow, I'll set out toward the East China Sea for that trip on the island. While speaking, Song Shuhang took his phone and checked it. Just as before, there was still no news from Venerable White. Does it mean that even Senior White can't find Doudou in such a short amount of time? Did Doudou and Guogua hide so well this time? If Senior White can't bring them back by tonight, I'll have to go on the island alone and wait for them to reach me later, Song Shuhang said as put the mobile phone back in his pocket. Then, he took out the enlightenment stone from his pocket and looked at Lady Onion. Lady Onion's tender shoots were now of the size of a fingernail. After opening the ear aperture comes the mouth aperture. I wonder if eating this sprout will quickly fill with qi and blood my mouth aperture. Song Shuhang muttered. However, without a senior by his side, it was very dangerous to eat Lady Onion's sprout. Wait. Was I seriously thinking of eating Lady Onion? I'm getting rather dangerous ideas. At this time, Lady Onion, who was still attached to the enlightenment stone, shivered. Please, don't eat me, please. Lady Onion said. It had been very painful when she was cut into pieces by that saber. Song Shuhang said somewhat surprised, You can speak? Yes, yes. I can speak now. Lady Onion said. Don't eat me, okay? As long as you don't eat me, I can give you a volume of the Buddhist roaring lion's technique. You're about to open your mouth aperture, right? The roaring lion's technique just happens to be related to the mouth aperture. If you learn this technique, it will help you open your mouth aperture. Oh. Song Shuhang smiled and didn't speak. Let's make a deal. If you promise not to eat my sprout, I'll immediately hand over the Buddhist roaring lion's technique, okay? Lady Onion said expectantly. Sure, Song Shuhang said with a smile. He had no intention of eating her sprout. Whenever he thought that the opposite party could transform into a cute onion spirit girl, he felt that eating her sprout was a rather sinful action. In the meantime, Venerable White was still chasing after Doudou and the small monk. Senior White was flying in a fixed direction without any deviation. He seemed confident in finding them. The reason for this was the fearful tracking skill in his possession. After flying for a while, Venerable White descended from the sky. Then, he casually looked for a bifurcated branch of a tree and threw it toward the sky. After spinning 16 times, the branch fell to the ground and its bifurcated part pointed toward southwest. Oh, southwest, is it? Venerable White nodded and turned his sword into a layer of light and headed southwest without hesitation. This was a powerful tracking technique that belonged solely to Venerable White. No matter how good one was at evading pursuers, it was all useless against Venerable White's branch tracking technique. Even if they were to erase all their traces, they wouldn't be able to escape from Venerable White. The limitation was that Venerable White was the only one that could make use of this tracking technique. Moreover, there were other flaws too. For example, if Venerable White was flying in the direction pointed by the branch and the pursued were to suddenly change their direction, he would unknowingly go in the wrong direction and wouldn't realize until the next use of the tracking technique. At that point, Venerable White could fix the direction only with the next use of the technique, and even in that case, he would still waste some time. But with such a fearful tracking skill at his disposal, finding Doudou and the small monk was just a question of time. July 14th, Sunday. Clear weather. Venerable White, Doudou, and the small monk have all yet to return. And I received no news from Soft Feather either after she went to her friend's place to help her. Song Shuhang took off his sports wrist guard, and if one were to look closely, they would see the 3D tattoo of a calabash brother and a girly bracelet. After uncovering it, he silently covered it again. He was too embarrassed to let his friend see these things. However, as long as he had both items with him, Venerable White and Soft Feather could easily find his position. Therefore, even if he were to go to that island in the East China Sea, Senior White and Soft Feather could find him at any time. The only problem was, he had to turn off this phone on the plane. What if Soft Feather or Venerable White were to contact him and he wasn't available? And if Senior White were to casually launch one of his disposable flying swords and send Doudou and the small monk over there? The plane would explode, right? Soft Feather was also as dangerous as Senior White. If she were to use her 10,000-mile flying escape technique, she would bump into the plane, creating a huge hole in it. Good luck surviving then. If I don't receive any message, I'll call them before boarding the plane. I'd better avoid those fearful scenarios, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Just as he was fantasizing, his phone rang. It was Gao Momo. Shuhang, are you still home? Zhuge Zhongyang already sent someone to your place to pick you up. You should get ready, Gao Momo said. I'm ready. I'm waiting for you guys to come over and pick me up, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Other than the invisible broken tyrant, Song Shuhang only had a small backpack with him. The backpack contained tens of thousands in cash. Then, he was wearing the ancient bronze ring on his finger, and the Green Breeze Speed Boost pendant was hanging around his neck. Inside his pocket were also a sword talisman, 8 evil-warding talismans, chi and blood pills, body-tempering liquid, and fasting pills. He was ready for all eventualities. Wait for us downstairs, we'll be there soon. After finishing his sentence, Gao Momo ridiculed, moreover, didn't you say that you had several friends that wanted to come with us? How come you're the only one left now? Isn't it rather embarrassing? Or did you forget to tell them the trip was free? Hee, they had something to take care of. However, they might still reach us later on the island, Song Shuhang said with a laugh. After regretting saying those lines, Gao Momo also hung up. I didn't think that I would have to set out alone in the end. Song Shuhang put on his backpack and went out of the room. Then, he said to Mama Song, who was watching TV in the living room, Ma, I'm going. Be careful on the road, and if Yuruzi is there, be sure to bring her here for a few days after you enjoy yourself on the island. Mama Song said. Got it. Song Shuhang waved his hand and smiled. Speaking of Soft Feather, the day before yesterday, when she mailed herself over, Song Shuhang felt as if someone was blowing cold air behind his neck, and he also felt as if someone was continuously staring at him. Song Shuhang was still wondering if it was only a misconception. Chapter 278 Heavens, What a Coincidence. Coincidence, a remarkable concurrence of events or circumstances without an apparent causal connection. From the 9th volume of the Slapping the Table in Amazement, such a coincidence can only be the will of heavens. The person Zhuge Zhongyang sent finally picked up Song Shuhang and brought him to the airport. After getting out of the car, he took his backpack and shot a look around. He saw Zhuge Zhongyang, Zhuge Yu, Gao Momo, Yaya, and Tubo. On another side was Miss Lu Fei with her impressive stature as well as a maturer version of her, likely her elder sister. She was Zhuge Zhongyang's target this time. Earlier, Gao Momo made a bet with Song Shuhang. He said that if left alone, Zhuge Zhongyang and Lu Fei's elder sister wouldn't endure more than 3 minutes before starting to quarrel. Zhuge Zhongyang's temperament was so bad that he wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend for a lifetime. At the time, after seeing Gao Momo's self-satisfied smile, Song Shuhang wanted to remind him that if Zhuge Zhongyang couldn't find a girlfriend, he would continuously bother him. But seeing his friend in such high spirits, Song Shuhang didn't have the heart to tell him this cruel truth. After gazing at everyone, Song Shuhang's look returned to Zhuge Yu's body. There was something wrong with Zhuge Yu today. It was very rare to see him, embarrassed and shrinking behind Zhuge Zhongyang and Gao Momo, not willing to come out. What was happening? What made Zhuge Yu turn this quiet? What could have happened? Song Shuhang looked at the people next to Lu Fei. And then, he saw someone he would have never expected to see. It was a middle-aged foreigner with a strong build and a ruddy face. And beside this foreigner was a blonde girl of mixed blood. The blonde girl was having a pleasant chat with Lu Fei. It seemed that they had a very good relationship. When he saw that stocky foreigner, Song Shuhang wished he could immediately run away and hide in the car he had come out of. Because that foreigner was none other than Joseph Guy Maupassant. Perhaps not everyone remembers this name. After all, his screen time was really too short. But if we mention the peerless martial technique the times are calling, then you might be able to guess the identity of this man. How can there be such a coincidence? Song Shuhang thought that he wouldn't meet this nominal disciple of his, Joseph, again. After all, Jiangnan College Town was very big and had a huge number of students. With such numbers, what was the probability of meeting the parent of a student twice? However, he still met him. Joseph Guy Maupassant was standing next to Lu Fei, calmly smiling. At this time, Song Shuhang understood why Zhuge Yu was acting this way, not willing to show herself. It was due to the video she had sent on the website of the campus. The title of that video was, "Waha, I laughed so much that I thought I was going to die." This is our Chinese kung fu seen through the eyes of a foreigner. And the main character of the video was a drunk Joseph Guy Maupassant. Song Shuhang unconsciously reached out to the magical brooch on his chest that Soft Feather had lent him. He was thinking of changing his appearance. However, it was too late. As soon as he came out of the car and went toward Gao Momu and the others, the originally calm Joseph revealed an astonished look on his face. Afterward, it changed into one of happiness. "Teacher! Teacher!" Joseph rushed toward Song Shuhang as though he was running a 100m race, calling out in a rather weird Mandarin. Then, he gave Song Shuhang a warm bear hug. "Teacher, I didn't think I would see you here. There is really fate between us." Joseph heartily laughed. "Ahaha, indeed. What a coincidence." Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. It was indeed fate, ill fate. The world was so big, and there were billions of people. And yet, he still managed to meet Joseph once more. Just how much of a coincidence was it? When Gao Momu, Zhuge Zhongyang, and the blonde girl saw Joseph cheerfully run toward Song Shuhang, they were temporarily at a loss. Gao Momu and Tubo were confused. As his roommates, not even they were this happy after seeing Shuhang. Just what was the relationship between Shuhang and Joseph? But when they heard him shout, "Teacher," they understood what was happening. PFFF. Gao Momu spurted out the water he was drinking, spurting it on Zhuge Zhongyang's face who was standing next to him. In the video, Joseph said that he met a martial arts expert at the athletic meeting in his daughter's university, and now, it seemed that this expert was Song Shuhang. They didn't think that Song Shuhang was such a wicked person. Teaching someone a set of the times are calling fitness exercise and passing it off as a peerless martial technique. In the back, Zhuge Yu covered her red face. She wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Because she was the one that put the video online, and just now, Joseph's daughter grabbed her and brought her to a side, reprimanding her. If Joseph's daughter had a fiery temperament and had shouted curses at her, she would have probably felt better. But Joseph's daughter was a very kind girl and had a gentle disposition. She was the type with a lot of patience. Therefore, she didn't curse after grabbing Zhuge Yu. On the other hand, she started to complain and release all her pent-up bitterness, reprimanding her for more than 20 minutes. Zhuge Yu was terrified of her. He wasn't too good at dealing with this kind of people. "Teacher, the technique you taught me was really incredible. I practiced every day, and I feel that my body has become much stronger," Joseph said warmly to Song Shuhang. From the looks of it, Joseph had yet to realize that the times are calling was just a set of calisthenics radio music. It seemed that his gentle daughter didn't have the heart to destroy her father's dream. Moreover, doing exercise every day was healthy for the body. And unless someone told him, Joseph wouldn't realize something was amiss, because he personally saw Song Shuhang practicing in the middle of the abandoned classroom. Every time he was sending out a punch, the air would explode with crackling sound. It was nothing like those special effects in movies, it was real Chinese kung fu. Therefore, someone like Joseph that had dreamt of learning kung fu since little firmly believed in this technique. Ahaha. It's all thanks to your efforts. Song Shuhang bitterly smiled. But when he hugged Joseph, he discovered that his constitution had become much stronger. Moreover, this growth could be felt very clearly. Just how many times one has to perform this exercise in a day to strengthen their body to this extent? Song Shuhang felt a bit sorry for this nominal disciple of his. However, he was also helpless. He couldn't teach others the basic Buddhist fist technique, the true self-meditation scripture, and the immovable body of the Buddha without Great Master Profound Principle's permission. And right now, he had no means to pay that price. Senior Scarlet Heaven didn't say that he couldn't teach to others the flaming saber he learned in the dream. However, this saber technique was surely hiding some deep secret, and Shuhang didn't want to teach it to others before uncovering this secret. Recalling things to this point, he realized that he was really useless as a teacher. Thanks for the praise, teacher. Unfortunately, my time is limited, and I can practice only 30 times a day. Ah, yes. Teacher, when will I start to feel the warm current flow in my body? Joseph asked expectantly. He really wanted to be like Song Shuhang, punching the air creating crackling sounds. If he could also do it, he would have really no regrets left. Aha, I can't say for sure. After all, everyone has different talent and different ways to practice. Therefore, the time they need is also different. After finishing his sentence, Song Shuhang sighed with emotion. Moreover, you missed the best period to practice. As a result, you'll need to practice for more time. It wasn't only Joseph, Song Shuhang had also missed the best period to practice. When practicing, he had to put in double the effort while obtaining only half of the result. I understand, teacher. Then, I'll just have to practice harder. Joseph said while patting his chest. Then, he enthusiastically pulled Song Shuhang toward the blonde girl. Come, teacher. I'll introduce you to my daughter. She also studies at Jiangnan's University. What? Joseph's daughter is also here? It was like a bolt from the blue for Song Shuhang, with lightning raining down on his head. It's over. This time, it's really over. The blonde girl quietly stood there, waiting for her father to bring the main culprit in front of her. Teacher, her name is Shuangxue Maupassant. As for the Chinese one, she took her mother's surname, Ji Shuangxue. Joseph proudly introduced his daughter to Song Shuhang. And teacher's name is, wait? Teacher, what's your name? Joseph scratched his head and turned around with an embarrassed look on his face. The last time, he unexpectedly forgot to ask his teacher's name. Hello, fellow schoolmate Song Shuhang, Ji Shuangxue said gently, stretching her fair and tender hand toward Song Shuhang. She had already learned about Song Shuhang's name from her other schoolmate, Lu Fei. Hello, fellow schoolmate Ji Shuangxue. Song Shuhang bitterly smiled and stretched his hand, shaking hands with Shuangxue. The nearby Lu Fei wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, her face was all red. But Lu Fei's elder sister, who didn't know what was happening, was standing on the side with a baffled look on her face. When Song Shuhang's gaze fell on Lu Fei, she stuck out her tongue, making a funny face. Song Shuhang's smile became even more forced. When heaven sends calamities, there is hope of weathering them. When man brings them upon himself, there is no hope of escape. After shaking hands, Ji Shuangxue did not blame Song Shuhang for teaching Joseph the peerless martial technique the times are calling. However, she would silently shoot a resentful gaze at him from time to time. That kind of resentful gaze made Song Shuhang feel uneasy and nervous, as though there were brambles and thorns in his back. It was as a frightening way to kill people without even doing anything. 30 minutes later, Zhuge Zhongyang brought everyone to board the plane. Only then did the resentful gaze leave him temporarily. Song Shuhang could finally heave a sigh. Before boarding the plane, Song Shuhang called Venerable White and told him that he was already on the plane. He also asked about Doudou and the small monk's whereabouts, and if he had already found them. Venerable White said that he could already sense Doudou's aura and he would be able to catch Doudou and the small monk by this afternoon and bring them back. He also requested Song Shuhang to give him a call upon reaching the island resort. By then, he would use the flying sword to send Doudou and the small monk to his position. Thereafter, Song Shuhang made another call to Soft Feather. However, the call did not go through. Song Shuhang then sent an SMS and also sent a second message to her on the instant messaging app. When they were boarding the plane, Joseph ran over enthusiastically and insisted on helping Song Shuhang carry his bag, because there was a saying that a disciple should help their teacher when the teacher was busy. But Song Shuhang was only carrying along a small backpack. After boarding the plane, Song Shuhang discovered that Joseph and his daughter were not together with Zhuge Zhongyang. Since it was summer vacation, he wanted to bring his daughter to travel abroad. It just so happened that he also ended up choosing the East China Sea's island resort as his destination. His wife had already arrived at the island resort, waiting for Joseph and his daughter to come over. Song Shuhang could only look at the sky dumbfounded. It was indeed so coincidental that even winning the lottery was easier. On the plane, Song Shuhang sat in the window seat. Originally, Zhuge Zhongyang arranged for Lu Fei to sit next to him. But now, the enthusiastic Joseph managed to convince Lu Fei with much difficulty to swap places. Lu Fei went over to Ji Shuangshuez, and Joseph, on the other hand, wore a face full of smiles as he sat down by Shuhang. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Originally, he would have been sitting next to an adorable girl, but now, after much fuss, he was now sitting next to a foreign uncle. After Joseph sat next to Song Shuhang, he asked excitedly, "Right, teacher? With regards to cultivation, are there rankings and realms? I remember seeing in movies that there were also things called meridians or something of the sort. Rankings and realms? If it was the ranking and realm of the times are calling, it should be basic level? Proficient level? Physical education teacher level? And then gymnastics champion level?" But if he were to tell him all these rankings, Joseph might collapse, right? Then, perhaps he should just randomly create his own rankings to dupe Joseph? But he didn't feel too good about it. Firstly, lying wasn't a good thing. Secondly, whenever Song Shuhang carefully glanced towards Lu Fei's side, Ji Shuangxue kept giving him her resentful gaze from time to time. Under such a resentful gaze, Song Shuhang could not bring himself to dupe Joseph. There are definitely rankings and realms, but you haven't even practiced your basics. It's not good to be overly ambitious. When you have completed your basics, I will introduce and explain to you the related rankings in detail. Song Shuhang used the delaying tactic. I understand, teacher. I will definitely work hard. Joseph's morale was suddenly boosted. After getting very excited, Joseph asked again in anticipation, "Teacher, may I be so bold as to ask you a favor?" Recently, in order to complement the peerless martial technique he learned, Joseph's command of Chinese was getting better and better. Occasionally, he could even throw in some ancient Chinese expressions. "Yes?" Song Shuhang casually answered. Teacher, disciple felt that he realized many things from practicing this peerless martial technique recently, but there are also a lot of things disciple doesn't understand. Since I am finally able to meet you, teacher, why don't you demonstrate it once in front of me to give me a pointer or two, said Joseph, using half-ancient and half-modern Chinese. What? Demonstrating it here? Performing the times are calling on the airplane? That would be rather embarrassing. At the time, the killing intent in your daughter's resentful gaze would also be a couple times stronger. Hence, Shuhang coughed and said, "Ahem, you don't have to rush it. Also, our current location is not suitable for demonstrating martial arts." Joseph looked around and laughed embarrassingly. "Sorry, teacher. I was too impatient. Then, when we get off the plane, when we get an opportunity, please give your disciple a pointer or two." "All right." Song Shuhang forced a laugh. How could he even guide Joseph? In regards to the times are calling, Song Shuhang himself was also a newbie. On the other hand, for the past month or so, Joseph practiced it 30 times every single day. In terms of gymnastics exercises, he was more than qualified to be Song Shuhang's teacher. Joseph was full of joy and said, "Teacher, if you don't find me annoying, I have another favor to ask of you." "Go ahead." Song Shuhang forced a smile. Joseph lowered his voice and said, "Teacher, could you give your disciple a demonstration of the explosive punch you used that time, the one that made explosive sounds? So that when your disciple practices, he would be much more motivated." The punch that made explosive sounds? Pertaining to this request, it was hard for him to reject. Because right now, Song Shuhang had already opened 4 apertures, hence, he was currently 10 or so times stronger than before. At that time he needed to practice the basic fist technique till he filled his chi and blood before he could throw fists that made crisp sounds when hitting the air. "Only for this one time," said Song Shuhang. He directed his mental energy externally and sensed his surroundings. He realized that nobody was paying attention to him, even Joseph's daughter was chatting away with Lu Fei. Then, Song Shuhang reached out his right palm and lightly pushed. It looked as though he was just ordinarily gesturing with his hand. However, this attack was infused with the chi and blood power within his heart aperture. Bang! A clear and crisp explosion sound was heard. It wasn't loud, but it made Joseph's eyes lit up. He lowered his voice and said, "Congratulations, teacher, for bringing the technique to the next level." Even though he was just purely a bystander, he was still able to sense the huge jump in Song Shuhang's strength. Because, at that time, when he saw Song Shuhang moving about within the abandoned classroom, he had to use all the strength in his body to throw a punch with explosive sounds. It was far from Song Shuhang's current state, it only required him to lightly fling his hand effortlessly to create the explosive sound. Hee hee. Song Shuhang laughed softly without saying a word. Next, he would have to wait and see how fated they were, both him and Joseph. In the future, when Song Shuhang became strong and powerful, he would bring his family members to leave the secular world and look for a hidden place to settle down and introduce his family to the world of cultivation. By then, if Joseph and he were fated to be master and disciple, he might as well teach him a few good things. Of course, that would be a long time from now. The current Song Shuhang had no skills or abilities. He wasn't qualified to teach anything. After seeing Song Shuhang's casually flung that punch, Joseph was perfectly satisfied. Next, he started to copy Song Shuhang, closing his eyes, meditating. Song Shuhang did not teach him the meditation technique. But at that time, Joseph saw that Song Shuhang would sit cross-legged with his eyes closed to meditate after practicing. Since teacher did it like that, then closing your eyes to meditate is surely effective. Hence, after every 30 sessions of the times are calling, Joseph would sit cross-legged and meditate with his eyes closed and empty his thoughts, not thinking anything at all, silently in a daze. Song Shuhang looked out of the window and mumbled to himself softly, the East China Sea, and the mysterious island. Actually, when Gao Momu told him about this trip to the East China Sea Island resort, Song Shuhang subconsciously thought of the mysterious island that the seniors in the group introduced. In any case, whenever words such as East China Sea or island were mentioned, he couldn't avoid thinking about the mysterious island. Would I be able to chance upon the mysterious island in the sky? Song Shuhang thought to himself. However, he wasn't worried whether he could find it or not. Because even if he were to be beaten to death, he wouldn't enter that place. He definitely did not want to lose his memories. Actually, he really wanted to go on a trip to the East China Sea together with Venerable White, because according to what Senior White had said before, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the mysterious island. It seemed as though the mysterious island was subtly hiding itself from Senior White. Or could it be that Senior White's luck was stopping him from going near the mysterious island? But no matter what, as long as he followed Senior White closely, he would not chance upon the mysterious island. He just did not expect Senior White to suddenly head out to look for Doudou and the small monk. And even now, he had yet to return. The plane flew steadily. I hoped that the journey would go smoothly. Out of boredom, Shuhang started to close his eyes and meditate. Time was precious, he had to make full use of every opportunity, he had to practice hard in order to progress further in his cultivation. Meanwhile, on Venerable White's side. At this moment, Senior White had already located Doudou and the small monk's position and was slowly approaching them. Shuhang had already gotten on the plane. After he was done, he could just go directly to the island resort to meet up with him and the rest, so Venerable White was not anxious at all. And at the same time, at Doudou and the small monk's position. The small monk said in a weak voice, "Senior Doudou, I'm dying." At this time, the small monk was charred black, and black smoke was coming out of his mouth. "Try to hold on for a little longer. I feel that there is something very wrong with our current situation," muttered Doudou. The small monk said in a weak voice once again, "It's not that there is something wrong, someone must have put a curse on us, right? Sob, sob. I'm scared." Yesterday, Doudou, together with the small monk, successfully escaped Zhou and they continued to fly in the direction of the capital. But on their way, various kinds of strange things happened to them. For example, when the two of them were flying, suddenly, an artillery shell came shooting from below. It was said the military was testing a new anti-aircraft cannon. With much difficulty, Doudou managed to dodge it thanks to his keen senses. As they continued flying, suddenly a bolt of lightning appeared within the clear sky. This time, Doudou could not dodge it and got blasted head-on. If Doudou did not activate his defense in time, the small monk on his back would have been severely injured. Then, after flying and flying, suddenly, a supersonic aircraft directly came crashing straight in their direction. If not for Doudou's fast reaction, a disaster would have happened. What was going on today? Doudou seemed to have thought of a scary possibility and said, "Wait a moment, Guogua. Call Shuhang immediately and ask him if he's the one chasing us. If he isn't personally chasing us, then ask him if there is someone else chasing after us." Guogua shivered and felt around his body before taking out his cell phone. Thereafter, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He said, "Senior Doudou, my phone broke. The bolt of lightning earlier fried the phone. With the phone fried, there was no way of calling Senior Brother Shuhang." Doudou was speechless. "Senior Doudou, what's exactly happening to us? Did we commit some heinous crime that offended the heavens?" asked the anxious small monk, who was chanting scriptures at the same time in an attempt to lighten his feeling of guilt. Doudou sighed deeply and said, "I'm only worried about one thing. What if the person chasing us to bring us home isn't Shuhang, but Venerable White? What will happen if Venerable White is the one chasing us?" the small monk asked carefully. "We're dead men." Doudou said affirmatively. "Yeah, dead men, not dogs." The small monk immediately got frightened and said, "Then, what's gonna happen to us?" "Don't panic. We still can't confirm that it is Venerable White chasing us. We should firstly look for a public phone to give Shuhang a call, and confirm if it is Venerable White chasing us," Doudou said calmly. "If it is indeed Venerable White chasing us, do we surrender?" the small monk interrupted. "No, we should immediately give Medicine Master a call and make a reservation for a bed there. Then, we will rush to his place at top speed, and get hospitalized with a peace of mind." The small monk swallowed his saliva and said, make a reservation for a bed? Isn't it better if we just surrender? Humph, there is an ancient saying, one should not be corrupted by wealth or status or shaken by poverty or subdued by force. Only then one can become a man of character. No matter how great the threat or force is, we cannot succumb to it, Doudou said proudly. Hence, he insists on getting hospitalized at Medicine Master's place instead of surrendering? Does he really have to persist in running away from home to such an extent? The small monk was confused. We should take advantage of the fact that Zhao has not caught up with us and hurry to look for a place that allows us to make calls, said Doudou. Thereafter, he continued flying with the small monk and finally found a small shop with something that looked like a public phone. These days, looking for a place to make calls sure is difficult. Doudou immediately landed in a corner next to the shop and went inside together with the small monk. Go make the call, I will give you Song Shuhang's number via secret sound transmission. You still have some spare change with you, right? Asked Doudou. I do. The small monk nodded. A person and a dog went to the shop. The small monk faced the auntie at the counter, put his palms together and said, "Female benefactor, I need to make a phone call." "Oh wow, what a cute little master." The lady boss smiled. "Do you need me to help you dial the number?" "Thank you, female benefactor, but the small monk knows how to use it," replied the small monk. After he took the phone, he dialed the phone number that Doudou gave him via the secret sound transmitter and called Song Shuhang's phone. Very soon, a cordial voice came from the phone, saying, "Sorry, the phone you are trying to reach is switched off." The small monk stiffly turned his head around and looked at Doudou, saying, "Senior brother Shuhang, his phone is switched off." Doudou was speechless. "I'm sorry, female benefactor." The call did not go through. The small monk faced the lady boss, put his palms together and apologized. The lady boss almost spurted blood from her nose after seeing how cute this small monk was. "Why is Shuhang's phone off?" Doudou was suspicious. That was because Song Shuhang had already learned the battery charging technique, so even if his phone ran out of energy, he could just use it to charge it. As he was thinking, his facial expression suddenly changed. He turned around and sniffed before getting startled. Next, he immediately sent a sound transmission to the small monk, saying, "Guogua, let's hurry and leave. I can sense Zhao Li's scent approaching. Zhao Li's state seems a little strange today, he could actually catch up with us so soon." The small monk quickly bade the lady boss goodbye and hurriedly escaped with Doudou. Doudou carried the small monk on his back and flew high into the sky at a fast speed, continuing to fly in the direction of the capital. "Senior Doudou, do we have to make a call to Senior Medicine Master?" the small monk asked anxiously. "Let's increase the distance between Zhao Li and us first, then discuss," Doudou answered. As they were talking, Doudou suddenly stopped. In the next moment, Doudou charged straight ahead. Not only that, but he also took out a magical treasure that looked like 4 wind fire wheels and placed it under his feet. He flew upwards at lightning speed, and rose to more than 100 meters in altitude in an instant. "Senior Doudou," the small monk asked out of curiosity. "Don't talk, that fella Zhao Li has already caught up," answered Doudou. He and Zhao Li had been fighting for so many years because of his episodes of running away from home, hence both of them knew each other's tactics very well. Earlier on, Zhao Li had made his move. Just as Doudou flew up, a snake-like chain with a hook curled up in his original position below. If Doudou did not fly up high instantly, he would have been caught by the chain. But Doudou was still able to dodge it in the end. He, Zhao Li, this isn't enough. So many years have passed, and you're still using the same tactic. Your heaven-shrouding hook might be concealed, but I discovered its pattern a long time ago. As long as I detect a tiny trace, I can dodge it. You're really too naive, Zhao Li. Can't you change your tactics a little?" Doudou said complacently. He, naive. Suddenly, Zhou Li's voice could be heard from somewhere above Doudou. Following his voice was a chain that landed from the sky above. The long chain transformed into a large net, engulfing Doudou and the small monk. Below, Zhou Li's heaven-shrouding hook also curled up and transformed into a net and came at Doudou from below. It was indeed an inescapable net. F***ck, 2 heaven-shrouding hooks. Doudou screamed, and the 4 wind-fire wheels on his feet spun at lightning speed, launching his body forward at full speed. But, just as Doudou was charging forward at such a fast speed, there suddenly appeared a strong draft in the opposite direction that started to affect him. Even though the strong draft didn't have a huge impact on Doudou's speed, sometimes, that little bit of extra speed one lost was enough to change the situation. The inescapable net that the heaven-shrouding hooks had transformed into trapped Doudou tightly. After being captured, the 2 heaven-shrouding hooks tied Doudou's 4 legs firmly. In the blink of an eye, Doudou was tied up like a rice dumpling. The small monk on his back was also tightly bound. "Damn it, I refuse to surrender," Doudou bellowed. If not for that sudden strong draft, he definitely would not have been caught by the heaven-shrouding hooks. Additionally, why are there 2 heaven-shrouding hooks? That fella Zhou Li had always been using just one. You won't surrender? Zhou Li, who was stepping on the sword light, steadily landed in front of Doudou. There have always been 2 heaven-shrouding hooks, just that my skill was not good enough previously, and I could only use one of them. As for the second one, I only started to master the technique to use it not long ago. Just in time, I got to test it out on you. Next to Zhou Li, the monster hunter girl stared at Doudou like a tiger eyeing its prey. I refused to accept defeat. If not for that strong draft earlier, you think you'd be able to catch me? Don't talk about 2 heaven-shrouding hooks, even 4 of them would not make it easy for you to catch me. Doudou clenched his teeth. No matter what you say, right now, you're in the palm of my hand. Zhou Li took out a pipe from his body and lit it up before taking a long drag. Doudou bitterly clenched his teeth. Zhou Li took a long drag from the pipe once again and exhaled 2 long streams of smoke from his nostrils. After being cheated by Doudou yesterday, Zhou Li's eyes became very red, and he kept saying how he wanted to fight it out with Doudou. But today, his condition was entirely different, even weirder than yesterday. The current Zhou Li was too calm. Doudou originally expected Zhou Li to seethe in anger and beat him up badly. But Zhou Li right now had not shown a single bit of anger, he was only silently smoking his pipe. Such a feeling ended up making Doudou panic instead. It was practically the calm before the storm, the prelude to a volcano's eruption. After a long time, Zhou Li exhaled 2 puffs of smoke from his nostrils and finally said, "Doudou, yesterday's incident, just forget about it." Doudou's mind was instantly filled with a row of question marks. Yesterday's incident, just take it as if it never happened. Zhou Li used an extremely depressed tone and said, "Yesterday, you never told me that you were my sweetheart, and I don't know anything about this matter either. Absolutely nothing happened yesterday." Doudou got even more puzzled. "Forgive this poor dog, sometimes, I just can't understand the way human beings think." Zhou Li took a long drag from his pipe, and after the smoke was exhaled through both his nostrils and mouth, he said, "Later, I'll keep chatting with my sweetheart on the internet. You don't have to care, just continue to act your role as my sweetheart well." Zhou L's tone was so miserable it almost made others cry. "Uncle, don't cry." The young female monster hunter lightly patted Zhou Li's back, using a baby voice to console him. Her consolation made Zhou Li want to cry even more. Doudou was speechless. He finally understood that Zhou Li had lost his mind. But the words he said earlier were the scarier thing. Did Zhou Li mean that he set his mind on having an online love affair with Doudou the male dog? Apart from their species, did the sex also not pose a problem? If so, this was a very critical situation. Doudou felt that his chastity was at stake here. If he could turn time back, Doudou would guarantee that he would never have played that joke on Zhao Li yesterday. This wouldn't do, he needed to make up for this mistake. Zhao Li's worldview that just got shattered needed to be restored once more by him. Zhao Li. You misunderstood. Doudou said gravely. Yesterday, I was actually just playing a joke on you. A joke? Zhao Li turned his head around. Smoke was coming out of his nostrils and mouth, causing his face to be engulfed by white smoke. He was giving off a terrifying feeling. Yes, I admit, that was a nasty joke. But your sweetheart is indeed a real person. I only secretly misappropriated her account. Trust me. Doudou felt that he had never sounded as earnest as he just did in his entire life.